She disappeared 14 years ago. Now she's standing in my kitchen. This is The Daughter Who Came Back, a gripping psychological thriller about a stolen child, a family built around unbearable loss, and the terrifying question every mother fears asking: what if the child who returned isn't really yours? For 14 years, I woke at exactly 4 o'clock every morning, the same time, every night. I would lie awake staring into the darkness, wondering where she was, whether she was warm, whether she was afraid, whether she was even alive. People say grief gets easier. They're lying. You simply learn how to carry it without letting everyone else see the weight. I tried. My husband and I rebuilt what little remained of our marriage. We raised our other daughter in a quiet Cotswolds village. We smiled for birthdays, celebrated Christmases, and pretended our family wasn't missing a piece that could never be replaced. Then, one ordinary afternoon, I walked into my kitchen, and she was there. The face I'd imagined thousands of times. 14 years older, 14 years changed. She looked at me as though she'd been expecting me all along. It should have been the happiest moment of my life. Instead, I felt afraid. She knows things she shouldn't know. She watches me when she thinks I'm not looking. She speaks to my husband in whispers that stop the moment I enter the room. Everyone tells me I'm imagining it, that trauma has made me suspicious. Maybe they're right. Or maybe every mother's instinct is telling me the same impossible truth. The girl who came back knows exactly who we are. But I no longer believe she came home because she missed us. Prologue. "Bella!" my husband shrieks. And I mean shrieks. I have to rip the phone away from my ear, but bring it back quickly, every fine hair on my body standing on end. I can tell from the frequency of his voice, the high pitch, something is very wrong. My first thought is that one of the girls has somehow fallen from their cot, hurt themselves. I brace myself for a taxi ride to A&E, for a night spent in hospital dealing with a toddler with a broken arm, a fractured leg, some sort of intrusion injury with teeth jammed up into the gums. I knew we should have lowered the cot mattresses sooner. The girls have been on the verge of lifting themselves up and over the bars for weeks. "James, what is it?" I shout over the pulsing music, Michael Bublé belting out Holly Jolly Christmas. I fight my way through the crowd, gyrating around me, trying to make out anything from the other end of the phone. "Bella," he says again, "Robin's gone." I still, the floating restaurant, rocking lazily side to side. There is a moment, an acquiescence in my stillness, a somber surrender to a future I hadn't seen coming. Out of everything my husband could have possibly said, it is this that I'm least expecting. And I hate to admit it, but my reaction is to laugh. I actually smile, my lips breaking apart, showing my teeth to my colleagues as I head towards the exit. It's a reaction to shock, it must be, because the last thing this is funny. Still, I'll never forgive myself for laughing, and I'll never be able to laugh again. Not properly. I can't believe it, though, even when James says it again. "Robin's gone." There's a hysteria to his voice so alien to me, it really is almost comical. This is a prank, a sick joke. It must be. Robin can't be gone. I fed her dinner, bangers and mash. Most of it she chucked to the carpet with her chubby little hands, flung gravy at our teal walls. I washed her in the bathtub, listened to her squeals of delight as I poured in the Max Mady bubble bath. James had lifted her out and pretended she was a rocket ship launching into space. He'd wrapped her in a towel, forced her to brush her 10 little milk teeth before passing her to me so he could repeat the process with her twin sister, Skyla. I'd pulled on Robin's bluey Christmas pajamas, part of a matching family set from Tesco I couldn't refuse. I'd read her a story about unicorns and gave her a bottle before I left tonight. I'd breathed in her blueberry shampoo, fought a cry when I'd stepped on the Duplo scattered on the nursery floor. I'd whispered, "I love you," and put her down, the way I've always done. She turned on her side and snuggled into her teddy, spritzed with my ghost perfume, eyelids fluttering closed. She was fine. "Robin?" I ask now, blinking once, twice, 3 times. What do you mean Robin's missing? Missing how? Yeah, Robin, definitely. And I don't know. I checked the monitor and she just wasn't there. She's gone, Bella. He isn't sure if it's Robin or Skyla missing, and while that shouldn't be important right now, a prickle of annoyance works its way into my system. You'd think, almost 24 months after the adoption, he'd be able to tell the girls apart. Skyla? I whisper, gripping onto a stair banister wrapped in a Christmas garland, dusted with winter berries and pine cones. The needles prick into the palm of my hand, but there are too many questions surfacing to care. Skyla's still asleep, he says, his voice softening. I breathe out, relieved to know one of our daughters is safe. But how is that fair? How can I be feeling any kind of relief? Robin is missing. James, you've been there all night, haven't you? There's an accusatory tone in my voice I can't camouflage, and I don't want to. How the hell could he not notice someone taking our child from their cot? Yes, of course I have, he responds, hurt scored into his words. The music around me is too loud, the slow vibrations of the bass jarring my heartbeat. Then how did you miss it, I want to ask? How did you miss someone coming into our apartment and taking one of our daughters from her cot? It isn't a big apartment. It's pocket size at best. Someone would have had to creep right by the living room to get down the hallway and into the girls' nursery. Could he have missed that? Was the television turned up too loud? What the fuck happened? I'm coming, I say, my words hollow. I hang up and immediately flick through the apps on my phone. Was that the hubby? Gabby, one of our admin ladies, asks drunkenly. She's swaying, gripping onto my forearm for support. There's tinsel wrapped around her neck like a scarf, and it takes all of me not to hurl her into the wall and choke her with it. Right now, I do not have time to deal with the drunk, drinking from their cups of cheer. Please, I manage to gasp. Please say there's an emergency. I have to go. And with that, I'm out the doors, a cold sweat dripping down my back. Every tree along the harbor side is strangled, tightly bound with fairy lights, the masts of moored boats, too. I breathe in roasted chestnuts, cinnamon, and clove. It's overpowering, making it hard to concentrate. The water laps gently, shimmering under the glow of outdoor heaters. I push through the people wrapped up in scarves and hats, swarming each wooden chalet selling handcrafted gifts, mulled wine, and sweet treats along the quay, needing space, needing to get home to my family. I knew I shouldn't have come. I run through the puddles marking Millennium Square, and beneath the luminous white lights blinking from the Bristol wheel, I manage to book an Uber. The driver is infuriating. The little icon of his car, a black Mercedes, bobs up and down the streets, seemingly going in circles for a good 7 minutes before he finally pulls to a stop in front of me. I want to scream at him, to ask what he's been doing, but I daren't lose my transportation home. Not now. It'll take another 20 minutes to wait for another driver. Instead, I buckle up, and when he asks me to confirm where I'm going, all I can do is nod silently and watch the clock. One day turning to another. I just have no words. Not for this man, not even for the police when I finally arrive outside our estate. The situation hasn't dissolved as I was sure it would. Robin hasn't been found, hunkered down in some corner she somehow managed to wedge herself into. No, I know that even before I speak to anyone. Helicopters and drones are scouring the harbor side and docks from above. The cobbled quaysides are lit up with searchlights. It's the first jolt to my system that this is very, horribly real. I run past them all, past the police and dogs already pressing their snouts to the ground, past my husband with his head in his hands at our kitchen table. I stumble up the staircase, the walls cold against the palm of my hand as I push myself forward. I don't stop outside the twins' nursery. I barrel in. Skyla flips in her cot, raising her head sleepily in my direction. Her mop of blonde curls falls into her eyes. Just as she blinks me into recognition, a smile adjusts her face. "Mommy," she grumbles, and I can't ignore her. Despite everything, I must continue as Mummy, because I still am a mummy, even if one of my babies is missing. Nothing is out of place. Before I left this evening, I'd rearranged the girls' toys, packed everything neatly away. The board books have all been carefully slotted back into place after they'd ripped most of them down from the shelves. Their room is undisturbed, almost too perfect. The window is closed, secure on its latch. The idea that someone uninvited was in here at all is unfathomable. "Bunny," Skyla whines as I lift her from the cot, her tiny arms reaching out for her plush toy, the one she won't go anywhere without. I glance at Robin's cot, where an identical bunny lies abandoned. Robin would bawl until that toy was tucked safely under her chin at night. But here it is. Her pillow is slightly indented, making me think she hasn't been gone that long. I fight the urge to reach out and touch it, press my fingers to where she slept just hours ago. Is it still warm? The nursery seems darker somehow. I make for the light switch, slap it on. It doesn't help, revealing nothing. My daughter, my sweet little Robin, is gone. 2 police officers darken the hallway, shuffling foot to foot. "Bella," they whisper softly, "we need to speak with you, now." I pull Skyla in, closer, as close as I can make her. Her little legs wrap around my waist, and she nuzzles deep into my neck in that irresistible way toddlers do. "Where'd Robin go?" she asks, her head swiveling, twisting around the room, searching for her sister. And I think it's that moment my world shatters. She is too young to understand what's happening, just shy of 2, and for a moment I think perhaps I am too young to understand too. A ridiculous thought at 36, yet I can't comprehend what is happening around me. "Robin," Skyla sings, "where are you?" Her little voice is haunting as it carries through the night. I don't know how to answer her. I can't. My tongue turns heavy, and my entire body begins to tremble. I'm leaving the room, Skyla scooped under my arms, when she speaks again. 2 words that send a chill down my spine. "What that?" Her pudgy finger points down to my feet. We all turn, bend, and inspect the dummy on the floor. My first thought, heartbreakingly, is that Robin doesn't even have her dummy tonight. "Bella, sorry, but we need to take your statement," an officer says. "I need to put this one back to sleep first," I whisper, watching as they bag up the dummy. I hoist Skyla up on my shoulder. "It's the middle of the night." "I can do it," James offers, appearing on the landing with swollen eyes. "I've given my statement." There's a Tommy Tippy bottle in his hand. I don't say what I'm thinking, that he was in charge of our girls and now one of them is missing. I can't say that, cast the blame. Reluctantly, I pass her over, having no choice but to kiss her forehead delicately and let her go. "I'll give her some milk," James promises, and buries his face into Skyla's curls as he walks away with her. The clench of my heart as I watch him disappear with our remaining daughter is hard to shake off. "Milkies," I hear Skyla whisper pleadingly, and I've never needed to hold her and watch her fall asleep in my arms so much in my life. But I let them go, and the police sit me down at my table that suddenly doesn't seem like my own anymore. It's covered in files and paperwork, pens that aren't mine. "Where have you been tonight, Isabella?" It's a question so loaded with blame, I almost feel culpable. "At my work's Christmas party," I mumble, doing my best to maintain eye contact, to sit up straight, to not sway. "You left the twins here with James, did you?" The detective raises his eyebrows as he looks at me. "I did," I say, my spine straightening a little more. "He's their father. Why wouldn't I?" What I don't ask is, should I have not? That's the real question, on the tip of my tongue, which is absurd. James is their father. He loves them. And I heard the panic in his voice when he called me. It was the sort of hysteria that can't be faked. "And how much would you say you had to drink tonight?" Those hairy eyebrows lift again as the detective catches my indignation, written in the way my fingers worry. I mean, it was a Christmas party, I stammer, heat flooding my face. I don't know. Why does that matter? Why does anything you're asking me matter? My child is missing. The detective chief inspector is an unreadable man, Gary Quinn, but his eyes, the sort of crystal blue that could be the color of frost on a winter's morning, are kind. He stays with me throughout the early hours, his questioning hard, relentless, but he's patient with me when he sees me crumbling, hands me tissues, and gives me the sort of look that could almost make me believe he's on my side, that he believes everything I'm saying anyway. And he should, because every word I speak is nothing but the truth. What James has told them, I can only hope is true too. The door was unlocked, he said. He'd ordered a Domino's, evidenced by the box holding a half-eaten Hawaiian pizza that has long since gone cold, and yet still somehow makes my stomach growl despite having no appetite. The delivery guy didn't set foot inside, James assures us, cradling Skyla in his arms. But from the little I've been told, the police are collaring him for questioning anyway. Because how could this have happened? It makes no sense. Someone must have seen something. James, a neighbor. A child abduction couldn't just go completely unnoticed in an apartment block like ours. People know Robin. They'd have recognized her getting carried down in the lift by someone unknown. Were you drinking tonight? I hear the police questioning James again, although he's meant to be with Skyla, getting her to go down. Her sleep doesn't matter to them, and for once, her routine doesn't matter to me either. Something in the officer's tone makes me think this isn't the first time they're asking James if he's been drinking tonight. What are you implying? He snaps at them, his irritation radiating around us. Is there any chance you could have fallen asleep? The detective asks, and James blanches, as though shocked to even be asked such a thing. But it is possible, isn't it? We have been sleep-deprived. The girls had gone through a blissfully long stage of sleeping through the night, but now that they're two, they've started waking again, crying in their cots until we reluctantly open the door. They've started telling us something is scary in their room. I don't tell the police this. Every 2-year-old has a wild imagination and gets nightmares, don't they? I may have fallen asleep, James admits with a perfunctory nod, not meeting anyone's eyes. I ordered the pizza after the girls were down, and Bella was out, took it inside and started watching Stranger Things on Netflix. Maybe I didn't lock the door behind me, I don't know. And then I guess I just dozed off. Dozed off. Such a simple explanation for the most impossible of situations. But it's not impossible, because it's happening to us. Something very close to hatred oozes from my pores at his explanation. Even if he had fallen asleep with the door unlocked, it cries on its hinges when we open it. It's the sort of noise that would have woken him unless he was in a very deep sleep. I want to take DCI Quinn to one side and beg him to breathalyze my husband. I'm kind of shocked it isn't something they've done already. Unless they did it before I arrived. I don't know, and I'm too scared that if I ask it will seem like I'm finger-pointing. Because I'm not. I just don't quite understand my husband's explanation, and I don't think the police do either. I try not to let DCI Quinn's clear tactics to have me slip up in my own story bother me, reminding myself he is just doing his job. I just wish he'd focus his attention elsewhere, because questioning me isn't going to get him anywhere. The forensic team are in the nursery for what feels like hours. They sweep the walls and floor with a special lamp designed to find even the faintest trace of blood. But they find nothing, just like whoever took Robin tonight intended, I'm sure. A meticulous plan carried out flawlessly. I can tell as the hours pass, DCI Gary Quinn and his team start to worry. Their frowns deepen, conversations becoming more frantic with each door they search. They all seem to come up empty-handed. I lose count of the amount of tea bags I throw into the bin, even during ungodly hours, but it's the making of the tea that keeps me sane. It helps me do something, measure the sugar, steep the tea. If only the other things I do in life were this simple. I'm surprised when I head upstairs to find Skyla and James asleep in our bed. Overcome with a boiling rage that James could sleep at a time like this, I stomp down to the nursery, but it's hardly recognizable. It's taped off and it's been dusted, searched for prints. I don't go in, but I hover by the doorframe, fighting back the racking sob threatening to break from my ribcage. An officer shuffles to my side, and I want to ask him, what do I do now? How do I handle this? But he doesn't know. No one does. I learn that quickly in the coming weeks and months when our faces get plastered all over the news, when allegations are spread. Our names are dragged through the mud. People I've never met swear I'm a murderer. They're convinced I did something to harm my own child. It's sickening, and there's no telling them otherwise. The only one who seems to believe in our innocence is DCI Gary Quinn, who has gone above and beyond the call of duty for us. He has handed me tissues while I've cried, answered every hysterical phone call, and soothed me in that calm, authoritative way he has. He has sent flowers, cards, checked in on us even when he didn't need to. And he's the one who helped me learn that the more I fight, the worse it'll get for me in the media. So I retreat into myself, let the case swallow me whole, until it goes terribly, abysmally cold. The police don't close their investigations. They can't. But I know that they start giving up on the hope they once had of finding her. They seem to have a deceleration as they exhaust all leads, a building apathy about them at every visit. I know they're using their resources elsewhere. Their priorities shift, and it's then that I finally drift back into the nursery. The pale yellow walls blur, and my legs give way. Robin is truly gone, and I can't bring her back. Part 1, Chapter 1. I think we should move, James announces one evening after I come down from putting Skyla to bed. The suggestion is so out of the blue that I have to ask him to repeat himself, and as I do, my voice comes out strangled. I think we should move, he says again, pulling down 2 wine glasses from the hanging shelf. Absolutely not, I shake my head furiously. My cheeks flame, head starting to pound. I punch at the screen of the baby monitor angrily, watching as it fills with an image of our little girl splayed out on her tummy in the cot. I stare at it until the screen turns black. Darling, please, think about it. He looks at me with tearful eyes. We're getting mined out here, picked apart. He glances out of the window. The nights are becoming lighter, and from our apartment we can see the quay still bustling with life. The change in season isn't welcome. If anything, it serves only as a reminder of the time that has passed without Robin. James is right, though. The media and the public have been like vultures since Robin's disappearance. At first, I thought it would mellow with time, but if anything, it has only become worse the longer our daughter remains missing. People are getting angrier, their need for answers almost as strong as our own. We have been ostracized, shamed, tormented. It has been hell, and it shows in our faces, which reflect off the glass on the sliding doors leading to our small balcony. I doubt it's going to be any different elsewhere, I say, as he selects a bottle of Chablis from the wine rack. The news isn't only shown in Bristol. Our faces are everywhere. Everyone knows who we are now. I press the screen on again and find our daughter has already shifted, her arm at a different angle, but she's still there. She's still there. I know that, he says. I'm just sick of it here. I can't leave the house without people staring at me, taking pictures, trying to talk to me or shout. It's doing my head in. I swallow a mouthful of wine and nod. I know what he means. I can't even go to Tesco Express without being harassed these days. Even if I shove on a hat and dress as inconspicuously as possible, it's like they're waiting. We have become part of some sadistic witch hunt, and I'm not sure how much more of it I can take. The screen returns to black, and I immediately click the button so I can keep watching our daughter sleep. James comes up behind me, wrapping his arms around my shoulders. Very gently, he prizes the screen from my hands. "Stop," he soothes. I exhale, trying to stop the itch to reach for the screen again. It has become my obsession in recent weeks. I've had this primal need to have eyes on Skyla at all times, to know her every move and make sure she's okay. It's a comfort I don't think I'll ever be able to have again. The aftermath of having a wound that can never be cauterized. We sway in the kitchen for a moment, the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat slowly calming me. "I wish people would just leave us alone," I say. "I know," James sighs, keeping me close. "It's like I couldn't leave the house without someone saying something about the twins before. 'Bet they keep you busy,' or 'got your hands full,'" I sob. After Robin disappeared, I started getting these fucking grating comments like, "You're missing one." I don't have to tell my husband about the horrified looks that followed as the people recognized my face and who I was. They regretted their remarks instantly, but it was too late to take them back. Changing from the double buggy to a single was a knife through my heart, but it was the only thing that stopped the comments. No one tends to say something to you when you only have the one baby to take care of. "I hate them," I whisper, wishing there was a way to escape all the people trying to kick us while we're down. But there's not, and all we can do is keep taking the blows, not fight back, not give anyone a reason to think for 1 second that we are angry people. One wrong move and we'll be labeled aggressive, violent. It'll all be used against us in the media. My eyes burn, and I rub them with my thumb, wishing the world could simply see us for who we really are. Human beings. No one ever sees us as that anymore. We are, to the majority of people, monsters, at least in their eyes. Rumors have spread like wildfire, stories about how we killed our own daughter. Even the people who think we didn't hurt our daughter intentionally have it in for us, think we're covering up the truth, when the truth is, we don't know any more than they do. They just refuse to believe it. "It'll be good for us," he says after a while. "A fresh start." "With what money?" I scoff, and this seems to make him wince. It's a low blow. He hates discussing our finances because they aren't good. Not anymore. I look out to the floating harbor, wishing I could take back my words. He doesn't deserve me bringing him down. I wish I were the type of person who could just let him live in his own fantasy land, in a place where we can afford to move somewhere else, anywhere else. It's only fair. He lets me live in my delusions every day, and yet I feel the need to shatter his illusions. "We can't stay here forever," he whispers brokenly. The sad thing is that I know he's right. We can't afford this apartment anymore, but I'm terrified to leave it. "We have to stay," I say. "What if one day Robin comes home and we aren't here?" "She's not a cat, Bella," he sighs. "But she could, right? She could come home one day." My voice cracks, and before I even finish my sentence, James has crushed me to him. I know he's thinking what I'm thinking, that just before she disappeared, her speech was growing by the day. We'd just started teaching her to say the number of our apartment. 28. The street name was harder, and her words would come out sputtered, but she was learning. Will she remember that if someone ever asks her where she lives, the way we would? Will she remember the name of the address we used to try and teach her to say, in case she ever did disappear? All the while never thinking she actually would. We were the stereotypical family who took every measure to protect our children, but always assumed it would never happen to us. But isn't that every parent's mindset? No one would ever wake up one day and think, "My child might be abducted today." Aren't we all then guilty for thinking nightmares like that impossible? Yet I have learned that they are very possible, and I'll never throw caution to the wind again. I hate that I'm still clinging on to the hope that Robin will just suddenly appear one day, but how can I not? I am her mother, maybe not by blood, but in every way that it matters. If I lose hope, I fail her, don't I? "We can't move, James. We can't." I speak into his chest, my voice muffled, but I stand my ground and my words are firm. "Okay," he says, his shoulders dropping. "Okay." His hand glides down my back tenderly, and I let him hold me as tears fall between us. We don't speak about moving again for a very long time. Chapter 2. On Skyla's 4th birthday, I wake early and head out into the living room to blow up a collection of confetti balloons. When I've worn myself out, I take some out to the front of the building and fight with the rubber as I tie the balloons to the fencing. When they're secured, I take a step back and admire my work. But it's tainted. The for sale sign up at the front of our apartment complex makes my stomach turn. It reminds me of the multiple offers we've received in less than a week. Of course, everyone is eager to get their hands on a home boasting waterside living right in the heart of Bristol's city center. Perhaps naively, I'd allowed myself to believe that no one would be able to afford it. But they can, and we're in no position to turn down offers. In recent months, things have gone from bad to worse for us. "Morning," my neighbor calls on the way out the gates. She always greets me, always pops a Christmas card through our letterbox. Even now, I wave back, mute. She's either so out of touch with the world to not know who we are, or she's genuinely just one of those overly friendly people who is nice to everyone. Regardless, I don't trust her. I don't trust her because I don't trust anyone anymore. My entire life has changed since losing Robin. I have lost so many people. But over time, I've realized I'm better off without people who only see me as Isabella Rushmore, the woman whose toddler got abducted from her cot in Bristol. I never did go back to my job after what happened. Gabby had arranged a bloom and wildflower bouquet, signed by everyone in the office. I'm sure it was meant kindly, but there were names on there I didn't even recognize, and it came at the moment I was at my lowest ebb, when saying thank you for flowers seemed like the very last thing on my list of priorities. By the time the petals had decomposed, it was too late. I was too embarrassed to reach out. Angry, too. Lilies, the flowers they'd sent me, were for loss, and Robin wasn't dead. I didn't need something wilting in a vase in my kitchen telling me I should be grieving. Pushing those flowers deep into the black wheelie bin and washing out the vase felt like a relief. I ended up pushing all of my colleagues away, even the ones I was closer to. A few have tried to get in touch since, but I've ignored them all. It was too hard to let them in, let anyone in really. It was easier to lie to myself, to think of them all as younger than me, women who enjoyed going out, drinking until all hours. They couldn't possibly understand what I was going through, so why would I even try to explain? I'd passed the stage they were in, so already we had nothing in common, which made it easier, I guess. James and I were walking once along the Clifton Suspension Bridge, watching Skyla roll ahead of us on her scooter. We were trying to blend in, be tourists in our own city, as we like to do sometimes. Little did I know, my old company was having their annual summer party on the same day, and we bumped right into them. I wasn't prepared to see them, their wide-eyed stares and gaping mouths. Gabby was there, trying to keep upright in a pair of heels, surrounded by a couple of other women I used to work closely with, Sophia and Tara. They tried to approach us, came scrambling close enough we could smell their sickly, sweet, fruity perfume. "Bella! James!" Gabby's voice was so shrill, it must have carried across all 414 meters of the bridge. "How are you?" I'd shaken my head. I didn't want to hear what she had to say, didn't fancy engaging in conversation with her, talking about work, about Robin. It had been a relatively good day, and I didn't want to ruin it. But there she was, talking a mile a minute. "I just can't believe what's happened to you guys. I really can't. It's tragic." Her eyes were brimming, and I'd wanted to wipe those tears away because they weren't hers to spill. They weren't her emotions to live and breathe. They were mine, and seeing her experiencing even a fraction of what I was going through was enough to make me buck like a horse. "My heart just breaks for you," she'd said, turning towards Tara and Sophia, who had nodded in unison. Heartbreak, it seemed, was a communal experience. "Is there anything I can do?" She'd blinked up at us like it was a completely normal question to ask parents with a missing child. as though there could be anything we could really want her to do besides find our child. I'd squeezed James's hand so tightly I felt his bones creak together. Neither of us responded. We couldn't. Instead, he steered me away before they could say more. Gabby had called after us, but we didn't look back. We got off that bridge as fast as we could. It did take a while, but eventually, even the most persistent of ex-colleagues petered out. The summer breeze wraps around me, herring gulls swooping low over my head. I linger outside in the dazzling early morning sun a while longer before taking the lift back up to our apartment. Opening our front door, I blink at the stack of perfectly wrapped presents nestled between the balloons. Thank you, I breathe a sigh of relief. James smiles, a tired, sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. I know you struggle with today. Thanks for doing the balloons. He hands me a coffee in my chipped Le Creuset mug, kissing me delicately. I wish I didn't struggle with it. I wish Skyla's birthday could be the celebration it should be, the one she deserves. But I'm torn, always thinking about the other birthday girl on this day too. I can't forget her. I won't. Families spill in throughout the morning, bearing gifts and planting kisses on both sides of my cheeks. Skyla has a friend or two show up, their timid parents hovering by the cocktail sausages and drinks table. From experience, we know they'll make their excuses and bow out early. Skyla doesn't seem to care. She's ripping into her gifts, her perfect curls and pigtails. She shows off her new toys to her friends, and I wonder how nice it must be to be so completely oblivious to the world, to not care about who we are. James still tries with Skyla's friends' parents. I gave up long ago. I let them in our house, let them pick at our snacks and drink our lemonade, but I don't interact. After a while, there became no point. Anything I said would only be leaked to the media in the past. You just can't trust anyone these days. So I don't. I do the best I can today, though, for Skyla's sake. I offer slices of ice cream sundae birthday cake, help the girls play pass the parcel, and I bite my tongue when, after less than an hour, as predicted, uncomfortable parents guide their daughters out of our apartment. Right. James claps his hands together, switching the music over from The Wiggles to something more adult-friendly. Now they've cleared off. Shall we order a takeaway? Chinese! Skyla squeals, and because it's her birthday, her choice rules. I wonder, if Robin were here, what her favorite takeaway would be. I do that sometimes, lose myself marveling in who Robin has grown into, what she likes, what she doesn't. Does she ever get takeaways, wherever she is? I like to think so. James writes down everyone's order. A starter of crispy aromatic duck and pancakes, a portion of tempura prawns and some crispy seaweed, barbecue spare ribs, roast pork Szechuan, king prawn kung po, and crispy shredded chicken. Don't forget the sesame prawn toast, Skyla cries as James reads the order back to us. How could I forget? He smiles, ruffling her hair. He dials the restaurant and places the order while I set the table with the special ceramic dinner set we've had for years. Skyla helps me, placing chopsticks down next to each rice bowl with such concentration on her little face I can't help but smile. Bella, I've been wanting to speak to you, Harper, James's sister says, drifting over with a glass of Prosecco in hand. Her ash-blonde hair is perfectly waved, not a strand out of place. I say, busying myself with collecting all of the discarded wrapping paper from Skyla's presents. Well, you see, she starts, hesitantly. Robert and I have been having some difficulties. I stop and look up. It isn't like Harper to confide in me. We aren't close. I used to want to be, but she was never exactly forthcoming in that regard. We've had a fair few spats over the years, and anytime I don't need to see her, I choose not to. She's the jealous type, and toxic too, but she's family, and I have to grin and bear her from time to time, birthdays and Christmas mainly, but I tend to try and avoid her as best I can for the most part. Difficulties? I ask, and grab the neck of the bottle of Prosecco, feeling like I'm going to need a drink for this conversation. For any conversation with Harper, really. It's impossible for her to talk about anything other than herself. I pour myself a glass while I wait for her to respond. "Trying to conceive," she hisses, her cheeks flaming red. "Oh," I gulp. I can't help but stare at her mortification. It is probably the first time I've ever seen her look anything less than confident. "I mean, how long have you been trying?" "About a year," she winces, glancing around as though worried someone might overhear our conversation, but one of Skyla's new toys blares loudly, drowning us out. "I don't know what we're doing wrong, and I was wondering if I could maybe come to one of your infertility support group sessions?" There's a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I started the support group for women like me who struggled with falling pregnant, and over the years, it's been my safe space every Thursday evening. I don't really want to open this up to Harper, but I can't say no either. How could I? It would go against everything the group stands for. I shift my weight from one foot to the other. "I'm sorry, Harper. It's hard, isn't it?" I say, steering away from answering her question for as long as I can. She nods, and her hazel eyes brim with tears. Oh no. I open my mouth before I can stop myself. "Of course you can come," I say. Such a pushover. "We're a good group." I reach out, squeeze her shoulder, and she smiles gratefully, dabbing at her eyes. This new, vulnerable side to her is quite a show, and I'm still trying to work out how real it is when Skyla darts up to us and burrows in between my legs. I lean forward to smile down at her. She gives me one of her gap-toothed grins in return. Harper kneels down and pushes Skyla's loose curls away from her face. "Want to show me your new toys?" she asks, all traces of her sadness gone in an instant. Skyla unwinds herself from around my legs, and I watch as she laces her fingers through Harper's, guiding her over to the corner of the room. Harper is a good auntie, she is, as much as it pains me to admit it. She's great with Skyla, and for that, I'm grateful. She'd be a great mother, too, I realize, watching as she helps to untwist the plastic wire keeping one of Skyla's new toys in its packaging. When we're all around the table, I start dishing Skyla up some food in her pink car-shaped plate. She's always called it her Barbie car plate. She's had it since being out of her high chair, since starting to sit in the big girl chair at the table with us. It's something she probably should have stopped using long ago, but she loves it, and it makes her happy, so I've let it stay. A bit like the dummy, really. I know I get judged for letting her still have her dummy, but enough has been taken away from Skyla in her young life. James clears his throat when we're all seated, looking around to make sure everyone's glasses are topped up. "To the birthday girl," he grins. And although my stomach clenches, I summon a grin and take a sip. "Cheers," I say, echoing everyone around me. Skyla beams, looking between us with a Cheshire grin as she raises her glass of Vimto. "Cheers," she copies. Her dark eyes shimmer, and I find myself looking deeply into them. I'd been devastated when they'd changed from blue to brown as she got older. Not knowing the genetics she and Robin had, it came as a bit of a shock, but now I love how warm they are. How they turn almost gold if they hit the light the right way. "I'd like to make a little announcement." James looks around the table, but refuses to meet my eye, and I don't like it. I don't like the unexpected, and I don't know what he's about to say. "Well, go on then," Harper cries, eyes wide. "You two pregnant?" Her question stings. I freeze while James takes the force of the blow. "No," he answers sharply. "We're not." As always, Harper doesn't seem to realize she's hit a nerve, too caught up in her own life to care. A common trait of a narcissist. "As you all know, the apartment's been on the market," James says, and now his eyes meet mine from across the table. His Adam's apple bobs in his throat nervously. I narrow my eyes, unsure where he's taking this. I've heard nothing from the estate agents that should warrant an announcement at the dinner table. Well, we have an offer, and I've just been promoted at work, he says, positively glowing. I lean back in my seat. Did I miss an email? How don't I know this? I think back to all of the couples I've seen clomping in and out of our apartment in recent weeks. Which of them is it? Does that even matter? The glass in my hand feels weightless. My hand tilts, and for a brief moment, I think I may drop it. Darling, James says eventually, turning to me, I've found a home that's perfect for us, and we can finally get away from here. He says it like it's a dirty word, here. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. But my insides flip, and I feel the urge to flee. My fingernails claw into my thighs through the satin of the Marc Jacobs dress I'd purchased from Vinted just last week. James, I say, a warning. I look at him, silently begging him to discuss this with me later, in private. A simple word pools in my eyes. Stop. But he doesn't stop. Take a look at this, he says, pulling out a pamphlet and placing it in the center of the table. Skyla peers at it curiously, and I want to shield her eyes, block her ears. She shouldn't see this. It's not real. It's a castle, she gasps, pinching the pamphlet between her fingers. James's mom leans over. Is that the Cotswolds? She asks, her brows hitched. I glance at the pamphlet, at the rolling hillsides, the village of thatched medieval homes surrounded by pastures and wildflower meadows. I don't want to be interested. I really don't. But I am, because I don't understand. Is that? I start, but stop, rubbing my eyes. The house in the pamphlet is huge compared to our cramped apartment. 4 bedrooms, and it's on a vineyard. A vineyard! I look at James, searching for a hint of a smile, something to give away this cruel joke. But he's deadpan, serious. No. Must have been one hell of a raise at work, my mom mutters. I consider her words. James has been in IT ever since I've known him, and he's always earned well enough. Enough to get by each month, that is. But Jesus, not this well. Have you become partner or something? I can't help but joke. He looks down at his ribs, pushing them around his plate. Appreciate your vote of confidence, he mumbles. No, the inheritance from my grandma finally paid out. A silence falls over the table, only broken by the crunch of prawn crackers between Skyla's teeth. James, I say, squirming in my seat. He doesn't look up at me, and it makes me feel like the biggest bitch. I've hurt his feelings, and despite everything, that's the last thing I want to do. Cotswolds. James's dad, Oscar, grunts. Isn't Jeremy Clarkson there now? I know he's trying to change the subject, doesn't want to bring James's grandma, his mother, to the table. I know the inheritance has been difficult, and I've kept out of it for the most part, too swept up in raising Skyla to actually care. It was only occasionally, when James would come huffing and puffing to me, needing to vent about how difficult the process of getting his inheritance was, that I really listened. I guess I should have listened better, because I'd had no idea it could have afforded us something like this. My dad nods at Oscar. Has that pub, doesn't he? Always wanted to go. Well, wouldn't this be the perfect excuse? My mum smiles. You 3 move there, we can plan a family trip and go pester Jeremy at his pub. We aren't moving there, I say, looking around the table. I want everyone to stop being so ridiculous. Even with the world's biggest raise, we wouldn't be able to afford this place. And what about Robin? Robin? Have people just forgotten about her? Inside, my stomach is roiling, and I want to scream. I try to swallow, to coat my throat, but I can't. But the thing is, darling, I've already bought it, James says, blinking up at me with huge eyes. You what? I bought it, James says, a quiver to his smile. His hand runs through his salt and pepper hair as my eyes pin him down. My body reacts before my mind has a chance to catch up with it. I pick up the closest object to me, a porcelain serving spoon, and chuck it at his head. He ducks, and the spoon shatters against the wall. While my chest heaves, Harper and my mother abandon their chopsticks, guiding Skyla quietly away from the table. Guilt eats at me as she turns to look over her shoulder at us, wanting to make sure we're okay. I give her a small, reassuring nod as I calm myself. I am left at a table surrounded by men, a lioness cornered. "I think that's fantastic, James." My dad raises his glass, and I try to hide the chagrin that runs up my spine. "You didn't even ask me." I shake my head at my husband. "If we can afford it there, why couldn't we just stay here?" "It's time, Bella," James says, butter soft. "It's time to go." The warm, thick scent of hoisin, of toasted sesame, vinegar, and spice is in my nose. It's so strong I can't breathe. Before I can respond, my dad interjects. "He's right. This isn't good for you," he says, gesturing around the living room. "But this is our home," I cry, my hand coming down hard on the table in front of me. The dinner set clatters noisily against the wood. Everyone jumps. "Sweetheart," my dad says slowly, "this place can't be healed with time. You should have left long ago. I understand why you stayed, I do." He reaches out for my hand, but I rip mine away from him. I don't want anyone touching me right now. "She isn't coming back," Oscar says, and I want to jam those words back into his mouth. My body starts to shake violently. James makes his way around the table, crouching at my side. My fight is gone. I don't even have it in me to push him away as he places a hand on my thigh, tender from my nails digging into them. "This is what we need. It's what Skyla needs," he says, placing the pamphlet onto my lap. I blink at it through tear-filled eyes, at the 19th century home with its panoramic Cotswold views that is apparently now ours. Skyla deserves a good life. And I guess that seals it. One daughter needing a good life over the other needing memorializing. I can't pack our lives up into cardboard boxes. I just can't. Instead, I take Skyla away to Center Parks for a weekend while my parents help James. The woodlands and outdoor activities keep us busy. It stops the horror I'm feeling from unfurling. For a couple of days, Skyla and I become nobodies, and it's lovely. We learn archery, play adventure golf, and get our hair braided. I take her on a pony ride, and she begs at least once an hour every waking minute of the trip for a pony of her own. And I think, maybe, if we can afford this home in the Cotswolds, maybe we can get her a pony. Maybe we can become horse people. I catch myself wondering if this is what it'll be like out there. Is this really what we've needed all along? It's a rattling thought, and it makes me want to cry. The biggest part of me feels like leaving Bristol is abandoning my other daughter. Even my counselor tells me otherwise, but I won't believe it, can't believe it. Robin is still out there somewhere. I know it in my heart, which shatters as we close the door to our apartment for the last time and walk away from the place where Robin was taken. Part 2, Chapter 4, 12 Years Later. It is loud in the kitchen. The chime of girlish chatter greets me as I nudge open the front door, hoisting the Waitrose shopping bags inside. Alfie, our golden retriever, crashes in after me, heading in the direction of the noise. I pause and stand in the hallway with my eyes closed for a minute. 2. I lose track of time, the way I do sometimes. In another world, it would be both my girls in there, nattering away, but I know it isn't. You'd think after 14 years, the cavity in my heart would be familiar to me, and yet my throat constricts at the thought of what could have been. When my eyelids flutter open, I catch a glimpse of a girl disappearing into the guest bathroom. a veil of waves swooshing over her shoulders. I sigh, wondering if there's another mouth to feed tonight. I haven't bought enough chicken and will have to nip back to the shops, but I suppose I shouldn't complain. I'm just happy Skyla has a friend over. It's been a while. Kicking off my shoes, I note the black biker jacket dangling from the coat stand and the grungy pair of scuffed Dr. Martens lying haphazardly on the floor. I step over the shoes, wander down to the kitchen, and stop, leaning against the doorframe. The table is scattered with books, all on Elizabethan England. History. Skyla's passion. "Hello, you," I say softly, and Skyla tears herself away from her textbooks, offering me a beaming smile. They are so rare these days that my heart swells. Today must have been a good day. "Mom," she says, replacing the cap on her neon yellow highlighter. Alfie has curled up at her feet, tongue out, panting happily. Dropping the shopping bags to the kitchen counter, I start to unload the chicken breasts and courgettes. "What are you studying?" "Stuff about the monarch, Privy Council, and Parliament," she says, and there isn't an ounce of boredom etched into her words. She blows onto a page in her textbook to dry the ink from her highlighter. My little history nut. My lips curl up and our eyes meet. That reminds me. I dip my hand into one of the shopping bags and withdraw a paperback copy of Alison Weir's latest book, something on Cardinal Wolsey. Her eyes light up at the sight of the blood-red cover. "You didn't," she grins, bouncing up and snatching the book from my hands. She clutches it to her chest. "Thank you." I won't tell her that I've booked tickets to Alison Weir's book talk in Chorleywood yet. I'll leave that to be a surprise, pull it out as a treat after her GCSEs. I'm happy my daughter is more thrilled with a book as a present than makeup or a Zara clothing voucher. She's a good girl, and it makes me feel like I've done at least one thing right over the years. I kiss her forehead, my hand grazing over her beautiful curls, the way I've always done. While she perches on a stool by the kitchen island, I bend and pull out some pots and pans to start on dinner. The guest toilet flushes, reminding me of a stranger's presence. "One more for dinner tonight, darling?" I ask, thinking, I can make this work. Instead of crispy Parmesan garlic chicken, I can do some sort of easy bake. I'm already reworking the recipe in my head. Saves a trip back to the shops. Glancing up, Skyla shrugs. "I'll have to ask," she says, and there's a pinkness to her cheeks that wasn't there before. I twist, asking the Alexa to play Tracy Chapman, my go-to music to cook to. I won't overwhelm Skyla by asking more. My counselor told me that's one way to help the situation. Don't breathe down her neck. Let her come out of her shell slowly, at her own pace. I start the slow, methodical process of slicing the chicken breasts into thick cubes. I guess the hiss of garlic frying in the pan muffles the sound of Skyla's friend re-entering the kitchen because I don't hear her footsteps. It's only when I turn again to look in my daughter's direction that I freeze, the wooden spoon falling from my hand like a dead weight. It clatters noisily to the tiles, oil splattering up the cabinet doors. "What the fuck?" I mutter, blinking again and again, but the image in front of me remains the same. Both girls snap their heads in my direction, their movements indistinguishable. I have to clamp a hand over my lips and dart from the room. By the time I reach the bathroom, hot vomit has already pooled in my mouth, the acidity burning my tongue. I spit the contents of my stomach into the toilet bowl and feel my heartbeat hammering against the vitreous china. I'm seeing things again, I think. I must be. It takes a while to compose myself. I splash water onto my face, smudging my mascara, and rinse out my mouth. By the time I make it back into the kitchen, the garlic in the pan has burnt, the smell bitter and sulfurous. But that doesn't matter, because staring up at me is a girl who looks so much like Skyla, it's not possible. Unless... "Mom?" Skyla questions. I don't think I've ever sworn in front of her before, been very careful not to. It was one of those things I really had to train myself to do in the beginning, mind my mouth. Not that I was overly vulgar or anything, but I'd never had tiny ears around me before Skyla and Robin came along, and all I wanted was to be good enough for them from the moment they arrived. The girl beside her scoffs, eyeing me curiously. "Sorry, I stammer, unable to tear my eyes from the girl sitting at my kitchen table. "The ants are back. I'll just go out to the shed and get the ant killer." With that, I stumble through the French doors and out into the garden. The air is sweet with the honeysuckle climbing up the Cotswold stone walls. I try to breathe it in, to calm myself. Think rationally. I've mistaken many young girls for Robin over the years. This is no different. The girls' voices carry, and with it, a gentle tittering, too. Nothing like the unfiltered chortles that once rang throughout our apartment in Bristol, but stifled giggles, more self-aware. Yet still, my ears fill with this sound, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Pulling my phone from my back pocket, I find James in my call log history. I'm about to press on his name when I stop myself. How many times have I done this? How many times has he had to talk me down? But this is different. I round the corner, running along the outside of the north wing, through the parterre with the fountain, and down along the apple orchard until I reach the front door again. Alfie is at my heels, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth excitedly. He thinks this is a game, but I don't have the time to play. Hurling myself inside, I take the steps 2 at a time and crash into the bedroom. I fling open the doors to our walk-in wardrobe and step inside. Even after sitting on the velvet ottoman for a few minutes, the thundering in my chest doesn't stop. When I can, I rise and make my way to a cupboard I haven't opened in many years. As soon as the doors part, I breathe in the smoldering pain kept inside. Dangling on children's coat hangers are an array of twin clothing sets. I remember each one vividly. In the early years after Robin disappeared, all I did was stare at photographs of her and Skyla, together, as they should be, always dressed the same, despite my husband's protests that they should have their own individual personalities. My fingers run along them now, awakening the hangers that stilled long ago. The clang of the metal wires against the railing sends my heart galloping faster. Hesitantly, somewhat reluctantly, I raise up onto my tiptoes and reach for the fabric box containing every memory I have of Robin. Every good memory, and every painful one, too. I pick up a photograph of Robin from the day the girls were placed into our care. I'd wanted to document each girl separately, and I did, for almost 2 years. But in this specific photo, Robin was just a few days old, her skin still blushed pink, the dummy too big for her face. There was a ridiculous tuft of blonde curls atop her head, and her eyes were deep blue pools, unfocused, and lips permanently set in a frown. From the moment she was put into my arms, I was in love. I did worry with the twins not being mine by blood. Would we connect? Would they get used to my smell and learn to trust me? I shouldn't have been concerned. Robin had scrunched up her little fists and fallen fast asleep on my chest on the day she came to me. Her breath was a whisper, as delicate and soft as her skin. I remember each girl differently. Skyla was always the easier one. Took her milk, settled easily. Robin was just as lovely, but harder. She didn't sleep unless wedged between James and I, and even then, she'd wake multiple times a night. She had horrendous tummy issues, fussy eating habits, but she was ours. They both were, and we weren't going to complain. We couldn't believe our luck after all my struggles with PCOS preventing me from getting pregnant. Damn those polycystic ovaries of mine. I truly thought the process of becoming foster parents, let alone formal adoption legalities, would be our next big battle. I was sure I'd be closer to 40 before finally becoming a parent. So I got the shock of my life when I was told not 1, but 2 tiny humans were coming to stay with us. I continue to leaf through photos of Robin, watching as the bones in her face shift, remolding her features. Her hair became longer, her eyes darker, and a small beauty spot appeared just above her lip on the left-hand side. Studying her face in the last photograph I ever took of her, I wonder, not for the first time, if it's really possible to match this image to a person 14 years later. But that beauty spot is distinctive, and I know I need to force myself back down to the kitchen to search Skyla's friend's face. Before I do, I page through the various articles from her disappearance. Clippings I haven't looked at in many years. Who would? Remembering the day the little girl we were supposed to be keeping safe disappeared is too much for me. Just the titles alone bring tears to my eyes. Toddler stolen from cot. Unexplainable disappearance of Robin Rushmore. Are Robin Rushmore's adoptive parents guilty? It's too hard to read the actual articles. Not again. The flippant words journalists wrote about us have haunted me ever since. I swallow, dab at my eyes. Revisiting that time in my life is hard, and so I slam the lid of the box back down, sealing away the pain once more. The photograph of Robin I kept aside dances to the floor. I bend to pick it up after sliding the box right back into the depths of the cupboard, into the dust and cobwebs where it belongs. Staring again at Robin's face in the image, I search for more unique qualities, but it's hard. She was so young when this was taken. So much could have changed. I pocket the photo anyway and prepare myself to head back into the kitchen. "Sorry about that, girls," I say, perhaps a little too loudly as I stride back in, somehow managing a smile. I don't look at Skyla's friend right away, don't want to seem too interested in her. Instead, I head for the pan on the stove. I grip it in my hands, if anything to stop myself from shaking, and run it under water. The charred garlic swirls down the drain. "Mom," Skyla says, "you forgot the ant killer." "Oh, yes," I choke out a laugh. "Clean forgot." I turn slowly, positive the girls can hear the frantic thump of my heart. My breathing is ragged, and my eyes fight to look at anything but Skyla's friend as I face them. I can't help myself, though. The urge to check her face, to search for Robin's beauty spot. It's dizzying. Eventually, I can't keep my eyes away, and at the sight of her, I almost gasp. The twins weren't identical. They didn't come from one fertilized egg that split into 2 embryos. We learned all about the biology of twins when we adopted the girls. Still, in the early days, even I found it near impossible to tell the difference between them. We had to put different colored crochet bracelets on their wrists to help us in the beginning, though as they grew, we still couldn't really tell them apart easily. And right now, if it weren't for Skyla's sun-bleached curls and the clothing I know I bought for her, I don't think I'd be able to tell them apart from a quick glance. I swallow, taking a tentative step forward. Skyla's friend is leaning against the kitchen counter, close to the knife rack. I come within inches of her, reach forward, and drag a knife out. Our eyes lock as I bring the knife towards me, but not for long, because mine fall down to just above her top lip on the left-hand side, where a deep, silvery scar is glinting under the bulb above our heads. Chapter 6. It's a coincidence. It must be. But she has a scar in the exact same place my missing daughter had a beauty spot. My mind fizzes. So many questions pool on the tip of my tongue, but I keep my lips sealed. I don't want to freak the poor girl out. I've done that enough over the years. Being a full-time mom, I've spent a lot of time meandering aimlessly around over the years, seeing girls that could so easily be Robin. In playgrounds and soft plays with Skyla, and coffee shops whenever I had that small, sacred slice of me time. I've always been left feeling unhinged, though, and over the years, I've become better. Learned to compose myself when these kinds of things happen. I grip the knife and take a very slow step back. "Skyla," I say, turning my body towards the chopping board. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" I ask, too nervous to speak to the girl directly. Not yet. "Oh, God, yeah, sorry." She shakes her head furiously, and I know she's nervous. She wants to impress, but she also wants to please me. She's a girl thirsty for acceptance from everyone in her life. "This is Raven." Skyla nods towards her friend, and it isn't lost on me that this girl is named after a bird, just like Robin. But where robins are cheerful and trusting, ravens are dark, intelligent. Scavengers. I shudder. Raven's mouth spreads, revealing a toothy smile with just the hint of gums. The scar spreads too, and I can't help but stare. She's waif-like, almost gaunt, with little to no fat and muscle on her. Her delicate wrist bones are jutting out sharply, and her chest looks like some sort of instrument you could play with a mallet, a xylophone perhaps. "Hi, Mrs. Rushmore," the girl says with a rolling R. Her voice is nasally, a Scouse accent, I think. Something I really wasn't expecting. Something so unattached from us, it throws me. She can't possibly be Robin. But it's been 14 years. She could be anyone. She steps towards me, arm extended. At my feet, Alfie grumbles unhappily. It isn't like him. I realize I can't speak, that I'm staring as I take her hand in mine. She's pasty white, so cold she could be bloodless despite the warm weather. "Bella, please," I say, shaking. "Bella," Raven repeats, locking her eyes to mine in a way that truly terrifies me. Eyes the exact same color as Skyla's, and yet darker somehow. "Excuse me," I squeak, dropping her hand and quickly making my way back up the stairs, already dialing James's number. It rings and rings as I shut the door behind me, dropping to my knees. The carpet is creamy and soft, and I want to sink into it. When he answers, I breathe out, waiting for his voice to calm me the way it usually does. But today, it doesn't. "James," I whisper into the phone. I'm crouched in a corner of our bedroom, my body pressed into the safety of our walls, wishing they could swallow me. "Bella? You okay?" my husband asks, and the sound of his voice has me gripping the phone tighter. "She's home, James," I say quietly. So quietly, I don't think he hears me for a moment, because there's nothing but static at the other end of the line. "James?" I ask, a quake to my voice. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I breathe. "Robin's come home." When James arrives, the front door bashes against the wall-mounted gold coat rack, and from the kitchen I hear him drop down his laptop bag, shrug off his coat. He hangs it on the banister the way he always does, kicks off his work shoes, and treads down the hallway. I shoot my eyes at him as soon as he enters the kitchen. "Careful," my eyes say pleadingly. "Don't startle her." His eyes are saucers, full of desperation. Or is it fear? I can't be sure. A bit of both, maybe. And who can blame him? I'm scared myself. It's been so long, but still, I'm sure. The girl sitting at our kitchen island is Robin. James's throat bobs, and slowly he turns from me to the girls. Their noses are buried in some glossy textbook, a Hans Holbein the Younger's portrait of Henry VIII, standing proud, feet shoulder-width apart in the center of the page. "Hey, Dad," Skyla says without looking up. "What's up?" James seems to dodder, his mouth opening and closing, like a fish, and I can't look anymore. There's a pounding in my temple. I fight against my nerves to calm down, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. I try to keep busy, pulling knives and forks from the cutlery drawer, placemats from the next drawer down. When Skyla's friend Raven raises her head, glancing up at James, I hear the sharp intake of his breath. Even though he won't meet my gaze as he turns to the cabinet to collect the plates for dinner, I don't need him to. I know he sees it too. The likeness between these two girls. Every hair on my arm stands on end, and I reach for a serving spoon slowly, wondering how to break this strange moment. I'm transfixed, watching this girl I'm sure is our daughter. Our Robin. The question is, does she know that, or is this some sort of cosmic, karmic thing that was always meant to happen? Because even when no one else believed me, I always felt she would come home to us. And I was right. I was right. Here she is. "Dinner!" I holler, the happiness I'm showing a lie, but one I stitch into my words and onto my face. The textbook snaps shut. While Skyla stacks her books to the side, I squint, studying Raven closely. She's so very similar to Skyla, but different too. Oily strands of her hair hang down her back, an unnatural shade of ruby red. The curls are missing, but there's a soft wave creeping in around her neck, making me think she's used straighteners. She's spotty too. Through the patchy, cheap makeup, her skin is red and inflamed. She has the same deep-set eyes as Skyla, with the same inky hue. The same cupid bow lips too, though hers are painted a dark plum, making her look paler than she really is. Take a picture? Raven's voice breaks my daze, and she stabs chicken onto her fork. I shake myself back into the present, blinking at this girl raising her sharp, thinly plucked eyebrows at me. Blanching, I look away, but not before noticing a subtle dip of Skyla's chin to her chest. An awkward silence follows, broken only by the jarring squelch of Raven chewing her food, open-mouthed. It's loud and unapologetic. "So, are you new to school, Raven?" I ask once she's swallowed. "Yeah," she says, shoveling more food into her mouth, as though afraid at any moment the plate might be snatched away from her. If I didn't know better, I'd say the girl was starving. I give James a cursory glance, narrowing my eyes. Say something. I can't be the one to ask all of the questions. I need his help. He frowns, his fingers running along his jawline. "Where were you before?" he asks Raven after a while. "We moved around a lot," she says vaguely, bringing a glass of squash to her lips and smiling at us sweetly. "We? As in?" I venture, a tremor of anticipation running through me. "Mom!" Skyla cuts in, glaring at me. "What's with the 21 questions?" "It's okay, Sky," Raven says. Sky? I grimace distastefully. We've never called Skyla Sky before. "We as in my mom and me," Raven says, fast, each consonant sharp. She clamps her teeth down onto her fork and drags it out of her mouth, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. It makes me shudder involuntarily. My mom's an artist now, so she's not been office-bound for a long time, likes to travel. Meeting James's eyes from across the table, I watch as he deflates, and as he does, my heart sinks. She has a mother. Raven can't be Robin if she has a mother, can she? Wow, that must be a pretty exciting life, I gulp, hoping I've managed to lace enough enthusiasm into my words. Raven shrugs, and it's then that her brown eyes pierce mine, so dark you can't even see the pupils. "Not really," she says. "I'd have much preferred a bit of stability." My breath catches in my throat at the way she looks at me. Her stare is cold, almost accusatory. It strips me of any composure I have left. "Sounds like you spent some time up north," James comments. "Why'd you say that?" She scowls for a moment, just long enough to make our pulses stop. Then her expression morphs. The scar on her lip stretches as she laughs. "I'm kidding. Yeah, Merseyside. We moved here from Merseyside." My hope drains. If my geography's correct, Merseyside is at least 3 hours from Bristol. Would whoever took our daughter have taken her that far? I squeeze my eyes shut. What a stupid question. They could have taken her further. For 14 years, I've been haunted by the possibility of Robin being abducted for human trafficking. She could have been taken anywhere. Bangkok, Lagos, Romania, Johannesburg, even Merseyside, really. "I'm sorry, I stammer, getting dizzy, but I stand anyway, nudging away Alfie, who has been lying protectively at my feet, guarding me. My thighs connect with the plate in front of me, and it clatters noisily on the glass tabletop. Everyone gawps at me. At least, it seems that way. "Bella," James whispers, reaching for my hand. When his fingers touch mine, I realize I'm trembling. "I'll be back down in a moment." I turn to go, but pause in the doorway. "James?" James pushes out of his chair and follows behind me, leaving Skyla and her friend sitting mutely at the dining table. Chapter 7. When we get into the bedroom, I march across the jute-woven rug and drag the floor-to-ceiling curtains across the rail, my heart pounding. We are too far from the main road for anyone to see in, and yet this moment needs privacy. However, the moment the curtains are drawn, claustrophobia sets in. "James," I hiss, twirling to face him. "She's here, James. It's her, isn't it? That's our girl." I'm tripping over my words, speaking too fast, trying to ignore the need to open a window, let in fresh air. James starts to shake his head, slowly at first, but it gets faster and faster. "I don't know," he stutters. "I really don't know." Collapsing on the chaise longue, he swipes at the tears that have fallen down his face, and it reminds me that in moments like these, rarely do I remember that he has feelings in this too. Robin was his daughter as well as mine. For all of the turmoil I'm going through, James has his too. "Babe, we've been through this before, and I can't," he swallows. "I can't do it again." I bare my teeth, looking down at him disdainfully. I've never thought my husband a weak man, until now. In this moment, he seems so incredibly small, and I hate to admit it, but I don't have the time for his emotional turmoil. It's the wine. It must be. Drinking has always desensitized me. I only had the one glass at the dinner table, but I'm hardened from it, and I have to get to the bottom of whether the young girl downstairs is my missing daughter, with or without James's help. I need to do something. That scar. I can't get it out of my mind. It's tantalizing, in the exact same place as Robin's beauty spot was. I'm sure of it. Or am I reading too much into this? Am I looking for something that simply just isn't there? Surely it can't be all in my head again, can it? People have scars. My mind starts to spin with the room as I try to conjure up some sort of story about where the scar on Raven's lip came from. Unless I ask her, I guess I'll never know. But I start to invent stories. Her mother's drunk of a boyfriend, heavy-handed one night after coming back late from the pub. A fall from rollerblades, face connecting with concrete. A yappy Jack Russell bared its teeth the way I just did to my husband, but Raven hadn't got the warning on time. It could have been anything. Sniveling, James glances up at me, wiping at his nose with the back of his sleeve. His mucus glistens on the cotton of his shirt, making my stomach sour. I breathe out a heavy sigh. "Look, I think we should just be grateful Skyla's made a friend at school," he says gingerly. I crumble, the way he knows I will. Skyla is my Achilles heel. This last year has been tough on her, and seeing it reflect in her spirit has undone me. With no friends and the pressure of applying to university weighing her down, she's been struggling more than she'll ever admit. But we see it. Her pain is impossible to miss. "Maybe it isn't her," I whisper, flopping down beside him. "It can't be, Bella." "Don't say that." I shake my head. Denial, denial, denial. "She has a mother," James reminds me, his arm heavy as it rests over my shoulders. This is the moment we should connect, puzzle pieces coming together. But the way his arm hangs over me, it makes me want to shake him off, resist him. It's like the puzzle piece refuses to fit anymore. I wish I could go back to the very moment that first happened, fix it, make us align again. What were we expecting, though, really? For a girl of her age to be living alone? My eyes dart around. Maybe it's a foster mom. Maybe she just calls her mom. "Bella," James's voice has tightened, become steely. "I mean, she could have been living alone. Until she mentioned a mom, I might have assumed—" James stops me with a raised finger. "Unless she's older than Skyla, she's not 16 yet. She'd be living with an adult, and if she's older than Skyla, then she can't be Robin anyway." I hate him in that moment for shattering my fanciful theories. Until he lowers his finger, I sit there and stare at it, wondering what it would sound like if I reached out and grabbed it, pulled it back, and snapped each bone in that scrawny index finger of his. "Come," he says, breaking the spell. "We can't leave Skyla down there alone. She'll hate us if we ruin this for her." I know he's right, and it forces me to pull myself together. My wonderful, lovely daughter has a friend over. I know that isn't easy for her. I know that even now we're in the Cotswolds, she is known as the girl whose twin sister vanished from her cot in Bristol. People either tend to avoid her like the plague or want to pry every bit of information they can from her. Rarely is someone nice to her out of the goodness of their heart, and it's why she's suffered so much in recent years as her self-awareness has sharpened. Just this once, I want to be able to believe that someone genuinely wants to be friends with my little girl. She so needs it. Before we leave the room, James cups my face in his hands, resting his forehead to mine. Mimicking his breathing, we try to become one again, a unit. But still, there's a stubbornness about us, like magnets springing apart when pushed together against their will. "I love you," he says. 3 words we have always promised to remind each other of when things seem to be about to start spiraling. Usually, they help tether us back to the ground. Usually. "I love you," I reply, though he's already broken away from me. Following behind him, I trudge back down the marble steps, trying to tell myself I'm wrong about any resemblance between Skyla and Raven. I must be, the way I always have been, and that's the reminder I need. No matter how sure I've been that someone is Robin, I've always been wrong. There was always a family or some other unquestionable thing proving it could never be my missing child. And James is right, he is. I can't do it again either. It's crushing, soul-destroying. I can't stand the hope anymore. I collide with James, who has stopped on the staircase. I'm about to tisk at him, to be annoyed, but I follow his gaze, catching sight of the girls by the front door. They're lacing up their boots and zipping up jackets. Unnecessary clothing for such a warm summer's evening. My eyes swivel to the clock. It's late. Too late to be going out. "Off somewhere?" I rasp, clinging to the handrail. "Places to be." Raven grins, and Skyla smiles shyly too. It's then I notice her lips, painted dark, the same color as Raven's. Skyla has never been one for makeup. It's a harsh look on her, and I don't like it. Every motherly cell in my body wants to know more, wants to remind my daughter that she's only 15. She doesn't have a curfew because she's never needed one. Skyla is a homebody. Before I can say anything, James skims his fingers over my wrist on that sensitive part that hardly ever gets touched or sees sunlight. Pressing my lips together, I stitch a smile into place and watch them tramp down the drive, Alfie whining in the doorway. As I watch their backs disappear into the night, it hits me that Skyla hasn't told me where she's going, and she hasn't told me when she'll be home. I should have asked where they're going. I should have offered them a lift, I gasp, already loading up Life 360. There's a thump in my temple as I watch Skyla's icon moving away from the house. "We need to give her some free rein," James says softly. "She needs it." "And this is why one of our children is missing," my mind screams, but somehow I manage to stay silent. Is this normal, though? For a 15-year-old to go out this late? I'm shaking my head warily, glued to the app on my phone. James doesn't answer me, which is a good thing, because anything he says is only going to vex me further. I am overbearing as a parent. I have been even before Robin disappeared. When Skyla and Robin were placed in my care, I swore I would look after them forever. And I guess because they weren't really mine by blood, I felt an extra sense of responsibility to care for them, to make things perfect. Throughout the years, I've made sure to be available for Skyla for every school drop-off and pickup. It has cost me jobs, but it has kept her safe. Every time I drive by a young girl in one of those absurdly short school skirts walking alone, heavy backpack hitting her bare thighs, I grip the steering wheel tighter. I feel a need to watch her get to wherever she's going safely. It's the same with little boys, more so in fact, because while I'm not particularly experienced with boys, I know that they are a little more carefree. Through watching school children meander the streets while sat at a Costa with a frappe, I have learned that the boys are the ones who tend not to look left and right when crossing the roads. They ride without helmets, push and shove each other into oncoming traffic. The girls are a little more careful at least, catty, nasty little beasts, but vigilant too, I'll give them that. I just couldn't live with myself if something happened to Skyla, and so I made sure I was always there to deliver her to where she needed to go. So this, right now, is very foreign territory for me. I don't like it, but my mind is already starting to scatter, to think about Robin again. Raven. What are we going to do? I breathe, stalking to the pantry and reaching for a bag of half-eaten crisps. I'm comfort eating, the way I always do in situations I feel are out of my control. Trust her, James speaks calmly as he follows behind me. His face is pinched as he watches me jam a mouthful of crinkle cuts into my mouth. I mean about Robin, I say, flapping my arms wildly around. Raven, James replies coolly, and I shoot him my coldest look. Darling, it could very well be a coincidence. Don't all teenage girls look relatively similar these days? There's a slight crow to his voice. I narrow my eyes. Not in their bone structure. It's like I'm talking to a child. He just doesn't understand, doesn't see what's right in front of us. You've thought girls have been Robin before, he reminds me. Don't do this to yourself again, Bella. He steps towards me, reaching out and cupping my face in his hand. His small, beady eyes observe me steadily. He's always had this sort of Richard Armitage way about him, brooding, with intense eyes and salt and pepper hair giving him a distinguished look. I glance down at the Life 360 app, peering at the location on my phone. Skyla and Raven seem to have stopped by Willow's Park, where I used to take Skyla to play when she was younger. I'd spend entire mornings there charging around after her, pushing her on the swings, holding her hand as she slid down the slide. There was always the wailing tantrum with an arched back when I'd have to wrestle her back into her buggy and leave. It's always been a place of fond memories, and nostalgia often grips me when I walk by now, looking at the excited toddlers behind those heavy yellow gates. But I've walked by at night before, when the children are all tucked up in their beds. The park becomes a meeting place for teenagers who pinched alcohol from their parents' liquor cabinets. They go there to smoke weed and shout obscenities to passers-by. They light fires on the cushioned ground and spray graffiti. It is not the kind of place I want Skyla hanging out at this hour. Look at where she is, I say, thrusting my phone under James's nose. This isn't like her. I start to shake. James peers at the app, and is that a wince? I grasp onto it, letting it skyrocket my heart rate. He's worried too. He is, at least. I think he is until he starts to hang his head low. Bella, Skyla is a teenager, he says. We need to let her be one. My fury builds, and behind my scleras, I burn him and our entire house to the ground. If something happens to her, I'll never forgive you, James, I say hoarsely, the venom in my words penetrating. He sighs, raking his fingers through his hair. You've never forgiven me anyway, he says, and walks away. I don't like the resentment and anger I harbor, and a lot of my internal thoughts and feelings are probably unjust. But as a mother, I have been burned, wronged, scorned. It isn't something that can be fixed through time and therapy, no matter what anyone says. The need to keep Skyla safe is primal. I am a lioness trying to protect her cub, and like a lioness, I will fight to the death. But right now, I have no choice but to plant myself in an armchair and wait for my daughter to return. My neck is bent at an obscure angle when I wake, my chin wet on the pillow. The candle I'd lit is out, burnt wick and smoke filling the air. I rub at my eyes, slowly realizing I'm still downstairs in the armchair. Scrambling up, my breathing accelerates. It's still dark, but the small hand of the clock has stopped at 2. I shuffle down the hallway, blinking rapidly. My feet turn to granite as I reach the front door. My daughter's shoes are not there, neither is her jacket. It's 2 a.m., and my 15-year-old child is still out. I instantly pull up Life 360, and when it loads, I suck in a deep breath. Skyla's tracking has stopped. I click frantically at the screen, greeted only by 2 words that chill me to my core. Logged out. My daughter is far from perfect. I've seen her picking her nose on the home security camera we have wedged into the bookcase in the living room, and she chucks her dirty socks right next to the laundry basket, like she doesn't know where the lid is. She always leaves her makeup wipes on the windowsill in the bathroom and never pulls her hair out of the hairbrush we've shared over the years. But Skyla would never do this. She'd never stay out without checking in. I load up WhatsApp just to be sure, but there are no messages from her, and she was last seen online around 11 p.m. My nerves actually can't take this. I want to scream, to howl out into the night like some sort of feral animal. And perhaps I should, but I hold it together by a thread. I can't collapse, but I can call for help. Automatically, I tap at the green call button and punch 999 into the keypad, but then stall. Is calling the police a good idea? Should I go and check the park first? Maybe I should check her bedroom, just in case. If I alert the police that my daughter is missing, will they see on their file that my other child is missing too? Will I be seen as a bad mother? Am I a bad mother? Bolting up the stairs, I open her bedroom door without knocking, hoping to see her boots and clothing discarded on the floor. But my lower lip trembles at the sight of her bed. Still made. 2 bunny teddy bears propped up against a selection of throw pillows. She isn't here. She's still out with Raven, whose surname I don't even know. I open WhatsApp and start typing a frantic message to the Mums group chat for Skyla's class, but I delete what I write twice before closing the app completely without sending a thing. Skyla will be furious at me for causing a scene, but then I'm furious at her for not telling me where she went, for turning her location off. What if she has been taken? I swallow hard. I'm sitting here seething at my child when someone might have abducted her. Nothing I do seems to be right. Everything I feel is wrong. Parenthood is something you blindly navigate every single day, and just this once, I wish there was someone who could tell me what to do in a situation like this. I return to the keypad, where the number for the emergency services is still entered on the screen, and press call, squeezing my eyes shut while I wait to be connected. A woman with a monotone, drawn-out voice drawls down the phone like she's ready for her shift to end. I tell her my daughter is missing, and just saying the words out loud is my worst nightmare come to life. I rattle off all of the information I remember. Skyla Louise Rushmore, 15. She was wearing... I stop, crane my neck to the coat and shoe rack just to be sure. Chuck Taylor All-Star boots, a black River Island jacket, jeans. She's got blonde, curly hair and... Oh my God, please just help. She's 15. She's my everything. Was she with anyone tonight that you're aware of? Yes, I sputter. This new girl from her school. Raven. The hallway light flicks on, and I'm blinded, shielding my eyes with one hand while the other clutches the phone. What are you doing? James grumbles. Skyla hasn't come home, I say. Her location's off on Life 360. The woman on the other end of the line starts asking more questions, but I can't concentrate. James is speaking too, and together their words congeal. I don't even realize I'm pacing until James grabs me by the shoulders. We stare at each other for a moment, but then the sound of the French doors opening has us whirling round. Mom? Skyla's voice is soft, scared. What's wrong? Has someone died? I drop the phone. James scrambles to the ground to retrieve it, while I rush up to my daughter and wrap my arms around her. You're okay, I breathe, blinking back tears. My hands are gripping her shoulders tightly, as if to make sure she's real. The relief is quickly replaced with confusion and anger as James tells the woman on the phone everything is okay. "Where were you?" I demand, shaking her a little too hard, making her dark eyes grow wide. "Why was your location turned off?" "In the garden. I'm sorry." Her cheeks turn red and her eyes dart between James and me. "We were just staying up late, talking. My phone died." I look over her shoulder to our fire pit sofa out on the patio. A small, dark figure is hunched over the flames. How had I not even noticed that the fire pit was on? I thaw, pulling Skyla to me again. "I was worried," I admit, breathing her in, and stiffen. Clinging to her clothing is a smell I try to ignore, but I can't. Cigarettes. Has she been smoking? It's too late for a battle, so I drift outside to Raven. Her makeup is smudged, as though she's been crying. Has she? If so, why? "Raven, can your mom come get you?" Raven snaps her head in my direction. "No," she says. She doesn't elaborate, and I'm too tired to try and pry more information from her. "I'll make up the spare room for you," I say simply. "Come on, it's late." I turn off the fire pit, and the girls follow me back inside. For the next hour, I lie in bed, listening to the sounds of the girls brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and closing their bedroom doors. Noises that should quell my nerves, but don't. There's an awful feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I roll over to James to talk to him, but he's already fallen back to sleep. "Fuck, we're going to get done by child services, aren't we?" I hiss down the phone. The girls still haven't appeared from their rooms. The aftermath of a late night, and not more, I hope. I don't know what I'll do if Skyla starts drinking and smoking. It's so out of character for her, I can't actually imagine it. "No, she can't just be taken away from you, Bella. Your parental rights are the same as if she were biologically yours," Harper says as I slide back under the bedsheets with my mug. I inhale the roasted coffee, still steaming from the fancy coffee machine James bought me as a peace offering after he'd purchased the house. I'm still not sure I prefer this to the simple Nescafe from a tin. I take a sip, grimacing as I swallow. This stuff is too strong for me, too bitter. But what if they think we can't look after her? Because of Robin disappearing and now Skyla. My sentence drops off. I can't say it. The words won't form. I'm in such a deep state of panic, I start clawing at my chest, as if I could plunge through my sternum and still my racing heart in my fist. That won't happen, okay? It won't. How do you know that? I just do. You're fine. It's not like it's a frequent occurrence, is it? She's not at risk with you guys. You panicked. Your reaction was totally understandable. I wish I could believe her, and it's silly I don't, given her profession. She's in the front line of the adoption world as a family support worker, so she knows what she's talking about. "Where's James anyway?" she asks, a symphony of screams in the background. "Pack it in, you two." "Downstairs making pancakes for when the girls wake up," I say, wincing at the sound of my nephew's bickering. "Sorry, Bella, I have to go. Jake's hogging the iPad and Luke's bashing him on the head with the remote." She hangs up, leaving me to drop my phone into my lap. I clutch at the bed sheets, trying to picture Harper's life. It took her a while, years, but she did finally get pregnant. Then got pregnant again while breastfeeding just 3 months after Jake was born. Her infertility struggles evaporated, just like that. There's a lot of resentment there, feelings I can't help but have. It doesn't feel fair or right that she got to have children of her own. She's one of the few people from my infertility support group who did actually have a happy ending. Most of us haven't been that lucky. And now Harper is hell-bent on sharing her tips and tricks. How to get pregnant fast. Her latest YouTube video already has over 1 million downloads. I don't watch them. I can't. Watching them would be like biting into a Yule log, only to realize it's dog shit. The support group is meant for infertile mothers, women who have become my crutch in the months and years that have followed Robin's disappearance. even when we're 20 miles away down the M5. I have to remind myself that it was Harper who helped me to find a place in Bitton, a village sitting roughly between Bristol and the Cotswolds, so we can keep the group going despite the move, and Harper who picks up the pieces when I have to take some time away to focus on my own diminishing mental health. I sip the rest of my coffee in silence until the sound of a door opening and closing makes me throw my feet out of the bed. Sliding into my suede slippers, I wrap a dressing gown around myself and head to the bathroom where I splash some cold water to my face. Spooning out some cream that smells of vanilla and is supposed to smooth and regenerate my skin, I dab it to my cheeks and glance at my reflection. As always these days, I can't look for long before reaching for the stick of concealer. I blend it into the dark crevices beneath my eyes, instantly looking slightly more refreshed and ready to show face. Laughter is trailing up the staircase and onto the landing as I open the bedroom door. I smile. It's a wonderful sound, one I've never taken for granted, but especially not today. Had something happened to Skyla last night, today would be entirely different. It doesn't even bear thinking about. But everything is fine, and she's downstairs making her father laugh. All of my nerves vaporize because our little bubble we've formed over the years hasn't popped. It's still there, fragile, so easy to change, but floating along. For now. When I get to the kitchen, I freeze, the grin on my face collapsing, sagging my features. James is in the kitchen, but it's not Skyla he's with. It's Raven. They're standing in front of the cooker, flipping pancakes. James is tossing his head back and laughing at something she's saying. It makes my shoulders tense, because when was the last time James and I laughed like that together? 14 years, at least. Longer, probably. Before Robin disappeared, we'd drowned in becoming parents overnight to 2 tiny newborns who depended on us for everything. We became passing ships in the night, bargaining with each other. "Please, can you do the first feed? I have work tomorrow," he'd whine, and win, because I didn't have work the next day. Though what he didn't understand was that while I was on my own sort of maternity leave, I too was exhausted. I was working just as hard as him, in fact, probably harder, because my job didn't start at 8 and end at 5. My job was 24 hours around the clock. And yet still, he made me feel guilty for craving sleep too. The exhaustion ate at us, turned us against each other in the middle of the night while we had yowling babies between us. We became bitter, sometimes even violent, which really wasn't us, our words coming out like poison as we spat at each other. We just couldn't seem to get a handle on juggling twins. Yet to the outside world, to Facebook and to our friends and family, we seemed golden, glowing. No one saw the cracks. No one offered to watch the twins so we could reconnect because they didn't see us losing the connection. Our date nights disappeared. Watching a movie on the sofa together became a nap session. Cooking dinner became a whispered fight about the meat in the pan sizzling too loudly. And the sex? What sex? Just the idea of trying to be intimate with each other at that time in our lives is enough to make me laugh. I don't even know how long it's been since we were last intimate. For a while after the twins, I assumed it was normal for sex to become less of a priority. But once they did start sleeping through and we started carving time out for each other again, it seemed like James had suddenly shifted his tastes. It jarred me. Instead of pulling me into him in the kitchen and fucking me on the countertop, he'd whisper, "Wanna watch something naughty?" before switching over from Netflix to some dodgy porn site. I started to feel like he needed to watch other women just to be with me, and so I withdrew. I wouldn't have recognized Raven as the 15-year-old girl from last night had it not been for the red mop of grease hanging from her scalp, dripping. She is in the tiniest little outfit imaginable, something silky. I'm sure I've seen the same set of lingerie in Ann Summers recently. I may have even bought it. Wait, I squint, looking closely. Is it mine? But no, it can't be. She'd have had to come into our room and sneak past our bed while we were sleeping to get to the walk-in wardrobe, and that's just ridiculous. I try to remind myself that I'm not the only woman in the world who owns these particular undergarments. But Raven is not a woman. My mind gnaws at my insides. What is she doing with something like this on? And why is she wearing it in front of my husband? I clear my throat and they both turn, Raven's budding breasts perky and proud, a far cry from my own. I wrap the dressing gown tighter around myself, watching as her brightness fades the moment she sees me, her mouth becoming slack, eyes draining of life. Chapter 9. Morning, James says, layering creme fraiche and berry compote onto a stack of pancakes. I can tell by the way he only briefly glances my way that he's uncomfortable. At least, he is now. He was laughing when he was alone with this girl a moment ago, before I interrupted them. For a moment, I think about saying something, asking Raven to cover up, but just as I start to part my lips, Skyla drags her feet through. Her green checked woven pajamas are crumpled, her hair sticking out at all angles. Morning, she yawns, reaching out for her favorite Friends mug with Central Perk printed across it. She pulls out a chair and sits at the island, smiling at James as he takes her mug over to the coffee machine. Hey, Raven says, driving her head into Skyla's shoulder, the way a cat would come up to their owner for love, and their intimacy surprises me. It's a friendly nudge, playful, nothing more. But I'm not used to this. I don't have experience with teenage girls' friendships. I don't know what's normal, what isn't. They've only known each other a few days at the most, surely. To already be having a sleepover and getting touchy is a bit much for me. Skyla doesn't bat an eyelid at Raven's clothing, or lack thereof. Is this just what teenage girls wear to bed at night these days? The thought sickens me as I wonder what went on in James's brain, seeing something so revealing on a body so perfect. Too skinny, yes, but not saggy and lifeless like mine. When Raven slips into the chair beside Skyla, I see it again, the striking resemblance between them. I hadn't been imagining it. It almost makes me choke on a rasher of crispy bacon. Even with Skyla looking like she's risen from the dead, her blonde curls electrified around her, and Raven with her fresh face of makeup, protruding collarbones and inappropriate negligee, it's there. A likeness. I wonder if they see it too, if James is giving it any thought, or if he's already dismissed the idea that Raven could in fact be ours. He's so busy pouring the next batch of batter into the pan that I don't think he is. This is amazing, Mr. Rushmore, thanks, Raven says, beaming at my husband as she bites a blueberry off the tip of her fork. She bursts it open between her teeth, purple juice dribbling down her chin. Her tongue slithers out of her mouth, and she licks it up without breaking eye contact with James, but he breaks hers, staring intently down at the batter bubbling in the pan. I swallow, looking down at my plate. The grease from the bacon has slid into the creme fraiche, pooling at the surface. "Oh my God, Mom!" Skyla gasps, making me jolt. "What are we doing for your birthday tomorrow?" "The Big 50. James raises his coffee cup at me, making my stomach curdle. 50. When did that happen? I am very much still stuck in my 30s, waiting for my daughter to come home, but my body has carried on aging and growing without me. Raven retracts her tongue, her bony head swiveling as she looks between us. "Are you having a party?" "Skyla, why didn't you tell me?" she asks, a crackle of something in her tone. Anger? Whatever it is, it makes the skin on my arms pebble. She drums her fingers against the tabletop so hard, her chipped black nail polish starts dusting the glass. "Oh, I just didn't," Skyla flounders. "I only just remembered." Her usually pale face is crimson, and the way she wants to please Raven makes my hackles rise. "Well," James says, obliviously interrupting. He slides a hot pink envelope across the glass that he seems to have produced from nowhere. "It's not my birthday yet," I say, slicing it open with a manicured nail. I pull out a card that has 50 and fabulous splashed across the front, and as I open it, something falls down to my lap. A voucher for House of Hair, I say, inspecting it. Thank you. I've been needing to get these grays covered up. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm sure I catch Raven's smirk. I've made you an appointment for later this morning. Thought you deserve some time to yourself? That way, you'll look gorgeous for your birthday tomorrow, James says. Not that you don't already, he adds as I look up at him. How thoughtful, I say, unsure if I'm being sarcastic or not. It isn't like James to do something like this. I'm both pleasantly surprised and annoyed. It's a Saturday, and we always try to do something together on a Saturday, especially during the summer. Especially this summer. It's the last before Skyla may be going away to sixth form college. It's something we need to talk about. What about tomorrow? What are you doing then? Raven asks before knocking back the rest of her squash. The birthday girl will have to find out when that time comes, James winks, and I swear Raven actually rolls her eyes. Skyla and I will keep ourselves busy today. I was thinking Sudley Castle? Skyla's eyes light up. Yes, she breathes, and I know she'll be excited to get back to a place so rich with Tudor history. I couldn't believe her excitement when we'd first visited, and she'd got close to Catherine Parr's tomb for the first time. Aren't you a little bored of castles and monarchs? Raven says, making us all turn to stare at her. The smile on James's face falters. No, Skyla says crisply, which both shocks me and makes me enormously proud. She's sticking up for herself and what she loves, and that's great. You're welcome to join us, Raven, isn't she, Dad? I try not to bristle, but the thought of Raven spending the day with Skyla and James without me being there irks me. I'm not, James starts, but Raven speaks over him. That'd be great. Bet it'll really help with my studying, too. I've been really struggling with history, but Skyla has been so helpful. She couldn't sound sweeter if she tried. So sweet it's almost sour, like a cheap Chardonnay. I better go get ready then. I try to look happy as I rise from the table and amble up the stairs. Before we go, I venture into the spare room. I'm surprised to find the bed made, not with as much precision as I make it, but she's tried. Making the bed is still something Skyla neglects to do more often than not, and such a simple act is enough to have me wondering if I should start to give Raven the benefit of the doubt. But then I notice the bedside cabinet, the drawer slightly open. Stepping towards it, I peer inside. At first, I don't quite believe what I see. I have to poke and prod at the ball wound up inside there, but when I do, it unfurls, and I rear back instantly, revolted. A bloodied pad has been jammed in the corner, fresh, glistening, and metallic. Why is Raven hiding this here? Was she too embarrassed to chuck it in the guest bin? Disgusted, I close the drawer too quickly. It slams, making me jump. If Raven plans on keeping that there, I'll have to come back later for it, with a pair of rubber gloves. I start stripping the bed, wanting to clean these sheets, take Raven's grease out of the pillowcases. What are you doing? Raven, standing in the doorway, says. I get such a fright, I clutch the duvet to my chest. Changing the bed sheets, I say, turning to face her. I've only slept in it one night. Her face is stony. Beds need changing after guests sleep in them, I reply, wondering why this feels like an interrogation. Oh, she laughs, but her face barely shifts. Didn't Skyla tell you? I'm staying for a few days while my mom's away. Chapter 10. Skyla did not tell me this, and I skulk from her room into my own, raging. The rainfall shower with body jets pelting onto my skin from all angles does little to take the edge off. Even the walk down Chipping Norton High Street, wandering past the boutique shops and quaint cafes on my way to the hairdresser, I'm still reeling. All through the appointment, through trying to read a Joy Ellis book I'd picked up on a recommendation from a friend while the dye develops, through sipping my cup of sugary tea, through the rinse and massage and blow-dry, I can't seem to let it go. Raven, the late night with Skyla, the lingerie, the bloody pad, The way she seemed to kick me out of the guest room like it was hers. Would it be? If she is Robin, wouldn't that be her room had we moved here as a family of 4? Most likely. Or would Robin and Skyla still be in together, sharing? That was always my hope, that they'd grow up wanting to be together as long as they could be, until life eventually pries them apart. Inevitable, unavoidable, but something that could be deferred as long as possible. I breathe in the Wella products the stylist tries to sell me when I'm leaving, biscotti still sweet on my lips. "Thank you, but not today," I managed to say, aware of several pairs of eyes ogling me. I knew it wouldn't be long. Women with tinfoil snaking around their heads, making them look like Medusa, stare at me from behind magazines, speaking in hushed tones to one another about me, about who I am. This is why I don't come out, or ever do things like this. I'd known from the moment I'd seen that voucher that this was a bad idea. "That's Isabella Rushmore," I hear one of them murmur from behind a copy of the latest Women's Health. "The woman who killed her baby." "She didn't!" another gasps and leans back in her seat to get a better view. Subtlety is clearly not their strong suit. Years ago, I'd have confronted them, gone right up to their chairs, and told them I had nothing to do with Robin's disappearance, that all I want is to find her. How can they not see that? But I've learned through time that responding like that, responding at all, only makes me look crazed, that I scare them, and that ignoring them really is best. So I tip the curious stylist generously and escape through the sage green door, the summer breeze stifling as I inhale a deep breath. Resting against the warm ochre stone walls, I take out my phone and text James. Done. There's no need to say more. He'll be devastated if I tell him the appointment was soured. I just want him to come and get me, now. I hate feeling stuck here, having to wait for him. I should have taken my own car instead of getting dropped off. It'll be at least 40 minutes for James to drive back from Cheltenham. What if one of those women comes out of the salon and spots me? Gone are the days of enjoying a luxurious hair treatment or being able to sit at a coffee shop or pub in peace. Not that I did much of that in my 30s before our lives fell apart anyway. Whatever was considered a normal life to us before certainly doesn't exist now. Despite my new honey-colored highlights and tight curls, I shove on a baseball cap and keep my head low as I start winding my way down the village high street, doing my best to become invisible, to blend in with my surroundings. It's best that way. We don't even have any sort of social media presence anymore. The thought of it is far too terrifying. Signing up to Facebook would be like willingly jumping into shark-infested waters. The hate and the threats we received online all those years ago has frightened me away from any sort of online community I used to be a part of. I wonder how James has fared at Sudeley Castle today. It's often no better at places like that either. It's as though our faces and names have been burned into people's minds. Even the tourists know who we are, and it's like they're waiting for us so they can pounce. People aren't all bad, though. We do get a lot of support, and I wish I could focus on that more. But today is a bad day, and when I have a bad day, I tend to let the negativity swallow me whole. It isn't one of my better traits. I make my way down to Bitter and Twisted, the name ironic considering the mood I'm in. Gripping the sides of the stone archway by the entrance, I pause a moment. Catching my breath, I brace myself for another room full of people, hoping it may just be dark enough in there that no one will notice or recognize me. When I feel as ready as I'll ever be, I push open the dark wooden door leading inside. Plucking the wine list from the bar, I bury my face into it, scanning through the options. It's my birthday, I remind myself, and order a Calypso Cooler cocktail. The mango and passion fruit are the perfect accompaniment for such a hot summer's day, but I don't sit outside in the sunshine to enjoy it. I never do. I stow away into the darkest corner I can find, keeping hidden behind Joy Ellis's book, sipping my drink and waiting for my lift home. 40 minutes comes and goes, yet there's still no sign of James and the girls. As always, my anxiety starts to mount. Are they stuck in traffic? A few minutes later, I start assuming the worst. Have they had a car accident? Before my mind can spiral out of control, I open WhatsApp, surprised to see no response from James, despite him having been online. That isn't like him. He always takes the time to send a reply, or at least give a message from me a thumbs up. Isabella? A voice startles me, making me drop my phone to the tabletop. I turn towards a woman on my left. She must be early 40s, dressed in a floral number, tall and round, with a peach matte lipstick making her lips look cracked and dry. I don't recognize her, and I become a deer in the headlights as she gets closer. I thought it was you. Oh, Isabella. The woman looks at me with tear-filled eyes. I believe you. She reaches out for me, this strange woman I don't know, and instinctively I pull back, away from her. What? I gulp, trying to put my cocktail down, but I miss the table completely and it smashes to the floor, drenching both of our legs. Oh God, I'm so sorry, I say, but it's as though she hasn't even noticed the stains on her dress. She's just gawking at me, and I've seen this sort of look before from people. It belongs to those who have become obsessed with Robin's missing person case. I believe you, she says again. You poor thing, to not have answers after all these years. But I know you didn't do it. I know she means well, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to engage. Why do people feel the need to approach us and say these sorts of things? It rarely helps, only has us feeling cornered. The need to flee is overwhelming. When the waitress comes over to mop up the mess I've made, I apologize and scamper out of the bar before she can say anything more to me. Back out on the high street, there's nowhere to hide. I feel exposed, vulnerable. Wrapping my arms around myself, I turn left and right, unsure where to go. Where is Jane's? Being Saturday, the high street is bustling. There's no escaping the crowds. As I call James, I pinch the bridge of my nose to try and calm myself down. Hello? He answers, and it doesn't sound like he's driving, which makes my stomach drop. Where are you? I ask woodenly. Sudley Castle? Skyla's dragged us back to St. Mary's Chapel to see that Queen's tomb again. Just had a bite to eat at the pavilion. Catherine Parr, Dad. Her name is Catherine Parr. I hear Skyla moan in the background, telling him things she'll have told him 10 times before. I texted you, I cry down the phone. Did you? Hold on, he says. I don't have any messages from you. Are you done? Yes, I've been done ages. I just want to come home. The women in the salon were all talking about me, pointing at me. Then this lady recognized me in Bitter and Twisted, I ramble. I didn't want to have to tell James how awful the experience was. I wanted to let him believe spoiling me with a hair appointment was wonderful. But I'm frantic now, desperate to get home. Oh, my love, I'm so sorry. Maybe the signal is bad. That's why your message hasn't come through. We'll leave now. Don't. It's fine. I'll call for a taxi. Enjoy the rest of the day. I hang up before he can respond and dial the number for a local taxi service. While I wait for the taxi to arrive, I open WhatsApp and check my chat with James. My message was sent, and there's 2 blue ticks to show he received and read it. I swipe at the message, and it tells me he read it today at 15:26, over an hour ago. Frowning, I pocket my phone and start to chew my thumbnail. Why is he telling me he didn't get it when he clearly did? At home, I dump my handbag down and take a moment to sit. The stillness and quietness of the house tranquilizes me. This is my safe space. We still get people outside our property trying to catch glimpses of us. But inside, they can't see us, and the actual house is so far up the drive that I don't even need to close the blinds. I let the sun shining in through the windows warm my arms. I press my head back into the cushions and breathe. The task of cooking dinner finally lures me from the sofa into the kitchen, and after scrutinizing the contents of the fridge, I turn on the oven. James and the girls traipse in as I'm coating chicken in a piri-piri seasoning a while later. Your hair looks nice, Mum, Skyla says. She's got that horrible lipstick on again. Thanks, baby. I lean forward and give her a kiss on the cheek. I've always called her baby since the day she arrived, and she's never seemed to mind it, but now her ears turn red. Mum, I'm not a baby, she whispers. Oh, yes, of course you're not. I let out a timorous laugh, her statement a dagger to my heart, though I try to cover up how wounded I am. In motherhood, I'm starting to learn, it seems one must simply accept when one's child is ready to let go. Like a dandelion seed drifting off with the breeze, sometimes it's just time. Their time to go and our time to trust. And while the tether has gone, the connection stays. We are one and the same. If only I could accept and trust. James and I don't speak about what happened in the village today, not in front of Skyla. Instead, he pours us some wine while dinner bakes. So tomorrow we need to be ready to leave by 10, he says as he hands me the glass. Do you know what we're doing yet? Skyla asks. I shake my head, still trying to recover myself. I know we're doing the end of summer party next weekend, I say. It's a combined celebration. My 50th and Skyla's party for finishing her GCSEs. One more exam to go, she grins, excited and proud. She's worked so hard for this, and I just know that one day she's going to get into any university she wants. A bittersweet realization. Can't wait for it to be over, Raven says, appearing in the doorway. She flops down at the table and rests her head in her hands. For a moment, I'd forgotten she's still here. Is your final exam history too? I ask, trying to draw her into the conversation, make an effort. That's why I'm studying it with Skyla, she replies, shooting me a look as if to say, idiot. I give her a look of my own, wondering if she can see what I'm thinking. Brat. When I look away, guilt chews at my insides. She's obviously had a rough upbringing. You can see it in the way she carries herself. And there is a chance she's Robin, my mind needles at me. I let her comment go, but for the rest of the evening, I feel a shift in the dynamics of our usual life. Raven's presence changes things. Her energy brings a heaviness, a tension. I feel I have to watch what I say and do, like I cannot be myself. It's suffocating, and for the first time in my life, I can't wait to get away from Skyla, from her friend, and retreat to bed. Because the more I look at Raven, the more I examine her features, the more I start to doubt myself. James must be right. She's just another teenager, nothing to do with us. Just someone Skyla's connected with, and that should make me happy. But instead, I feel like she's brought a mongrel home from a dog rescue, and I want it gone. I'm sorry today wasn't nice. I really did want to treat you to something nice, James says, plugging his phone in to charge and placing it on his bedside table. I drag a makeup wipe under my eyes and try to smile at him. It's okay, I say, and mean it. It isn't his fault. It was a lovely idea. I kiss him, just a peck, but the act seems to surprise him. He looks down at me, and for a fleeting moment, I think he's going to draw me back in, kiss me harder. But he doesn't. He touches my hair, tells me it looks nice, and disappears into the bathroom. The affection that could have been lingers, and I drink it in alone, wondering if he felt it too. It has been a long time, longer than I care to admit. After Robin disappeared, my libido went along with her. These days, I rarely even touch myself, let alone James. Whenever he seems to want it, I don't, and vice versa. I wake sometimes from a dream and lie there in the darkness feeling that now unfamiliar tingle of arousal. It's there now, a deep ache to be touched emanating from between my legs. I could follow after him, help unbuckle his belt, remove his shirt. I should, maybe I would, but I don't. When I hear the beard trimmers go, I know he'll be in there a while, so I pick up his phone and type in the password. I blink in confusion as I open up WhatsApp, because where my message to him should be, there's nothing. It's gone. Chapter 11, 12 hours later. It is cold and dark, claustrophobic with the other bodies pressed up against me. Too close. I notice the pungent smell of damp and sweat, the echoes of the cell that chill me to the bone. I have to rely on these senses, scent and sound. The others have been taken from me. I cannot see, my hands are bound, and my mouth is taped shut. I'm getting pulled in all directions, my wrists aching from the chains restraining me. The blindfold tied around my face cuts into my skin. I don't know if it's that making me cry, or sheer panic coursing through me. Pushing myself against James's shoulder blindly, I try to work the material of the blindfold down, but it's on too tight. My only comfort is knowing my husband is bound on my right, Skyla on my left. We're together, at least, and while we are together, I know one thing, the only thing that matters. We are okay. I want to speak, to let the cry in my mouth slip, but I can't. My nostrils flare angrily as I try to breathe, but it's so hard. James tries to herd us forward, and when I crouch with them, my fingers touch what feels like a mattress, springy and soft. Skyla is whimpering beside me, and all I want to do is protect her, to shield her from this nightmare, but I'm powerless. James makes a series of grunts through the tape that must be over his own mouth. I'm trying to understand him, but nothing makes sense. My fingernails dig under the mattress, searching for something to help us out of our chains, but every time I think I start to feel something, I'm tugged away. I don't know how long we're like that, flailing helplessly around the cell, bumping into pieces of scattered furniture. Somehow James must work the tape off from his mouth, though, because he starts barking orders over another deep wail that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. "There's a chair here. Everyone bend down. I need to feel for a key. It's the only way out of these cuffs," he shouts. We bang into each other, falling to the ground, and let James do the searching. My skull connects with Raven's, or is it Skyla's? It's too dark to tell. More minutes pass, an unabating ticking of a clock in our ears. The key isn't by the rickety furniture I've bumped into, or inside what I think feels like a prickly, artificial potted plant, but it's hard to tell while my hands are bound. "Let's shuffle back to the mattress. It must be there," he says. Something cool starts to drip onto my head. I shiver, trying to shake the droplets off my face. It's cold. So cold in here, my teeth chatter together. "Dad?" Skyla's voice, small, nothing more than a croak. "It's okay, baby. I've got it," he breathes, writhing beside me. "I've got the key." He detaches himself from me, and without his closeness, I start to shake. A metallic clang sounds against my hand, and it takes me a moment to realize my handcuffs have opened. I twist and massage my wrists tenderly. My bones are definitely bruised. Ripping off the blindfold, I squint. I have just enough time to see that we've all managed to free ourselves before the only source of light, a small bulb above our heads, flickers and fades, thrusting us into the darkness of the cell. A scream reverberates around the room, something blood-curdling, distorted, as though from a speaker crackling in a corner. "I found a torch," Skyla pants. A faint stream of light whirls around the room. I look around, catching sight of Raven in the far corner. She's just standing there in the shadows, glaring at me. She's cadaverous, her wasted frame hunched, stringy hair clinging to her bony shoulders. She reminds me of someone, but it isn't Robin right now. It is something menacing, dangerous, demonic. I quiver at a vision of her lurching towards me while we're trapped in this god-awful cell. "Look, there's a bag hanging on the doorknob," Skyla says, pushing the intrusive thought from my mind. I find I can't move, though, my knees too weak. I watch as James digs inside the bag, pulling out a small slip of paper. "Look around you. What do you see? Rows upon rows. Where is the key? Find it and break free," he reads, then passes the paper to me. "Rows upon rows," Skyla repeats slowly, considering the meaning. "The bookshelf." They scurry over, tearing into the old books, while I try not to meet Raven's eyes again. They're too dark, sinister, gleaming under the glow of the torchlight. "Here," James exclaims, holding up a simple brass key he's pulled from a book that isn't actually a book. It's some sort of vintage box that clatters to the floor, discarded, forgotten. He inserts the key into a lock and twists. The door slides away, revealing a new room and, with it, a new set of tasks to complete. My heart sinks. We aren't free yet. We manage to get out of the escape room in just under 60 minutes, getting a shiny certificate and a group photo. The company prints it out and sticks it into an envelope for us, which they hand to me, and all I can do is smile meekly. Perhaps in another life I'd have loved an escape room. I enjoy problem solving, tactical thinking, but the theme of that room, hostage, it was too much for me, too real. That was genuinely terrifying, Skyla says as we make our way back to the car. Looked like you were about to cry at one stage, Raven mocks her, and while I think it's said in jest, I don't like the way she's laughing at my daughter. I don't think Skyla likes it either from her reaction. She turns mute, buckling up her seatbelt and slumping back in her seat. I want to unfold her arms and tell her it's okay. I thought it was scary too. But babying her right now is the last thing she'll want in front of her friend. And so I watch in the rearview mirror as the arms across her chest tighten. I look out of the window, watching the stone village, winding country lanes and golden crops in the fields drift by, my lip twitching. Traditionally on my birthday, on any of our birthdays, we have a family games night. We order Chinese and spend quality time together. We're doing that tonight, but with the inclusion of Raven, it feels like someone is intruding. She's only been here 24 hours, but her presence is unnerving. Yet still, we get home, we order food, and I steal half an hour to myself to scrub away the grime from the escape room before a delivery scooter turns up at the gate. As always, Alfie goes wild. "Stupid dog," I'm sure I hear Raven mutter while I'm trying to hold him back as James takes in our food. I throw my head back to look at her, but she's already walking off. I shake my head, my ears ringing from Alfie's barks. I must have misheard. "When is your mom back from her trip?" I pry over duck pancakes, desperate to eke out some information from her, but all she does is shrug. Looking at James, I'm hoping he'll say something to help the situation. Realistically, we need to know how long we should be planning to keep this girl fed and safe. Until her mother gets back from wherever the hell she's gone, this girl is our responsibility, isn't she? If something happened to her while staying under our roof, that would be our fault, and I can't have that. Not again. My eyes bore into James, but he seems indifferent, digging into one of the food boxes in front of him and ignoring me completely. I sigh, rubbing my stomach to pretend it's because I'm full up, but I'm not. I've just lost my appetite, because something tells me Raven isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Chapter 12. I've never been a linguist, never been one for words, but the first letter I ever wrote Robin was 3 months after her disappearance. I started them when I was still under the impression we'd get the phone call from the police that they'd found her, the call that never came. The call that still haunts me every time my phone rings today. I started writing things down, wanting to focus solely on the positive when there was so much heaviness in our lives. I wanted a safe space to celebrate the things that were continuing, Skyla's milestones, and possibly Robin's too, because I felt I couldn't smile, couldn't cheer Skyla on for the things she achieved, like the first time she counted to 10 or recited the alphabet by herself. It was a strange world, a contradicting one. On one hand, I'd be beaming on the inside, proud of Skyla in all of the ways she was growing, learning, becoming. And on the other, I was terrified someone would take that pride, that smile on my face, and twist it into something it wasn't. And so, I bottled up all of my laughter, my smiles, my happy tears that mixed in with the sad, and I poured them into ink and paper. Letters I hoped would one day be in Robin's hands, proving to her that I never once forgot about her, gave up on her, even when I kept on going for Skyla's sake. And she is really the only reason I kept going. Without her, I don't know if I could have. Over the next couple of days, with Raven haunting our corridors, I'm drawn back to my box containing all of my memories of Robin, a box no one knows about but me. And for the first time since I started writing those letters, I start reading through them, one by one. Dear Ro, there's been a breakthrough. Teeth brushing suddenly isn't the total massacre you and Skyla always used to think it was. I'm smiling as I write this, vividly remembering so many nights having to pin you and your sister down, holding your heads in place while James scrubbed your teeth. We tried everything, watching all the award-winning YouTubers who sing songs for toddlers about brushing teeth, bribing you with stickers, buying you a toothbrush so you could brush your doll's teeth at the same time. But tonight, Skyla wanted to brush her teeth herself. She positioned 5 of her dolls around the sink so they could watch her while she looked in the mirror above the sink and scrubbed away. She was so proud of herself, stood up on the steps of her potty, kept spitting every few seconds, so I don't know how much brushing actually went on, but it made me so happy. The sort of happy that someone who isn't a parent will never understand. Your kid brushed their teeth, so what? There are so many people I can imagine saying that who wouldn't care about such a milestone. If only they knew the struggle. You hated brushing your teeth more than you hated broccoli and peas, more than you hated being trapped behind the baby gate or having your nappy changed, more than you hated sharing toys with your sister. Why am I writing in the past tense? I catch myself talking like that sometimes to James, and I hate it. Speaking like you're dead. You aren't. You are so alive, in every way. I'm waiting for you, baby. I'll be here when you come home. I hope somewhere out there, someone is brushing your teeth. Even if you do still hate it. All my love, Mummy. Dear Ro, I still find myself taking out 2 sets of clothes every morning, 2 pairs of shoes. Today there was an independence in Skyla I haven't seen before. She looked at the outfit I'd selected and decided she wanted to choose something herself. She went about rifling through the cupboard drawers, pulling trousers and t-shirts, dresses and cardigans out in a flurry of excitement. She ended up demanding I dress her in a Disney princess top with a tutu, colorful stripy tights, and a unicorn horn Alice band. She looked ridiculous, but couldn't have been more delighted. Paraded around the bedroom, modeling for me. I laughed. It escaped before I could stop it, and even though it was alone in a private space with just your sister, there was such guilt. Skyla, of course, was thrilled. It made her strut around more, tossing her head full of curls back as she belly laughed. It was infectious, and I know she wanted to make me laugh more and more. She was putting on a show. I pulled her to me and kissed her cheek, and it felt good. Good to smile and laugh again in a safe space where no one else could see it, just enjoying watching Skyla be. Before we left the room, I noticed she'd laid out the exact same outfit for you. Disney princess top, tutu, stripy tights, and the unicorn horn Alice band. It stayed in a neat pile on the floor for the day, and before bed, I replaced the pile with your set of pajamas, laying your bunny on top. I do that every day, Ro. God, I miss you so much. Love always, Mummy. It's a small, brief window into the happiness that was still there even when I felt I wasn't allowed to show it. These pages were my sanctuary. I hold them close, as though I could squeeze out the ink from the page, draw out those happy memories into the palm of my hands. Life with a toddler was filled with so much joy. Of course, there were stresses, moments where we snapped, times we'd raised our voices and caused Skyla big fat tears I wish we never had. But it's all part of parenthood. Our parenthood, Skyla's toddler years, were stolen from us. While she was still there physically, we were so wrapped up, consumed in the chaos that was Robin's disappearance, that we let so much slip by unnoticed. Every so often, though, I'd catch something. Hear a sentence she'd strung together, using words I didn't know she knew. I'd marvel at how smart she was, wondering where it came from, where she'd picked it up. Through time, the letters became more maudlin, more melancholy as I grew more despondent, my heart heavy in the knowledge that Robin really may never be found. While I never lost hope, my fear definitely increased. Dear Ro, something James seems to find entertaining is asking Skyla who her best friend is. I think he's desperate to hear his name from her mouth first, but it never is. It's always yours. Robin, said in accentuated, rounded words. I wonder where she thinks you are. She has no real concept of time yet, has no idea how long you've been gone. Not the way I do. Each tick of the clock is another score through my heart, another moment without you. I love you, Robin. Please come home to us. We need you. Mummy, kiss. Dear Ro, today I was making our morning coffee. I forgot for just one wonderful, blissful moment that you weren't here, because it felt like you were right there with me as the kettle rumbled. Sitting up on the kitchen counter in your pajamas, kicking your little legs about as I pulled down the mugs. I tried to pass the teaspoon to you so you could stir in the milk. You always loved making coffee with me in the mornings. So much more of a morning person than your sister, who would take a lot longer to rise, who would eventually come bleary-eyed into the brightness of the kitchen in Daddy's arms. I miss you so much, my little morning person. Love you forever, Mummy. Dear Ro, Skyla's started getting into arts and crafts. We took her to Hobbycraft today and got some paints and brushes. She painted a picture of her family. It was all just messy blobs of paint, really. Black swirling into blue, yellow, and purple acrylic. But when I asked her what she'd painted, she jabbed her finger to the paper and said, Mummy, Daddy, Skyla, and Robin. I've put the painting on the fridge. It symbolizes our family, the one Skyla still remembers. But for how much longer? When will that change? I'm not naive enough to think it never will, so I want to hold on to the things that keep us as a family of 4 for as long as I can. Please come home soon. You complete us. I don't want Skyla to ever forget you. I never will. Love you forever, Mummy. I didn't necessarily know if twins could really forget each other. Scientifically speaking, I guess so. But there were times, so many times, when Skyla seemed distressed for no reason. She'd just start crying while in the middle of eating her Kellogg's Rice Krispies or while at soft play, and when we'd ask what was wrong, she'd blink up at us confused. She didn't know. It was like she was in some sort of a trance. Was it all down to trauma, or was it more than that, some sort of twin telepathy James and I would never understand? Was Robin out there somewhere? Being hurt? Neglected? Was she crying, somehow sharing this strange, intuitive connection with Skyla? I became fascinated by it, spent hours reading articles and Reddit posts about twins, but the only thing that seemed truly therapeutic in those days was writing letters to Robin. Nothing else helped to comfort me, to ease my anxiety. I try to write at least one letter once a month, and as I fan the stack of envelopes out in front of me, I do some quick maths. There must be close to 200 letters here, too many to read through in one sitting, each one as special as the next. I clutch them tightly to my chest until the sound of Raven's voice floating down the hallway distracts me from my memories. By day 5, I'm at my wit's end. It's been a long few days and I'm tired. Tired of picking up after this teenage girl who seems to have a genuine hatred for me. Everything I say, she has a comeback for. Everything I do, she raises her eyebrows at. That's teenagers for you, James says when I open up to him while we're out in the wildflower meadow walking Alfie. There's a timidness to his voice, though, as though he isn't quite sure he believes his own words. I certainly don't. Oh, stop, she likes you, I seethe. And it's true. Over the last few days, I'd almost say James and Raven have developed a bit of a bond. And while Raven seems to be positively shining under James's wing, Skyla has dulled. She's withdrawn from us, stopped kissing me good morning and hugging me goodbye, something I must have taken for granted before, because now it's gone. The ache is enormous. She won't sit up front with me when I'm driving. Instead, she scooches into the back and spends the journey chatting to Raven in hushed whispers, as though she doesn't want me to hear their conversation, their plans. She's dressing differently, too. The same clothing, but put together in ways I haven't seen her do before. Shortening her skirts, knotting her button-down shirts. There are new rips in her expensive jeans, and she's started wearing Raven's makeup. Small things, but they make a difference. I'm starting to brace myself for her request to buy makeup of her own, and that would be a normal thing for a girl of her age. I should have been expecting it long ago, but I can't help but feel like this change is purely from Raven's influence. It's like she's modeling herself on Raven, making them look more alike than I thought before. This isn't normal though, James. For a girl to just show up at our house and start practically living with us, shouldn't her mother have vetted us or something first? I ask. Her mother is on holiday. It's summer, James says, and it's only been a handful of days. I wouldn't call it living with us, Bella. I roll my eyes. So her mother just swans off to somewhere in Europe or whatever and leaves her 15-year-old daughter to fend for herself, not even bothering to check where she's going to be staying? It all sounds a bit odd to me, I scoff. And why isn't Raven on holiday with her? Maybe she trusts her. Maybe, just like us, she needs a bit of alone time sometimes. I draw in a breath, holding on to it to keep from screaming. Why does he seem to have an answer for everything? Why can't he just be on my side for once? Alfie charges between us, kicking up dirt and almost knocking me off my feet. James catches me, steadying me. I look at him gratefully, but sigh. She's changing, Skyla, I say petulantly. We've been lucky with Sky, all things considered, James says. Why are you calling her Sky? My eyes widen. He's never called her that before. Sorry, Skyla, he corrects himself. She'll just be going through a phase. It was bound to happen eventually, love. I reattach Alfie to his lead and pull him back in the direction of the house. Bella, James calls after me, but I'm already 5 meters ahead. My relationship with James has never quite recovered after Robin's disappearance, not just sexually, but in every sense. We get by, though, and we still love each other, still support each other. So this disconnect from both him and our daughter has me on edge. It's only when I get back to the house, realizing James is still miles behind me, that I look down and notice the blood on my fingers from where I've been gnawing on my nails. Loading up our wicker laundry basket with Skyla's load, I remember I should check the guest room too. Raven hasn't come out with anything to wash over the last week, but she'll be running low on clothing by now, surely. I don't knock. The girls have been at school taking their final exam, and I know they've been planning on going out for milkshakes afterwards to celebrate, so I pull the door handle down freely. But the door doesn't budge. It's locked. Why would Raven feel the need to lock the bedroom door on her way out of the house this morning? What's in there that she could be wanting to hide? I crouch down low and peer in through the keyhole, but I can't see much. There must be a spare key somewhere, or a master key to the house perhaps. I can't say it's something I've ever needed to look for before, but I know James tends to keep a collection of keys and bills for payment in a small drawer down in the kitchen. Heading back downstairs, my teeth tear at my lower lip. I'm just trying to nibble off some dry skin, but I lose focus, ripping my lip open. Blood pools on my tongue, and I dab at the cut with the back of my hand. With the girls out and James squirreled away somewhere hiding from me, the house feels too quiet. Ominous, especially with the guest bedroom being locked. I need to find out what's in there. Rifling through the drawer in the kitchen, I pull out a set of keys. They jangle in my hand as I take them back up the stairs with me to try each one on the guest room's lock. When I finally discover the right one, I brace myself as the door swings open. At the sight of her room, my stomach twists, and I back away slowly, stunned by what I see. Who the hell does this girl think she is? My lingerie, not just one pair, but several, are strewn across the carpet, including the pair I'd seen Raven wearing in the kitchen. I knew they were mine. My nostrils flare. I recognized them all instantly, but had no idea they were missing because my lingerie drawer is a space covered in cobwebs and dust these days. Before I can think about what to do, and before I can feel the full effects of the violation, I hear Alfie barking. It's such a sharp, sudden sound that I drop the laundry basket, scattering clothing all over the floor. I swipe it all up as quickly as I can, relocking the bedroom door, and I try not to trip as I run down the marble steps to find out what the commotion is. Skyla and Raven have fallen into each other against the wall in the hallway. They're laughing, hysterical, babbling words that make no sense. "Hi, girls," I interrupt sharply, and they both try to snap up straight, but they're swaying slightly. I frown. "How was the final exam?" I aim this question at Skyla, but it's Raven who responds. "Awful! We're totally going to fail." Instead of sounding upset about this, she throws her head back and laughs again, a cackle, like she couldn't care less about something so important. My breath hitches. "Skyla?" I step towards her, noticing her eyes are glistening, but I can't be sure if she's trying not to cry or if she's been crying from laughing so hard. I sniff the air and recoil slightly. Both of them absolutely reek of booze. "Baby, have you been drinking?" I whisper, a tremor to my words. "Mom, stop calling me baby." She stomps her foot, pulling away from me, but as she does, she loses her balance and falls into the coat stand. It crashes to the floor, and she looks at me wildly as Raven's laughter intensifies. "Just leave me alone for once in your life," she screams, and clops up the staircase as quickly as her unstable legs will allow. I don't want to subject my daughter to any form of bullying, and I've been biting my tongue at every hurdle over the last few days in the fear that if I retaliate to Raven's jibes, it'll harm her friendship with Skyla. The last thing I need is Raven turning on her, making her life hell. So I've been taking the blows as they come, but this is one step too far. There's still a lot of adrenaline coursing through my veins from seeing my underwear in Raven's room, but as I clear my throat to speak to Raven, I am physically vibrating with rage and fear. "I think, Raven, it's time we took you home." Chapter 13. Raven chucks her bags into the back seat, and I wait for her to plug in her seatbelt before edging away from the house, leaving James and Skyla behind us. The girls didn't even say goodbye to each other, and while I worry about the impact this may have on their friendship, I also can't help but think perhaps getting them away from each other is a good thing. GCSEs are over now. Skyla is going to move on to study her A-levels, and as her school doesn't have a sixth form, she's moving to a college. Perhaps her camaraderie with Raven will dwindle when they are no longer together every day. One can only hope. Besides giving me clipped directions, the drive to Raven's house is silent, icily so. "You can just drop me off here," she says sulkily as we reach a gate. I look at the property with narrowed eyes. There isn't a house in sight. "You sure this is the place?" I ask uncertainly. Despite wanting to get rid of her, I can't just abandon her at the side of a road next to a field. I can't. "I think I know where I live," she says, wrenching the seatbelt away from her. "I need to see you to your door," I insist. "Your mom's back, right?" "I told you, I don't know when she's getting back," she snaps, throwing open the car door and stalking over to open the rusty gate. She doesn't look back or wave goodbye, but closes the gate and marches through the field. Every part of me wants to throw my car into reverse and get as far away from here as possible. But I can't just leave her here. No matter how much I don't like her, I can't leave her stranded in a field. There's nothing around for miles. What kind of parent would I be if I just walked away, even if she isn't mine? She's someone's. I huff, reluctantly getting out of the car and following her through the gate. The land is boggy, my feet sinking into the ground, ruining my sandals, but I trudge on. Rounding a corner, I swallow at the sight of a corroded Fleetwood caravan. There are what looks like hundreds of flies lying dead in the window, trapped behind a discolored voile net curtain. I'm really not one to judge, but it looks condemned, and it smells too. Not of the countryside, of manure or silage, but of something more putrid and fouler. You live here? I speak softly, but my voice still startles her. She rounds on me. Piss off! It's the first time I've seen any sort of color to her sallow face. There's a jingle from inside the caravan, someone unlocking the door. We both look up at it in alarm. Please, she snarls. Please, just leave. She'll be mad at me if she sees you here. I furrow my brows, trying to understand. Raven has lost the hardness to her. She looks petrified, wide-eyed. Her vulnerability tugs at my every maternal instinct. Go, she yells, and despite my better judgment, I take off through the squelching mud and race back to the safety of my vehicle. At first, I think Skyla must be pissed off with me. I hardly see her for a few days. She keeps to herself, shutting herself away. I know I need to speak with her about the drinking, but right now, all I want to do is get her to break down the walls she's built, get her to confide in me again. I'm wandering the hallways like a lost puppy, trying to give myself things to do around the house, when I hear a subtle whimper come from the guest bathroom. I press myself up against the door and realize quickly that Skyla is crying inside. Skyla? I call, unable to stop myself. She sniffles, and something clatters to the tiles. Just a minute, she says. I wait, hearing her muttering under her breath, like she's on a phone call. I frown, struggling to make out any sentences. Skyla, honey? I ask when things go quiet again. Are you okay? She unlocks the door, backing away from me. Her hair is damp, as though she's just stepped out of the shower. I peer into the room, but there's no condensation, and the shower is dry. I'm fine, Mom, she says, but she doesn't sound it. She doesn't look it either. Who are you talking to? I check her hands for her phone, but they're empty. Was I hearing things? No one, she snaps. My temper blazes, suddenly and unexpectedly. I've had it with her mood swings. All these years of being her mother, nothing prepares you for the sudden arrival of hormones, of mood swings, and the desire to be completely independent. Fine, I retort, and turn to leave. I never thought her aloofness could be so alienating. It's like I'm being punished for something, but what? Mom, wait! Her voice trembles, a sound that has the power to instantly pull me back into the room. That's when I notice her shaking, pale. Are you sick? I place the back of my hand on her forehead, and my God, she's on fire. I lead her out of the bathroom, and she clutches at her stomach as I sit her on my bed. Honey, I press, needing her to tell me what's wrong. Already my mind is racing. Is her appendix about to rupture? Does she have another cyst on her ovary? She gets those sometimes, something I'm all too familiar with myself. There are circles beneath her eyes, as though she hasn't slept in days. I don't want you to be mad at me, she says under her breath, as though speaking any louder would be too much for her. My heart breaks. The last thing I've ever wanted is for her to feel like she can't come to me with something because she's afraid of how I'd react. Is that how I've made her feel lately? I scoop the back of her head into the palm of my hand and press our foreheads together, uniting us. Why would I be mad at you? I laugh, unable to think of any reason I'd be mad at her for being unwell. I need to show you something. She swallows, breaking away from me and peeling up her lime green jumper. I look down and my pupils flare. Jesus! I drop to my knees to get a better look at her belly button, where a surgical steel bar has been pushed through. The soft pink crystal balls are a stark contrast to how red and inflamed the skin around it is. Skyla! I can't keep the irritation away from my voice, but instantly regret it when a flicker of hurt passes over her features. When did you do this? I sigh, surprised by how hot her skin is to the touch. As I press gently down, the piercing oozes with pus, a yellow, milky fluid. "Last week," she winces. "Why?" I ask, hoping for some sort of reasonable explanation, as if there could be one. But I think I already know what she's going to say. "Raven!" She squeezes her eyes shut, inhaling a sharp breath. "Please help me get it out," she chokes desperately. "I can't untwist it." "Hold on." I run back into the bathroom and quickly disinfect my hands. When I get back, I lie her back and pinch the top ball of the piercing in my fingers, but Skyla cries out in pain. It's the worst sound in the world, and my hatred for Raven spreads like the bacteria feeding on Skyla's wound. "Baby, I can't get it out unless you keep still." "I can't," she sobs. "It hurts so bad." "Where did you get this done? We'll go there. They'll be able to help," I say, realizing I'm not going to be able to get this thing out myself. There's no way. She won't let me touch it. Skyla blinks up at me rapidly. "Raven did it. Here," she admits. Fuck. My brain whirs. Unsterile equipment and God knows what else has caused this. What the hell was Skyla thinking? I can't hide the worry from my face. She needs a doctor, now. "I told Raven it was infected days ago. She told me to leave it alone, said it'd heal on its own. But I can't take it anymore, Mom. I just want it out." I feel helpless. Tattoos and piercings have never been my thing. It took me until I was 16 to get my earlobes pierced, and even that was petrifying for me. Just looking at Skyla's tummy, at the swollen skin throbbing around her belly bar, it makes me want to gag. I've never been particularly good with blood, gore. If James was around, he'd always be the one to handle minor scrapes and injuries. God, I wish he was here now. Just as I'm thinking it, Skyla speaks again. "Please don't tell Dad about this," she begs me, and I know why. James has always had one rule: no tattoos and no piercings until she leaves home. He promised to buy her first car if she stuck to that. Why would she put that offer in jeopardy? It isn't a nice feeling to be keeping things from my husband, but I want Skyla to trust me, and so I promise her this will stay between us. "We do need to get you to the doctor, though, okay?" I say with a sigh. She nods, and we drive in silence to the A&E. The entire time, I can't stop imagining Skyla lying there in her room, on her bed, biting down on something while Raven stuck a needle through her navel. I wish I knew what possessed her to do such a thing. This is not my daughter. What Raven is doing to her is rattling. She's morphing her into someone she's not. Surprisingly, Skyla's more open with the doctor than she was with me at home. I do my best to sit on the sidelines and just listen as she tells the doctor about the day Raven pierced her belly button. "She told me she knew what she was doing, said she does it all the time," she tells the doctor, a young girl who can't be much older than Skyla herself. The name Peyton is printed on a name badge clipped to her jacket. She has that dewy sort of complexion of a young adult with not much to worry about in life. "Well, whoever she is, she's wrong," Peyton says with a smirk, snapping on a pair of surgical gloves. "The infection here is severe." She looks at me as she says this, as though I should have known better, got her here sooner. If only I'd known. "I'm going to clean it with some saline solution," she says, and Skyla looks away, burying her face into me as the wound is flushed. I wish I could cover my ears, look away, but I force myself to stay strong, to be the anchor my daughter needs. Once it's clean, Peyton cuts the bar off with a pair of medical pliers, gently tugging the piercing out of Skyla's navel. "I'm prescribing an oral antibiotic, flucloxacillin. Start it right away. If you don't see an improvement in the next day or two, please come back in." Again, she looks at me, not Skyla, as she speaks. If this infection had become any worse, it could have potentially been life-threatening. Life-threatening? Skyla pales, reaching for my hand. I squeeze it in my own. Peyton nods grimly. "Sepsis was right around the corner. You need to tell your friend to stop piercing people's belly buttons at home." I like the way her tone implies that Raven isn't a friend at all, because that's exactly how I feel. and I'm hoping it's only a matter of time until Skyla sees it too. On the way home, Skyla holds tightly onto the prescription. "I'm sorry, Mom," she mutters as we rumble away from North Cotswolds Hospital. I want to tell her it's okay, but it's not, and so I answer her with a stony silence. I'm glad Raven has gone home, that we have a break from her being around. Her presence was stifling, not to mention the shift in Skyla's personality from the moment she started hanging around. The old Skyla never wore makeup, drank, stayed out late, pierced parts of her own body. Maybe this is all normal when children become teenagers. Maybe it's their way of testing boundaries, like the way they start doing when they're toddlers, fighting bedtime routines and refusing to eat their dinner, the first flicker of their independence starting to shine through. That was hard enough for me to handle, but this is a different ballgame. It's all new for me, and I have no idea how to navigate it all. But there have been odder, more disturbing things too. Things I can't shake off no matter how hard I try. Raven wearing lingerie around the house for us all to see, stealing my lingerie and scurrying them away in the spare room like some sort of magpie. The WhatsApp message I sent to James disappearing, the one asking him to come and pick me up from the hair salon. Could that have been her too? Then there's that disgusting bloody pad in the bedside drawer. Since she arrived, I felt nothing but trepidation. This girl, I'm starting to realize, is trouble, whoever she really is. The next time I see Raven is at the summer party, an event I did not invite her to, and frankly, she should have considered herself uninvited after what she did to Skyla. The severity of what happened is still sinking in, and yet, despite her absence, things haven't improved with Skyla. If anything, they've become worse. I can't figure out if she's just worried about her GCSE results or if she's mad at me for sending Raven home, but she won't talk to me. And this antisocial behavior is so out of character for her that I really don't know how to handle it. I watch the girls together now, leaning against the wall of the house, looking as bored as can be. They're dressed almost identically, all in black. They look more like they're about to rob the place than celebrate the end of their GCSEs and my 50th. They look, I realize, and I'm seized with some sort of overwhelming nausea, like ravens. The thought sends every hair on my arms standing on end, despite the humidity. I try to make out what they're saying by reading their lips, but they're talking too fast, and I'm too far away to be able to hear over the reverberating bass of Billie Eilish sounding through our ceiling speakers. Not my choice in music. Skyla put the playlist together last week, but her usual artists, Fleetwood Mac, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, and Dire Straits, have been replaced with this electronic mix that I'd usually turn down if it was on the radio. I do notice that neither one of the girls has smiled since seeing each other, and a part of me wonders if they're having some sort of argument. Fixated, I stare at them, at their similarities and their body language. I think about approaching Raven, confronting her about the piercing situation. It needs to be addressed. She needs to know just how sick Skyla was from what she did. But someone calls my name from across the patio, and I turn away. "Happy birthday, you!" Harper croons, charging up to me with a gift wrapped in shiny pink paper. "Sorry I couldn't make it to you sooner." I take the present and walk with her to the drinks table, where she pours us both some champagne. James went all out, Dom Perignon, no less for your 50th, he grins, slinging an arm over his sister's shoulder. "How are my nephews?" "Oh, you know, boys, undomesticated, galling." She sips her champagne. "But gotta love them." She nudges me, and I wish her comment didn't sting as much as it does. She expects me to understand a mother's grumbles about her children, and deep down, I know she's only joking about them. But I've never been able to find her quips funny. There's my jealousy again, resurrecting itself. It's like when someone talks about pregnancy symptoms, the backache, the nausea, the swollen ankles, or birth, like Harper detailing the massacre of her vagina for Jake's delivery, how she had to get stitched back together and has reportedly never been the same since. Even breastfeeding, the tearful stories about spilled milk, cracked nipples, and mastitis. Hearing about these things only serves as a reminder of something I missed out on, something I felt I was meant to experience, but didn't get to. A design flaw in my female body. I'd have taken any of those hardships, all of them, over having a wasteland of a womb any day. I pinch the stem of my glass and gulp back the contents. It is my birthday. I guess if I have to deal with Raven and Harper today, then the best way to get through it is with alcohol in my system. Just enough to take the bite out of the day. I pour another glass and drift away to find some of my friends from my infertility support group, the only group of women I feel I can truly trust. I have helped them over the years, and in turn, they have helped me, remained loyal throughout every vile rumor and vicious news report that has been published about us as a family. Harper soon slinks into our circle, and with her encouragement, we're pushed towards doing a round of shots. While she pours me a tumbler, I try to keep a steady eye on Skyla. It isn't a large party, just our closest friends and family, yet I manage to lose Skyla and Raven to the crowd between drinks. Telling myself she's okay, she's here somewhere close by, I try to focus on my friends and on having a good time. To us barren bunch, Carol, probably my closest friend, raises her Jaeger bomb, and we all clink our glasses together again. I grimace at the licorice-like aftertaste, already queasy, but I keep drinking, losing count of how many I have. I lose track of time, too, catching up with Carol and the other ladies. I've so needed this. Living further away from them, I don't get to see them nearly as much as I'd like, and at times it is very isolating. Because I never did make new friends when we relocated. It was too hard when the world knew who I am. I couldn't join local groups, take up a new arty hobby, or take up lawn bowling in the area. My only real interaction waited until my infertility support meetups. "When's the next meeting?" Harper asks, looking between us through those absurdly long eyelashes she gets done every 2 weeks. Harper only comes to some of the support group meetups now, and it's usually to promote something she's trying to push out into the world, a new video she's uploaded, a product she's being paid to promote. Once she had her boys, she didn't really need to come to the group sessions anymore. It didn't apply to her any longer. But sometimes she still appears, as though wanting to make sure no one will forget her. "Next week," Carol says laconically. She's never hidden her dislike for Harper. "I'll try my best to be there," Harper beams, no doubt thinking we'd all miss her presence tremendously if she couldn't make it. I can tell some of the women want to ask her why she wants to come, why she feels the need to be there when she has 2 healthy sons now. Attention, attention, attention. She's addicted to it. By the time I notice the setting sun, a knot in my chest tightens. I haven't seen Skyla for a while. Weaving past everyone, I turn in all directions. Despite the giant rose gold 50 balloon bobbing up and down by the drinks table, this is Skyla's party too. She wouldn't have left, surely, and yet she's nowhere in sight. Alfie jabs his wet nose into my calf, and from his heavy eyes, I know he can sense my unease. "Where is she, Alf?" I murmur. He plods along after me as I do a circuit of the grounds. I'm wandering beneath the awning of branches in the orchard, ducking from the polished apples hanging overhead, when Alfie starts to groan, a deep, unhappy hum. "What's wrong, boy?" I ask, turning, my fingers grazing his velvety soft ears for comfort. The party is ramping up in volume under the flow of alcohol, guests shouting over the thumping of the music, and it's turning dark fast. My contacts are drying out, and whether it's that making my vision blur or the booze, I can't decide. I step hesitantly over rotten apples fallen to the ground. A quiet snigger catches my attention, and I whip my head around, searching the rows of trees. Someone is out here. I can feel them close by, even though I can't see them. My heart rate spikes at the sound of a voice from somewhere in the darkness. "Hello, Bella," Raven says, coming out from the shadows. "Raven." I stop, Alfie pressing himself up against me defensively. For a while, all she does is glower at me, her body hunched over in that corpse-like way that puts me on edge. "Why are you out here?" I ask. "Where's Skyla?" Already, I'm frightened to death that this strange girl has done something to my daughter. I wouldn't put it past her. "Why didn't you keep me safe?" she hisses under her breath, lurching towards me. Her jerky movements make me step back into the trees. Twigs and branches dig into my spine, and as I cry out in pain, Alfie barks frantically, warning her away, but she doesn't seem to notice. She's spent enough time at our house and around us now to know that Alfie is all bark and no bite, nothing more than a lapdog. He's as far from a guard dog as you can get, in spite of his size. "What did you say?" I whisper, but my words feel liquid. I'm swaying, the alcohol dulling my usual sharpness. I've had a lot to drink, far more than I usually have. My head is swirling, but I didn't mishear her. I'm sure I didn't. I look at her arms, mottled in deep blue bruises. Is she blaming me for leaving her at that caravan? "I said, why didn't you keep me safe, Mummy?" My stomach caves in, my body doubling over. For a moment, I forget to breathe. "Mum?" Skyla's voice calls. "There you are." She's carrying 2 polystyrene cups in her hand and passes one to Raven. When Skyla turns to face me, Raven's finger raises. She touches it to her lips. Shh. When she unpuckers her mouth, it curls into a smile, her eyes glinting in the moonlight, a look that only I can see. Part 3, Chapter 14. Raven called me Mummy. She called me Mummy. For a second, I think my heart has stopped, that time itself has ceased. I wasn't being delusional. It wasn't wishful thinking or some crazy fantasy. Raven is Robin. She's admitted it, or just about. I knew I wasn't imagining their resemblance. What I can't understand is why she doesn't want me to tell Skyla. Why did she silence me, and why is she hiding the truth? Is she afraid? Scared to be rejected? My mind becomes a hive of activity. This girl clearly knows who we are. She knows our story. Is there a chance she's toying with me? Like some of those Madeline McCann lookalikes. Does she simply think she looks similar enough to get away with this? Or does she genuinely think she's Robin? Know she's Robin? I wish I knew. And if she is Robin, what could she possibly want if she doesn't want Skyla knowing the connection? Does she expect me to keep quiet to my husband now that she's shared something so colossal? I have to tell James, of course I do. But if Raven doesn't want to admit it to anyone but me, will he even believe me? He didn't before. When I get inside, I drift into the living room in a complete daze. My mind can't seem to grasp onto anything concrete. Every thought is cumbersome. My underwear on the floor of the guest room. Raven's scar. The word mummy, the significance of it, its essence. Skyla stopped calling me Mummy long ago, shortened me to simply Mum, so Mummy sparked something in me. A yearning I've had for what could be years, and perhaps Raven knows that. Perhaps this is all part of her manipulation. Slumping down, I let the sofa swallow me. I stare and stare at the stone floor until each tiny speck of dirt I see on the tiles blurs. It's in the middle of the night when what I have to do comes to me. It's the only option, really, and so I do some online shopping, my heart beating erratically as I do. The party has wound down. James is snuffling into his pillow, the after effects of too much Dom Perignon, and Skyla's bedroom door is sealed, another new thing she's been doing lately. I tread across the landing and pad down the cold marble steps. I'm about to round the corner and get to the living room, where I know the clear tape I'm after is kept. But the sound of shattering glass stops me. Someone is downstairs. Alfie starts barking from his summer dog kennel out on the patio, furious snarls splitting through the silence of the night. My natural instinct tells me to turn and run back up to the bedroom, wake James, have him deal with it. He'll do a survey of the house, find some delirious bird that's flown into our window, and tease me for being so paranoid. And maybe he'd be right. Maybe I am paranoid. But I can't seem to turn on my heels and ask my husband to help. Something is pulling me in the direction of the noise. Without a phone on me, I can't call for help, and while we have a panic button, it's by the alarm system in the direction the noise came from. Not much help to me right now. The silence that follows as I try to work out what to do roars through my eardrums. Looking around me, I think about protection and consider my options. There's an umbrella resting against the wall by the front door, the royal blue fabric bound tight. I pick it up by the handle, realizing it has more weight to it than I thought. Gripping it in the palm of my hand, I make my way into the depths of the house. I find Raven perched on the ground, and I suppose, all things considered, I should be relieved it's her in here and not a burglar who has broken in. But it's the way I find Raven that squeezes the air from my lungs. She's hovering over a picture I had framed of me, James, and Skyla from our trip to Wales last year. We'd gone to tick another medieval castle off Skyla's list, Pembroke Castle. In the photo, we're all leaning on the railing in front of the river with the time-worn castle behind us. We're huddled together, squinting through a torrent of rain. But we're smiling, happy. A family on holiday making the most of a day despite the bad weather. I look at it now, at the broken frame with a splinter of wood sticking out at an odd angle. Raven, who hasn't noticed me yet, is picking through the glass scattered at her feet. She's making piles, separating the larger shards from the small, humming gently under her breath. "What are you doing in here?" My voice breaks her concentration. She rolls her head over her shoulder lazily, as though she's been disturbed in her sleep. When she spots me, she glares at me in the gloom of the night. "Oops," she says simply. "It fell." I said, "What are you doing in here?" I repeat, fighting to keep the tremor from my words. I thought I'd made it quite clear to her that she was to go home after any visits going forward, for a while at least. Hadn't I implied that when I'd dropped her off at her ramshackle caravan? Skyla said I could stay over again. "You and James had way too much to drink to drive me," she says uppishly, her lips pouting with a mean grin. Standing, I notice her keeping a sharp sliver of glass in her hand, and for a second, as she takes a step towards me, I think she might use it. I clench onto the umbrella, ready to aim the end tip at her if needed, however pathetically. "Is your mom away again?" I ask crisply. "Vicky, that's right, she's away." Raven nods, working the glass between her fingers. Vicky. Everything about the way she says her mother's name makes it seem like she's testing it on her tongue. It sounds fictitious, and her expression only seems to confirm that it is. Why has she been lying to us? I take a step back, not realizing this simple move has me cornered against the wall. I don't like the way this girl keeps closing any distance between us, encroaching on my space, making me feel trapped. Raven, I have to ask, what did you mean earlier? I swallow, trying to keep my head held high. I won't show fear, weakness. I'm stronger than that. "What do you mean?" she asks with doe-eyed innocence. "In the orchard, you asked me why I didn't keep you safe. You called me—" I pause, my eyelids fluttering. "Mummy." Taking another step towards me, she's so close I can see the pores marking the tip of her nose in the scantily lit room. I glance down at the glass in her hand, then back up to her. She smiles. Skyla's smile. Skyla's teeth, yet it's Raven's mouth, so similar. She rolls the glass between her fingers, scoffing as I purse my lips together tightly as I watch. Even though I'm trying my best to hide it, my distress must have a flavor. Raven seems to taste the air, dark yet gleaming. Footsteps. Faint, but I hear them coming from behind us. Relief. She won't hurt me now. I know she's heard them too, from the way she tilts her head just slightly in the direction of the noise. "All right," James trudges in, rubbing at his eyes. His shirt's off, revealing his treasure trail of hair leading down into his pants. Raven and I both turn our attention towards him. I like my husband's body. Even in middle age, he's never let himself go. And in this moment, as Raven seems to slip the shard of glass in her hand from view, I'm aware of her staring at his body too, feasting on it almost. Is it my imagination? A surge of possessiveness washes over me, and I reach over to the sofa where a chunky knit blanket lies usually forgotten about over the armrest. I chuck it at James, and he quickly covers himself up. "What happened here?" James frowns, noticing the photograph and the glass on the floor. I find myself glad he's seen this, thinking maybe now he'll finally believe me when I say there's something about this girl I just don't trust. And yet, in the same breath, I wonder how Raven will try to talk herself out of it. I don't have to wait long. "I was trying to find the kitchen. It's a bit disorientating here at night, in the dark," she says, her voice honeyed. "I knocked your picture off the wall by accident. I'm so sorry." She bends and starts to collect the pieces of glass, but James stops her. "Don't be silly. You'll cut yourself. We'll deal with that. You grab a drink and head up to bed. It's late," he says, reaching out and touching her arm, which stuns us all. Pulling his hand back as though he's been burned, he quickly starts towards the kitchen where he slaps on the light. "Water?" he asks her, an octave too high. Their interaction is strange, stilted. There's something odd about it. I can't quite figure out what it is, but there is something making their exchange seem staged somehow. My mind whirls, a Ferris wheel spinning round and round. Has something happened between them? It's a ludicrous thought. He's old enough to be her father, and yet still my mind goes there. I hate myself for it. It feels like I'm disrespecting James for even thinking it. The water dispenser glugs as he fills Raven's glass, and as it does, I crouch down to gather up the glass in the living room. That's when I notice the photograph. There are deep, angry scores in it, but it isn't everywhere. It's only scratched over my face. My squinting, smiling face has been sliced away right out of the photograph. "We aren't an Airbnb, James!" I cry out, almost a yelp like a frightened puppy. I'm still holding on to the umbrella and fling it about now, emphasizing my irritation. "And look at this!" I point down to the photograph, not wanting to pick it up. "She knocked it down by accident," he says, but a crease between his eyebrows forms as he studies the image. "She scratched me out of the picture, James," I whisper, feverish. Now it's undeniable. Now James has to see it. There is something seriously off about Raven, if that really is even her name. He draws in a breath, and I guess he must decide it's best not to respond at all, because nothing comes out of his mouth. "I don't want that girl roaming our hallways at night," I say, depositing the umbrella against a wall. It's something I should have said long ago, put my foot down. Now I wish I had sooner. James brushes up the glass, and I follow as he takes the dustpan to the recycling bin. "What do you suggest? Locking her in the guest room at night?" he asks, laughing as though it's the most outlandish idea imaginable. I don't tell him I'm tempted to do just that, but he can tell when he glances up at me that I am. "We need to get some sleep," he says, flicking a switch that leaves us in darkness. I know. I dip my head, exhaling into my chest. My eyes are heavy, itchy, and irritated. They need to be closed. But my mind is busy. There are things I need to do to prove if my theory that Raven is Robin is correct. And I can't do that now. Not until she's left. I need to coax her, my husband, and my daughter out of the house tomorrow without me, because I need access to the guest number room. I need to get this girl's DNA. For the next few hours, I don't sleep. Not with her in the house. I can't. She is the uninvited, and yet she is here, haunting me and my family. The last of the summer's humidity brews a rare thunderstorm for the southwest of England. It rumbles through the sky and rattles the house down to its core. I watch the flashes of lightning flicker through the bedroom as I lie awake in bed, revealing things in the shadows that set me on edge. Only when the first crack of dawn slides through a gap in the curtains do I let myself shut my eyes and rest. I dress slowly, slipping a silk ivory blouse over my head, the sleeves billowing at my wrists. I'm going for chic, sophisticated, but I yawn. Exhausted. I should have prioritized sleep more last night, or requested a different meeting date that wasn't the day after my 50th birthday party. But if I'm being honest, I'm too excited about the chance of an interview to ask for any special favors. I applied for the job in my maiden name, but I'm sure it won't take long for them to realize who I am. Grossly overqualified, I can only hope they give me a chance. It's my first interview in years. Financially, I don't need a job, but that doesn't stop me from wanting one. I've often thought about working in a charity shop or something in a similar vein, but it's too public. I need something I can do behind a desk with limited interactions with other people. All I want is a purpose, especially now Skyla is getting older. After sixth form college, she'll head off to university. Oxford, hopefully, which suits me fine being less than an hour away. Cambridge is another option, a little further away, but not by much. Thankfully, it seems that, for now, she's keeping close. I don't know what I'll do the day she decides she wants to travel or move away. Have some sort of a nervous breakdown, definitely. So this job interview is important to me. I tuck the blouse into my high-waisted trousers. Corduroy, wide leg, nothing I'd usually wear, but something I'd ordered especially for this interview from mint velvet. The sort of thing I'd have looked at the price tag of in my 30s and scoffed at, walking away without a backwards glance. But I have to admit, it feels nice being out of jeans and secondhand vintage finds. I feel, for the first time in a very long time, somewhat important. Looking at my attire in the mirror, I'm reminded of who I used to be. A 9-to-5 office worker, a professional. With my grays now covered from my hairdressing appointment, I even appear younger. But I still look like Isabella Rushmore. That is something that, despite my best efforts, I can't change. How soon will the employer realize? Will they proceed with the interview and get their no doubt pretty young receptionist to send me a blunt email saying I've been unsuccessful shortly after leaving? I sigh, smoothing down my outfit one last time as I wonder if I should even bother going. But I know I need to. I need to do this, for me. I try not to dwell on the outcome of the interview as I head downstairs to make a cup of coffee for the drive, though job interviews have always made me tense. Even before the world came to know who I am, I was always a nervous wreck with them, so the apple I force down churns with the nerves in my stomach. When I pull open the drawer to the bins to chuck away the apple core, I stare down at the broken glass at the top of our recycling. The shards shimmer under the pendant ceiling lights, their glint a threat. An unwelcome tremble scurries up the back of my neck. The sooner I figure out the truth about Raven, the better. Luring the girls and James out of the house is going to have to wait, though. I need to get this interview over with first, and I need to put my all into it. It's the first thing I've done for me in many, many years. "Morning, Mum," Skyla says as she enters the kitchen. "Wow, don't you look smart?" As she checks me out, there's an impressed quirk to her eyebrow. She's being warm, friendly, her old self. It's a wonderful surprise, although her moods are like playing Russian roulette these days. You never know what you're going to get. "Thanks," I grin, slamming the drawer to the recycling closed. She doesn't need to see what Raven did with our photograph. I'll buy a new frame and have the picture reprinted before she notices. "I've got a job interview," I tell Skyla proudly, popping a tea bag into her friend's mug. Her eyebrow climbs. She knows how big this is for me, even if she doesn't really understand why I want a job I don't technically need, given our financial situation. "Oh, you're headed to town? Mind if I grab a lift?" Raven asks from the doorway. She looks at me expectantly, eyes winged with black liner, arms folded across her chest. I don't want to say yes, not after last night and what she did to the photograph, but I'm also aware that me driving her into town would mean getting her out of the house, and I'd like to keep her out. As soon as I get a moment alone with Skyla, I'm going to have a chat with her. Tell her I don't think guests are a good idea at the moment. I'll come up with some excuse, feign an illness if I have to. Do people still quarantine if they have COVID? I'll have to check. I'm leaving in 5 minutes, I say coldly, turning my attention towards my travel mug. I stir my latte sachet into the boiling water, grab my things, and loiter out on the drive. I tear my skin from my lips, drawing blood, but I suck it up and keep gnawing. Having Raven alone in the car with me? I'm nervous. Getting behind my steering wheel, I wait for her to climb in. She sits in the passenger seat beside me, her black fingernails picking at a hole in her leggings. I can't stop imagining those fingers rummaging through my underwear drawer, through my things. It makes me feel genuinely sick. Everything's back in its rightful place now, after being put through the washing machine, but I don't imagine I'll be wearing any of that stuff again. I can't stop wondering why she wore them. And what the hell was she doing with them in her room? Her room? No, it's my room, my family's guest room. The strangest thing of all is that she didn't even seem to acknowledge that I'd found my things squirreled away with her, or that I'd taken them all back. Her poker face is impressive to say the least. I think about asking her about my things now while we drive to town, but I find I can't get the words out. It's too awkward, and I don't know how to broach the matter. "What were you doing with my underwear in your room?" is the weirdest thing to ask a girl you hardly know. My daughter's friend. Someone I'm still trying to figure out. Someone who could still very well be my missing child. And so we drive in a surly silence, my thoughts flicking to the party last night and how she called me Mummy and the photograph she destroyed in the middle of the night. These are weird things, unexplainable, and I feel like she's doing them intentionally to wind me up. But why? What is she hoping to achieve? What does she want from me? It's only as I'm parallel parking that I realize I spent the entire drive fretting about Raven rather than preparing for my interview. A new flutter of nerves swarms my insides. What am I going to say if they recognize me? You'd think after all these years I'd have something drawn up in my head, some sort of script at the ready to handle this very situation. But I don't. Unbuckling the seatbelt, I pick up my travel mug and exit the car. I expect Raven to at least thank me before she starts to walk away, so when she doesn't, I can't quite bite my tongue. "It's a pleasure," I call after her sarcastically, and watch as she turns back towards me with a scowl hardening her features. There's a pulsing in my temple from the adrenaline. Confrontation isn't something I tend to enjoy, nor is it something I do often. I glance down at my watch. 5 minutes until my interview. I don't have time for this. I always used to like showing up 15 minutes early, just for good measure. But now I'll be lucky if I can reach the door to their office on time. "Did you ever actually want me?" Raven's voice is so soft I hardly hear it, yet those words cement in my brain. Or did you get rid of me on purpose? My knees turn weak, my ankles buckling beneath me. "Stop saying things like that," I shout across the car park to her, and already people are turning to stare. Tears prick at my eyes. I swipe at them in frustration. I can't cry now, and I need to go. "I don't know what it is you want," I spit, "but this needs to stop." I stride past her and keep walking until she says something so earth-shattering, the ground falls away from me. "I just want to come home, Mummy." My head turns in her direction, but I'm caught off guard. She's right beside me, and with one quick knock, her shoulder connects sharply with my arm, ramming deep down to the bone. Pain flares as I suck in a breath through my teeth. I don't notice the burning sensation for a couple more seconds, but then it hits me. Scalding hot coffee seeping in through my silk blouse, staining the material. "Oh my God!" I cry, pulling at my clothing. My skin is screaming as my mind races. I don't have a change of clothes, and I must have less than 2 minutes to be at my interview. "Oops," Raven says, just like she said last night when I found her with the photo frame on the floor. Her head tilts to the side, a smile playing on her lips as she looks down at my ruined outfit. "Good luck with your interview." Standing in the middle of the car park, drenched in coffee, I watch her walk away. I decide to go to the interview regardless of the giant stain down my front. In my head, I think perhaps they'll admire my tenacity, my courage to show up despite some pushbacks, but things go from bad to worse. They don't tell me they recognize me when I sit in front of them, but I can tell by the way their eyes widen when I smile that they do. But it isn't even that completely throws me. It's the interview itself. Things have changed since I was in my mid-30s. The company sit me down and have me do a timed test on a slippery, scratched little iPad, which I fail miserably. Without a calculator on hand, I'm trying to do arithmetic calculations in my head, and I haven't had to do any sort of maths for years. I hand the iPad back dejectedly, and they sigh as they see the results. Something about their disappointment feels personal. "I'd be good at this job, you know. I know I would," I say as I gather up my things to leave. "We'll be in touch," a tight-lipped woman with enough hairspray in her hair to set her on fire responds. Every part of me wants to fight for this role, to beg them to give me the chance. "I need this," I want to say. Instead, I nod and slip out of their office, counting the minutes until the rejection arrives in my inbox. Because what company would hire a woman who showed up late, covered in coffee, who just so happens to be the mother to a missing girl? Cleared of being a suspect, but still having her name slandered daily. Employing me would be bad for their company. They'd never say it, but I know it's true. I'd be a liability, and no one wants that. I drag myself back to the car, wanting to be back home where I'm safe, unjudged, sometimes even wanted. I want to be where I can open a bottle of wine and stew. Raven sabotaged my interview. She purposefully bumped into me, making me spill my drink over myself. And those things she was saying, once again making me believe she's Robin. Why would she do that to me? I need to find out if there's any truth to what she's saying, and I know just how to find out. I climb into the car and scroll through the contacts on my phone. I haven't had to reach out to DCI Gary Quinn for a long time, but now I hover my thumb over his name. Do I call him? Tell him what's happening? I've wasted his time so often in the past, thinking girls are Robin. He's never been anything but wonderful to me, gentle, kind, empathetic in a way that makes me feel like I'm cuddling a pillow every time I speak to him. But I can't. Not yet. I don't know if this girl really is Robin or not, but I need to find out before I get the police involved. And I need to find out why she seems to hate me. Chapter 16. I pocket my phone and go for a drive, the way I used to when the twins were tiny and I just needed them to sleep for an hour. Directionless, nothing but the hum of traffic and the rumble of tires on concrete in my ears. Back then, it was to have a moment to myself, to listen to a podcast or just some music, anything other than the whines of babies needing something from me, a chance to reset. Now it's to think, to be alone with my thoughts and figure out how the hell to put the plan I have in my head into action. It isn't straightforward. It's going to be tough, and I find myself wishing I could ask someone for some help, or support at least. I haven't completely isolated myself in life. I have Carol from the infertility support group, and the others too. I have Harper, who, despite her exasperating ways, has always been there for me when I need her. And DCI Gary Quinn, who I'm becoming more and more tempted to call with each passing mile. I'm on the A429, and the straightness of the road is numbing. I go on autopilot, foot down on the accelerator, eyes cast ahead. It takes me a while to look in my rearview mirror, to notice the car behind me. It's a big car, black, something meaty, a Range Rover or Land Rover. I'm not a car person, so I can't tell. I wouldn't know the difference, especially not from a distance. They aren't up my ass exactly, but they're gaining on me. We're on a road built 2,000 years ago by the Romans. There's no lefts or rights, just an arrow-straight path, so there's absolutely no reason for me to think that this car is following me. But I do. I do because it's happened before, multiple times. Paparazzi, or people who just genuinely hate us, tailing me, wanting to snap a picture or shout some sort of verbal abuse. It could be that. I grip the steering wheel tighter, wishing I could just pull over and let them pass. But there's no space to do that. I have no choice but to keep going and hope that eventually, when there's a fork in the road, they'll go one direction and I'll go the other. The windscreen on the car behind me is tinted, so dark it can't be legal. I can't see the driver or any passengers, even though their bonnet is practically touching my boot. They're too close. If I had to slam on the brakes right now, it would cause a collision. My hand shakily checks my seatbelt, and as I exhale, my lips quiver. I press my foot on the accelerator and speed, 75 up to 80 miles per hour to get some distance between us, but they follow suit. The rev of their engine makes me terrified they're actually going to try and run me down. I'm not in a small car by any stretch, a Mythos black Audi A3, but the car behind me could crush it easily, drive over it like a monster truck. I fumble for my phone, holding down the button on the right-hand side. "Call James!" I shout, but the call doesn't connect. There's no signal. This fucking first world country has less signal available than any of the third world countries I've ever been to, with all of its rural areas like this. Fury and terror model together as I think about what my options are. I can't go any faster than I already am. I'm afraid I'll lose control of the vehicle. So I choose to do the opposite. Pumping the brakes just slightly, I try to see if this will get them off my back, but I jolt forward from an impact. Steel on steel. I let out a scream, my seatbelt cutting into my neck. They've hit me. More of a nudge, but still. Whoever they are, they're doing this on purpose. They're teasing me, playing with their prey. I want to speed up, to get as far away from them as I possibly can. But I haven't moved my foot from the brakes to the accelerator, and as I press my foot back down, there's a loud crunch. I'm thrust into the steering wheel, my neck close to snapping. The collision sends me off the road, into a ditch. It all happens so fast, I'm still trying to lift my head up when the black car cruises by, and I swear it's Raven I see in the passenger seat. Her oily crimson hair blows out of the open window, trailing along behind as the car deserts me. I sit there, my car steaming in the ditch, trying to figure out what to do next. For a while, I physically can't move. Besides the tremble running through my body, I am still. There are no cars whizzing by. No one saw the accident. No witnesses. No one coming to help. I have no choice but to move, to reach for my phone, which skittered from the passenger seat to the floor on impact. Now I will call the police. Dial 999. I need help from DCI Gary Quinn, from anyone. I manage to pinch my phone from beneath the seat and pull it towards me, punching in the numbers. There are no bars of signal, but surely an emergency services number would connect despite that, piggyback off a signal from somewhere, a satellite perhaps, but it doesn't. I try the SOS emergency call because even without a signal, that's what it's there for, isn't it? The call doesn't go through. A bellow rips from my chest. This day has gone so awry. Now what do? I can't just stay here in the hope that James or Skyla will load up Life 360 and see my little icon trundling down the A429 at a snail's pace. I know I'm the only one that actually ever really uses that app. I have to get out of the car and walk down the main road until I can flag someone down. And just the thought of doing that gives me heart palpitations. What if this is a setup? What if this is a hate crime waiting to happen? Am I going to be ambushed? Whether I like it or not, these indulgences of thinking everyone is against me happens every day. I can never be too careful, and it's kept me safe so far, so I'm not about to change now, regardless of how paranoid I seem. The door hangs on its hinges once I've managed to get out into the open. I climb up the small incline. leaving my car behind. When I get to the roadside, I look left and right. No cars in either direction, no signal on my device. Sighing, I start an uncalculated walk ahead under the summer sun. When the first few cars pass without stopping, I wonder if I should stick a thumb out, hitch a lift? The fear of them recognizing me keeps my thumb wedged into my corduroy trousers. Yet it amazes me the number of cars that pass without even bothering to check if a single woman, alone, on a long stretch of road, is okay. Where do they think I'm going? Where do they think I've come from? The road ahead and behind stretches endlessly, nothing but the sweep of the countryside. By now, the coffee has hardened on my silk blouse, turned the stain to a creamy brown that scratches against the raw skin on my stomach. I still haven't had a chance to inspect the burn, but I imagine the spill has left a few marks. Blistered? Probably. I don't look. I just let the material scratch against my skin as I march on. I don't notice the whiplash until later, when the adrenaline has worn off. Even when more cars pass, I don't stop them. I trudge on, terrified to bring attention to myself. My Apple Watch has never recorded so many steps in a single day. When I finally limp through the front door to our home, the first thing I hear is a woman's voice. A warning, undoubtedly. "This thing in your house is a demon," she says. It isn't a voice I recognize. It's American, somewhat monotone, eerie. I creep down the hallway, finding James on the sofa, Skyla curled up on one side of him, Raven snuggled into the other. There's a bowl of popcorn balanced on his lap, and as I stare, Raven reaches for the bowl, plunging her hand right in. Demon, my mind goes there before I can stop it. And how can I think such a thing? How can I have changed so much from the woman who has deeply longed for her child over the years? Yearning for my baby has been all-consuming. She's all I've wanted day in and day out, and yet now she may be here, right in front of me. I don't want her anymore. Not if she's Raven. How wicked and cruel is that? What kind of mother does that make me? To reject my daughter after she's been through such a profound amount of turmoil. Of course she'll have changed, become resentful, hateful even. I should be more understanding. I should be taking her into my arms and promising her I'll protect her from here on in, the way I should have done all those years ago. I should be comforting her, no matter how angry she seems or what she puts me through. But while I look at Raven and see so much of my little girl in her, she just isn't the tiny toddler who was snatched from her cot. She can't possibly be. I don't know what to believe. It is her, and yet it isn't. The word demon spins round and round in my mind. Creepy fables and folklore about changelings have started creeping into my dreams, my nightmares. I've tried to ignore them, but I don't think that I can anymore. I want nothing to do with this girl who I'm sure tried to kill me today. What is she doing back here? I dropped her off in town. I'd been looking forward to a night in with my family, alone, no outside noise. I needed it, needed space from her. I needed access to the guest room. I look at the wall-mounted clock. Raven could have easily got back here before me, her with a car, me on foot. I'm sure it was her in the car. Flooding with a silent rage, I take a step closer to the three of them. "James," I say shakily. He pauses the movie. "I was in an accident," I manage, and as I say the words aloud, I choke, sob. Something I hate doing in front of Skyla. Don't show weakness, vulnerability. Always be strong. I need my daughter to see me as a source of security, not this. The movie, The Conjuring, I learn later, is forgotten. James and Skyla leap up, flapping around me in alarm. Meanwhile, Raven descends into the sofa, throwing handfuls of popcorn into her mouth to mask a smile playing on her lips. "I've arranged for the car to be towed," DCI Gary Quinn says, picking up the cup of builder's tea I've made him, intense and sugary. He takes a small sip. Thank you, I say. I know this isn't part of his job, but he's always gone out of his way for us. The fact he's driven here all the way from Bristol makes me realize just how much he cares about us, and I attempt a grateful smile. I'm going to see what I can pull from CCTV, if I can spot any cars matching the description of the one you've given me. Get a plate reading. I'll do the best I can, he promises. And while I may not have a lot of faith in the justice system, I know he's speaking the truth. He will do his best to find out what he can. It's what he's always done for us. Sometimes I'm sure he's put us before his own family, if he even has one. I don't know. But he's definitely worked longer hours than any person ever should.
You'd think after all this time people would just leave us alone,
James says, beside himself. He hasn't sat down since I told him about the crash. He's just been pacing, rubbing incessantly at his jaw, pulling the sagging skin on his neck that he's always been self-conscious about as he's aged. I'm sorry this has happened to you, Quinn breathes out, his eyes soft, the color of the sky on a cloudless day. There's the beginning of what looks like cataracts starting in them, reminding me just how long this man has been in our lives. I wonder if he's ever looked at me and noticed my own deterioration. When we met the night Robin was taken, I didn't have a gray strand in sight and had only a whisper of wrinkles starting to appear on my forehead. Grief and turmoil age you faster, and DCI Gary Quinn has experienced both every single day of his career. Not just mine, but countless other families' grief and turmoil too. What must that be like, to witness so much sadness every single day you get up and go to work? I'm glad I don't know. It isn't the kind of job you can just leave at the door when you get home. These cases have stayed with him. I see them deeply rooted behind those blue eyes of his. If there's anything else you remember, please give me a call. You have my number. Use it any time. He nods at me, unsmiling but kind, gentle. Now is the time to speak up, to tell my husband and DCI Gary Quinn about Raven, while the girls are back in the lounge finishing up the film, distracted. I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. The bloodied pad keeps coming into my mind, the need to get to the guest room and hope to God it's still there, as vile as it is. I need to extract her DNA from it. I need to get confirmation that this girl is Robin before I say anything. If I hand it over to the police, I won't be the first to know, and I may never know the truth, because how often does evidence get tampered with? With a case this big, there are a lot of people who may want to change the results that come in. No, this feels like something I need to be in control of. I need the answers. Only then can I let James and the police in fully and explain what has really been going on. DC. Gary Quinn finishes his tea, gathers up his paperwork, and leaves none the wiser. And part of me does wonder if I've just made a giant mistake, one that might cost me everything. Our safety? Maybe even our lives? After today, I really don't feel like I'm being that dramatic in thinking that. James cradles me in the kitchen, breathing deeply. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you," he mumbles. His fingers press into my shoulders, kneading and massaging the pain away. "I'll run you a bath. Take the girls out with me to walk Alfie so you can relax a bit," he says, kissing the back of my head. Under any other circumstances, I'd beg him to stay. I don't necessarily want to be alone right now. I'm so shaken up. But with him and the girls out of the house, I'll have time to get into the guest room and do what I need to do. A strong scent of sage and sea minerals overpowers the steaming bathroom as I enter. I look longingly at the full bath, hoping I'll have time to enjoy it once I've collected Raven's DNA. Cracking open the window just slightly, I push up on my tiptoes and peer out, watching as James, Skyla, Raven, and Alfie disappear down the drive. As soon as they're a good distance away, I fly down the staircase and grab a pair of gloves from the cupboard under the sink. As I rip open the DIY DNA testing kit, a small card the size and shape of a business card slips out. its sharp edge nicking my leg. I pick it up and read the warning written in bold red lettering. It is illegal to collect a person's DNA for testing without their consent. I swallow back the fear this instantly erupts inside me, because I already know this. DCI. Gary Quinn has said as much to me in the past, when I've previously thought someone has been Robin. Parental responsibility consent would be needed to get hold of the DNA of someone under the age of 16, he'd told me once. There are forms to sign included in the kit. Forms Raven's mother Vicky should be signing with a strictly black pen if I could only ask her, but she's away again, and I don't have time to waste. As I touch the nib of the pen to the dotted line, I exhale. Fraud. This is fraud, isn't it? Am I going to get done for forgery? I close my eyes and think up a signature before letting the pen glide across the paper. I can't think about the consequences right now. I just need answers. The truth. I can worry about the rest later. Confront Vicky and ask her if we can perform a DNA test. Follow the legalities if we must. I can tell her Raven's been telling me who she is, all of which is true. No one need know about these specific DNA samples and test. These are just for me, so I can stop feeling crazy and get some answers. I study the instructions carefully before taking what I need and head back up the stairs. The door to the guest room unlocks, swinging open to reveal the room that never used to feel so cold and uninviting before. Perhaps the most unsettling of all is finding nothing out of place or bizarre this time. The room appears untouched, the bedsheets smooth, made perfectly, nothing out of the ordinary. Alarmed, I think maybe she's cleaned out the bedside drawer. While I'm sure I could think of another way to get her DNA, a used tissue, strands of her hair, I know nothing could be as accurate as that bloodied pad. A hair could easily be Skyla's or mine, or even Alfie's. A tissue may not have enough DNA on it to sample. That pad, as disgusting as it is, holds the information I need. I snap on the yellow rubber gloves and pull the drawer open. My mouth parts in disgust as I look inside. Now, not one pad is scrunched up in there, but several. I swallow my revulsion thinking, there's a reason she's doing this. Does she know I'll be wanting to collect her DNA? Is she hiding her pads in here so I don't find them in the bin she knows I empty every Monday morning? And if that is what she's doing, wouldn't she only be wanting to hide her true identity if she isn't Robin? Because she's having fun tormenting me, playing mind games with me, making me believe she's my missing daughter. I pluck up one of the pads, pulling a face as I handle it. It has dried and gone crusty, with a sharp metallic smell to it that makes me want to gag. What am I doing? Skyla's DNA is easier to collect and nowhere near as sickening. After I've collected what I need, I seal the envelope provided in the test kit, handling it like it could burst into flames at any moment. This little white envelope holds the truth, and a part of me is scared to release it into the world, scared of what comes next. What if it gets lost in transit? What if it gives me answers I'm not ready for? What if? But I must, simply must find out, even if it does reveal something awful. But what would that be? Would Raven being my daughter be the nightmare, or her pretending to be? I just can't imagine the baby I've been pining for all these years to have turned into Raven, and yet her likeness to Skyla is glaringly obvious, to me at least. I go to the post office, riding out a painfully long queue, and eventually pay for express delivery to speed up the process of the results, and I'm told the lab will send me a confirmation when they receive the samples I send in. Now, all I can do is wait. Chapter 17. By the time James gets back with the girls and Alfie, I'm fidgety, agitated, already willing the results back. While my skin is supple and softened from the bath I managed to sit in for all of 5 minutes, my mind has only grown even more erratic. I've poured a glass of wine, and James eyes me as he hangs up the dog lead. "Drinking again?" he asks in a way that makes it hard to know if he's judging me or not. What do you mean? I snort, suddenly self-conscious of the glass in my hand. It's just, he draws in a breath. You've been drinking quite heavily lately, every night, sometimes even in the day. My eyelashes flutter as I stare at him, my body going stiff. I stand motionless, mouth parted. How can he say that when it's usually him pouring the wine? Wine that he drinks too. And I haven't been day drinking, have I? I had a cocktail in town after my hair appointment, but does that really count? That was a treat for my birthday. I want to respond, but as I'm busy conjuring up the words, Skyla walks in with Raven. How are you feeling, Mom? She asks, wide-eyed. My daughter, the empath. When she was 2, I remember being so truly proud of her. Everyone who met her commented on how lovely she was, how caring and loving. I stopped going to playgroups after Robin disappeared, but we still saw family members who had babies of their own, and if ever one was upset or crying, Skyla would desperately want to help. She'd offer toys, cuddles, kisses, anything she could. There were times where I'd be in floods of tears, trying to hide them from her, but she'd notice despite my efforts, and she was amazing. At just 2 years old, she put a hand on my shoulder, comforted me, cuddled and kissed me with her wet Cupid bow lips. Her empathy has always shone through so much, until recently. So it's a relief to see it there again. Not gone, just muffled. I place the glass of wine down on the countertop now and smile at my daughter, because her feeling secure is more important than anything else. I've always tried to shield her from things like arguments and disagreements I've had with James. Fights are a normal part of a relationship, he's always said, and while I know he's right, I'm still the mother swan fiercely protecting her signet. Skyla has been through enough. The last thing she needs is to feel like her home life is rocky, especially with Raven here watching on. We're under a spotlight, or so it seems. I'm okay, honeypot, I say, using one of the names I have for her that came from nowhere and everywhere, like it was a name that had always been there, waiting to be used. A derivation of honey, a term of endearment I'd never used before. I'm not usually one for pet names, but honeypot always stuck for Skyla. Robin had always been Songbird, though her nickname had always been ironic, because what she did at dawn isn't exactly what I'd call singing. It was more of a shrill squawk, I think, glancing at Raven over Skyla's shoulder. I lean in to kiss the top of Skyla's head. Her hair smells of her shampoo, watermelon and lychee. As I draw back, I catch James still glowering at me from across the room. Silently, he turns to go, but not before looking back at the full glass of wine in front of me. What is his problem? I've had an accident. Shouldn't I be entitled to a drink to calm my nerves? Not that I need a drink to calm my nerves. I've never needed a drink. I just enjoy it. I've never once thought I could have a problem with alcohol. Rarely do I drink enough to get drunk. My birthday was an exception. And anyway, I couldn't drink too much tonight because it's the evening of my infertility support group. I'll have to take his Tesla now that my own car has been driven into a ditch. I don't like the way he's scrutinizing me, especially when there's still a couple of hours before I have to get back behind a wheel again. More than enough time for the alcohol to work its way out of my system and to be fine to drive legally again if that's his issue. I wasn't planning on having the bottle, just the one glass. I'm just going to see your dad upstairs, my love. Mind chopping up some onions and garlic for me for dinner? Skyla nods and draws out a chopping board and the 6-inch chef knife. I'll do it, Raven says, holding her hand out. Least I can do for letting me stay here again. Skyla shrugs and places the black handle into the palm of Raven's hand, making me freeze. How do you want the onions? Diced, minced, julienned? Raven smirks, but her words come out sugared, mocking. Something passes between us then, as we stand watching each other from opposite ends of the kitchen, Skyla in the center. She knows I'm not going to say anything about what happened in the car park today. She knows I don't want to upset Skyla, because if I say anything, I would be the bad guy. I would be the one Skyla ends up resenting, wouldn't I? I'm in a lose-lose situation, and I hate it. Roughly chopped is fine, I tell her, no longer wanting to leave the room. That motherly instinct to protect my daughter has flared back up, Raven a threat with that blade in hand. I hover, watching Skyla topple a handful of garlic cloves down onto the chopping board. Raven slices off the tips and crushes the garlic beneath the blade before setting to work. As I turn to go, I listen closely to her knife work against the butcher's block. As long as I can still hear the blade coming down hard against the wood, I'll know Skyla is fine. All the way up the staircase, my ears stay pricked. I hear her change from chopping the garlic, moving on to the onion. The slices become longer, the sound deeper, as the knife cuts through the concentric layers of the bulb. Keep listening closely, I tell myself. Pay attention. Keep Skyla safe. I tap reluctantly at the door to the bedroom. Why, I don't know. I've never felt the need to knock before entering my own bedroom before. Yeah? James calls, and I take that as my cue to come inside. He's sitting on the edge of the bed, his belt on the floor, the buttons of his shirt undone. What happened to your top? He asks as I take a tentative step closer to him. I glance down at the stain I'd forgotten was there in the aftermath of the accident. This is when I tell him. Tears form in my eyes, and I scrunch the blouse up in my arms. Raven did it, I sob. She sabotaged me. James lets out a huff. What are you talking about? She knocked right into me, made me spill my coffee all over myself, I explain. She's everywhere, James. James cuts me off mid-sentence. Stop. Just stop. But she's doing things to me, James. Raven isn't normal, I cry. Raven is a young girl, Isabella. She's got a shitty home life, and she's obviously latched onto us for some sort of safety and security, James says. She's Skyla's friend, and she needs us. She doesn't need us. If her home life is that bad, she needs to go to social services, I say coldly. James blanches. And end up being forced to enter foster care at her age? What has happened to you? He asks, his lip curling in disgust. What do you mean? I stammer. You used to be so caring. You'd never have made a young girl like Raven feel so unwelcome the way you have been. You would have wanted to help her. That's the Isabella I married. He looks me up and down. This version of you is nasty. Nasty? I gasp. James, it's her being nasty, not me. I feel the need to race back down the stairs. I'm too far from the kitchen now to hear the chopping, and the idea of Skyla down there with Raven holding a knife in her hand is keeping me on edge. I know you've been drinking more than you let on, he says, and we both know alcohol makes you mean-spirited. I only ever drink with you. My eyebrows are set into a deep frown, and I shake my head wildly back and forth. I can't believe what he's saying. I glance at the door, wishing I'd at least kept it open so I could hear something from down there. You were drinking when we came back from walking Alfie, he points out. That's different. I'd been in an accident. Adrenaline is starting to rush through my arms and down into the tips of my fingers. Why doesn't he understand? Why is he treating me this way? Maybe it's a good thing you weren't breathalyzed after the accident. James turns away from me. My mouth drops open, the room starting to lose its solidity. The walls seem to start caving in, the door falling away. You don't even bother hiding the bottles, he sighs. I've been seeing them stack up in the recycling, Isabella. How much are you actually drinking a day? Bottles? What? I flounder. James, I do not day drink. You'd be able to tell if I did. Alcoholics are good at hiding things when they need to, he says bitterly. Are you calling me an alcoholic? Come on, Isabella. You know you developed a bit of a problem after Robin disappeared. My legs turn so weak I have to sit down on the ottoman. I grip onto the softness of the velvet, hoping it will help calm me down. I've never had a problem with alcohol, I say firmly. I look up at him through tear-filled eyes. It is true that I started to drink more than I used to after Robin disappeared. 1 glass of wine in the evenings became 2. But I'd hardly think that constituted alcoholism. I was only ever trying to numb my nerve endings, raw and exposed. The wine helped with that. It helped to soften the constant aching for my toddler, drift my thoughts away from the everlasting worry of where she might be, who she might be with. Are they feeding her? Keeping her hydrated? Is she warm? Is she even still alive? Wine swaddled those questions and tucked them away for another day, and there was a deep sense of comfort for me in that, because I could only endure the persistent brooding for so long. "Where have all these bottles appeared from then?" James asks, hands on his hips. "Maybe it's her," I tremble. "Maybe this is another one of her ways to toy with me." James looks away again, working his jaw. "Ever since Raven arrived, you've been acting so strange," he says, refusing to meet my eyes. "Because she's tormenting me," I say, wounded and exasperated. "Believe me," I beg silently. We face each other, standing our ground. It is clear we've reached a stalemate, both of us living in different realities. And then he says the one thing that breaks me, that shatters my every confidence in him. "Is she though, Bella? Is she really tormenting you? Or are you tormenting yourself?" He winces, perhaps afraid of what his words have permanently altered in us in this moment. Words he can't take back and now linger in the air between us like a bad smell. He doesn't believe me. Maybe he never has. He's questioning me, implying I'm wrong. Am I? I can't possibly be imagining everything Raven has said and done to me since she arrived. I shut my eyes, press my lips together before I say something I'll regret. It's only a matter of time until the results from the DNA test come back. Time will reveal all, though I have no idea what I'll do either way. If Raven is our daughter, how do I handle it? If she isn't, do I report her? Yes, I suppose I must. She can't go through life preying on the vulnerable, destroying people's lives. If I report her, I wouldn't even need to share the DNA results anyway. Maybe the police will request samples of their own if I tell them she's been telling me she's Robin, harassing me. There are ways for the truth to come out. I just need to handle this all correctly. Let James think what he wants to, for now. The truth always comes out eventually, doesn't it? There isn't a bloodbath when I manage to hurtle back down the staircase and crash into the kitchen. Everything is fine. The onions are chopped, the garlic minced, and the girls are sitting at the kitchen island, both hunched over one of their phones, watching intently. A TikTok video, perhaps. Pulling open the fridge, I bring out the steaks and leave them to come to room temperature on the side. While I wait, curiosity gets the better of me, and I venture outside to the green recycling bin. I'm about to drop the steak's plastic packaging inside when I pause, looking down. A number of empty bottles are inside, not ones from the party either. Those we took to the bottle bank, knowing there were far too many of them to fit in our recycling. No Dom Perignon here, just copious bottles of wine, far too many considering our recycling gets taken away weekly. I certainly haven't had more than 2 bottles over the last week. I stride back inside, heading towards the bar. Our wine rack, usually fully stocked, has been attacked. Empty slots are dotted everywhere. Some really expensive wines we'd been saving for special occasions are missing. Wines we've collected from countries we visited. Keepsakes from South Africa, Portugal, Spain, even Norway. They're all gone. My heart is starting to pick up its pace again. It wasn't me. I didn't do this. I didn't. Chapter 18. It's a relief to walk out the front door and climb inside James's pearl-white Tesla after dinner. I put on self-driving and stare up at the star-spangled sky. Being back behind the wheel of a car should probably instill a fear in me after what happened today, but something tells me that with Raven inside the house, nothing's going to happen to me tonight. I'm not particularly thrilled about leaving my family with her either, but what choice do I have? If I kick her out before I can prove she's either a deranged tormentor or my lost and broken daughter, I'll be the bad person. And so I drive, my hands positioned at 9 and 3 o'clock on the wheel. Each car that comes close behind me makes me uneasy, but they all overtake me, leave me behind. Carol knows something is wrong the moment she sees me, and it isn't the Tesla giving it away. It takes all of my strength not to crumple in her arms as she hugs me hello. I haven't seen you look this rough since Matthew Perry passed away. She eyes me curiously, and I have to scoff. Like much of the world, I had mourned the actor who played Chandler Bing like he was a close friend. And I guess perhaps, after 10 seasons and 236 episodes I'd watched countless times, he was. Carol, you've been there for me through so much, I mutter, pulling away. If I tell you something, do you swear to keep it to yourself? Of course, she breathes, taking me by the shoulders and leading me to a bench outside the hall. No one else has arrived for the meeting yet, so we have some time. We're usually the first to arrive, by at least 15 minutes so we can set up the chairs. But tonight, I just need to speak to my friend and forget everything else. We sit out in the last of the evening sun on the weathered bench, and my eyes roam the roses climbing up the trellis on the brickwork. What's going on? She asks, her hand never leaving my shoulder. Once again, I wonder if it's better to keep my concerns to myself until after the test results have come back. Like DCI, Gary Quinn, Carol has been there through so many times. I'd believed girls were robbing when they weren't. I'm sure it's getting old for her, as it is for the police. My hysterics. But if I can't tell my best friend, then who can I tell? There's a girl staying with us, I say hesitantly. She's claiming she's Robin. She keeps plaguing me. It won't stop. Oh, wow. Carol puts a hand to her mouth. What has James said? I swallow, stammer. I haven't told him. Bella, why? She asks, incredulous. Her thick white hair falls in front of her face, and she pushes it back, strands sticking to her shiny forehead. Because, I take a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Because I'm doing things differently this time. How so? She asks, frowning now. My heart hammers, the truth on the tip of my tongue. I've sent off some DNA samples for testing, I say quickly, letting the words escape before I can stop them. I watch as her emerald green eyes become colossal. And this girl agreed to these DNA tests? She asks. Well, no, I admit. Oh, God, Bella. Her head falls to her chest, heavy, to match her breathing. What have you done? I just need answers, Carol, I say. The truth. Isn't it against the law to... Yes, I snap, but no one needs to know. I just need confirmation. For me, not for anything legal, not yet anyway. If she's lying to me, she's basically harassing me nonstop. And then what? What if she is? You can't tell the police about the results, can you? I won't need to. I've thought it all through. She's come to me, told me she's Robin. What's stopping me going to the police with that? They might decide to do official testing themselves, I gabble. When have they ever believed you before? Carol looks at me sadly. She has a point. I can't prove Raven's been telling me she's Robin, but maybe I could start recording our conversations? The thought strikes like a match, but dies a quick death. That's crazy, isn't it? Would there be privacy laws against that too? I just don't know. There's too many stepping stones here, too many unknowns. I had to do something, I say. I couldn't sit back and let her keep plaguing me anymore. I couldn't. If you knew what she's been like, you'd understand. You all would. Her hand reaches out for my shoulder again. Bella, I'm here for you. Just be careful, please. Don't go getting yourself into any trouble with the law for this. I'll be as careful as I can be, I promise, and lean into her. We stay resting against one another for a few minutes in silence until people start to arrive for the meeting. Over the years since forming the support group, I've got to know many different women and their reasons for infertility. Each one harbors the pain of their condition, cradling it in their arms like the baby they were never blessed with, as they share their story among the group. Sometimes it's easy to guess the problem, while for others, the issue lies beneath the surface. I never knew that what I was doing to myself would be so harmful, Jane, a newer member, admits tonight. She's hiding her bony limbs under an oversized cable-knit cardigan. When my period stopped, I was actually proud, like I thought I'd beat the system somehow. No more monthly cycle, no more pain. I thought it was great, at first. A few of the other women in the group nod their understanding. "It makes me so sad for you," Carol says, wiping a tear from her eye. "You know, my body decided never to allow me to have children. Endometriosis." She interlaces her fingers over her womb, long past its childbearing years. "That's what most people don't understand," Jane says. "My body decided that too. An eating disorder isn't something I woke up wanting to have one day. It crept up on me. People think I did this to myself, that I chose to make my body go through all those hormonal changes and stress that led to this. I didn't. I didn't choose this." "I think that's what's important to understand," I say, cutting in. "Bulimia and anorexia, as well as conditions like endometriosis and polycystic ovaries, they're all disorders. They've all affected us, our lives, taken something from us. Every single one of our experiences is valid." Everyone in the group nods in unison. Now, I've arranged something special for tonight. Sabina Allen from Mindful Morning is here to teach us some mindfulness tricks. Welcome, Sabina. The group claps as Sabina stands, modestly stepping into the center of the circle. While she introduces herself and instructs everyone to sit silently, monitoring their breaths, I relax into myself. There's solace here in my group. It's a comfort to have something else to focus on, if only for a little while, to get back in tune with my body, and for just a moment, I allow myself to forget about Raven and the DNA test currently speeding down the motorway to somewhere in Huddersfield, West Yorkshire of all places. Sabine's been going for 20 minutes by the time I realize she's gone completely off course. I asked her to do a session teaching mindfulness for infertility, but what she's doing is making everyone in the group repeat affirmations that aren't going to help them. "My body is capable," she's saying in an airy tone, her eyes closed, oblivious to the mood in the room. "All that I want is heading my way." I cringe inwardly as less than half of the group repeat the words she's saying. Most, like me, are older, and we have been here long enough to see each other well past the days where we had hope of fertility knocking on our doors. There are a few, though, Jane being one, who seem captivated, and I must remind myself that the group is for women of all ages, and if this sort of session helps the younger generation, then I can't shut it down. The rest of us, the OGs as one might say, sit on with arms folded across our chests, waiting for the session with Sabine to end, wishing the time away. Usually the meetups are just about general support, sharing how infertility has impacted our lives and relationships. We are each other's rocks, and while new members do appear from time to time, we have developed a bit of a clique over the years. So I'm surprised when, after the session, Jane comes up to me and thanks me. That was honestly so refreshing. She smiles, her face flushed pink. I needed that. I hope it helps. I managed to squeeze her hands in mine before turning away, unwilling to share the envy in my eyes. Unlike me, Jane still has time. Maybe if she manages to gain enough weight, if she gets the right care and support, she'll be able to have a healthy pregnancy, conceive, start a family of her own. And what must it be like to look at your child and see yourself in their features? I'll never know. And that does hurt. I'm so lucky to have Skyla, but she looks nothing like me. Sometimes I catch myself wondering what her birth parents look like, what she's inherited from them. It's another thing I'll never know, and perhaps that's a good thing. "Isabella, wait," Jane calls, forcing me to turn back towards her. I have to ask, are you okay? You seem pretty tense tonight. I'm not used to people taking an interest in me here. As the hostess, my own struggles with infertility are often forgotten, especially by the newer members. My role has always been to bring structure to the group. It's never really been about me and what I've been through. And yet, those newer to the group, like Jane, often make me feel uneasy. I wonder about their intentions. Are they truly here for the support? Or are they here to ogle at me, Isabella Rushmore? It's no secret to the outside world that I run this group. There have been times where I've let people into this space, and all they actually wanted was to bombard me with questions about my past, about Robin, and what really happened. Their words, not mine. I haven't quite sussed Jane out yet, and so I feel the need to keep her at arm's length. "Oh, don't worry about me. I was in a bit of an accident this afternoon, but I'm fine," I say, because at least that is a slice of the truth. Why would I tell this stranger about the teenager claiming to be Robin staying in my house, tormenting me? Why would I mention the DNA test results now back at the forefront of my mind? I have confided in my best friend. I don't need anyone else. My circle of friends has always been small, especially after my ordeal. "An accident! And you still came here, oh bless you!" I look down at Jane's arm stretched out in front of her, reaching for me but not quite connecting. Her cardigan sleeve has ridden up, and it's the first glimpse at the soft, ginger tufts of hair covering her skin, an attempt from her body trying to keep warm, with no body fat to help. This is the direction Raven is going. Her skinniness is bordering on an eating disorder. I don't like the reminder of her in this moment. While I look at Jane's arm, I catch a glimpse of scars too, white slashes, the only parts of her arms not covered in hair. Some see scars as symbols of survival, yet all I see as I stare down at Jane's wrist is her past pain. When she notices me looking, she wriggles back into her cardigan. "I should go," she says, shying away. Part of me wants to stop her, to protect her somehow. That built-in maternal instinct of mine, back again, more for her than for Raven, which makes me feel queasy inside. But Jane is gone, saying goodbye to some of the other newer members before scurrying out to the car park. I don't go after her. I know how exposed she'll feel, knowing I've seen what's really under the baggy clothing. Her vulnerability makes me warm to her, just slightly. Perhaps she is someone I can learn to trust in time, after all. But right now, her scars have reminded me of the silvery scar above Raven's lip, and I need to find Carol. I need her to placate me before I go home and have to face this girl. One more sleep. I say these 3 words in my head to comfort myself. They are the words I used to say to Skyla on Christmas Eve, and I wonder, is this Christmas Eve? Am I finally going to get the one thing I've wished for all of these years? My daughter back? If I do, will that be a gift or a curse? A very big part of me is starting to wonder that if Raven is Robin, would it have been best for her to stay missing after all? Chapter 19. The first text comes through in the middle of the night, the frantic buzz of my phone disturbing me from what feels like the first deep sleep I've had in weeks. Your DNA match samples have been received. I clutch at the duvet, bringing it up to my chin. The room is cold, those long, humid summer nights left in the past once again. But I can't work out whether it's the cool night air or the chill crawling like fingertips up my spine, making me shiver. Received. Someone out there is about to know the truth. Will the analyst or geneticist recognize Skyla's name from the paperwork I had to supply? Or will it just be some bored lab technician who couldn't care less, who just wants to get their job done and go home for the night? I can only hope it's the latter, because the Rushmore name isn't really something you can ignore. Could they leak something to a journalist? Or would that be a crime in itself? When I'd come home from the infertility support group, I'd been sure there'd be something waiting for me, another run-in with Raven. It had me on edge, but it had been late, and everybody had turned in for the night already. All that mattered was Life 360 showed Skyla to be at home, and her shoes by the front door said the same. So even though her bedroom door remained shut, I crept down the hallway and climbed into bed beside my husband. He hadn't stirred, and I wondered what he'd been doing all night with the girls. It bugged me into my sleep, made it hard to drift off, and now that I'm awake, my mind feels like it's burning thinking of the outcome of the DNA test results. There are only 2 possible outcomes, and one of them is so life-altering I'm suddenly horror-stricken. My thoughts are loud in my head while the night remains silent, time stretching along with my vigil. To get my mind off things, I open up the security camera app on my phone and scroll through tonight's footage from the living room. My eyes stare fixedly at the clips of James, Skyla, and Raven sitting on the sofa, watching whatever was on the television. Nothing out of the ordinary. There's a certain exhilaration working itself into my veins as I scroll through the files, and I hate that it feels like I'm snooping on my family, but that is exactly what I'm doing. My mind is getting ahead of itself, already trying to work out how to handle things I think are going to be captured on camera, but aren't. Here it is, my anxiety getting worse again. It's happened before, and I know I should call the GP, get back on sertraline. But anxiety is a messy business, and I poke at it like I'm stoking a fire, feeding the flames. I continue to scroll, stopping now and again on certain clips, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. I hate that there's this strange disappointment to that, like I want there to be something amiss. What is that about me? Self-sabotage? Torture? I wish I knew, because I know that I don't actually want to find something bad. I don't want anything fracturing my family more than it already is. So, when I see the thumbnail of a clip with James and Raven alone, the nausea makes my mouth water. I stare at it a while before opening it up, preparing myself for the worst. And what would that be exactly? I know James better than to think he'd shag someone her age or even attempt it. He isn't like that. It's more her I'm worried about, her manipulation, her tactics. I wish I'd warned him sooner. As the video plays, I find myself wishing there was sound to these clips, as tinny and as bad quality as it may be, because James and Raven aren't just talking in the clip, they're arguing. That's what it looks like anyway, with their limbs flailing around, making the footage lag. Where is Skyla? And what the hell are Raven and my husband fighting about? After Googling things like, can you get sound from security camera footage? I realize there's no hope unless the camera has a microphone built into it, which it doesn't. I play the footage again and again, trying to read their lips, but it's too pixelated. Out of all of the money we have, you'd think James would invest in better quality security cameras, though this was an extra that came with our Ring doorbell, I think, and he either forgot or doesn't know that I set it up by the bookshelf. So he didn't know this interaction was being recorded, yet I have no way of knowing what was said in it. The sleep I was craving has sailed away, so I get out of bed and take Alfie out for a sunrise walk in the meadow. The petrichor is earthy and strong, stirring up from the damp soil. It's my favorite time of day, before the noise of life storms in. But today, my mind is already bellowing. I want to enjoy it, watching the bees trying to warm themselves up, walking through the chicory and white dead nettle. I breathe in the heady earth, infused with mint and aniseed, listening to the crunch of seed heads beneath my boots. Alfie sticks his nose into the earth, chasing after muntjac deer nestled in the grass. As the sun slowly rises, I feel it, a shift. Something is going to happen today that sends our lives on an entirely new journey, because the DNA samples have been received. They will soon be processed and on the way back to me. Today or tomorrow, Raven becomes our daughter or our enemy. Hours later, I'm standing in the kitchen surrounded by bowls, mixing spoons, and a dozen ingredients spilling onto the countertops. "Right, Team Rushmore, are we ready?" I cry. I've drawn flour on our faces like war paint, and I look between James, Skyla, and Raven, gauging their enthusiasm. "Yeah," James roars. The smile he brings to the table is as if the last words we spoke to each other weren't ones of doubt, perhaps even irritation. He may be putting on a show, but then I am too. The one thing we can't do is ruin tonight. Every other month, Harper crash lands in our house with her boys, and we host a bake-off-inspired family night. It's always a bit of fun, although out of everyone, my baking abilities are probably the worst. I can make homemade pasta, dish up the tastiest consommé, and roast the hell out of a chicken, but I tend to draw the line at pastries and cakes. Following the rules has never been my strong suit. I like to explore a bit too much with my food and find the strict measurements in baking too restricting. But tonight, knowing a lab technician out there has those DNA samples, that they're working on them, that the answers I need will soon arrive at my door, it's those things pushing me forward. Harper's presence and getting lost in the world of flour and bicarbonate of soda, of mixing bowls and whisking, isn't so bad tonight. It'll take my mind off things for a while at least. It's a wonderfully rare time where Harper is able to stop making everything about herself too. She stops trying to talk about her life and her successes and actually focuses on the task at hand, beating me at baking. To make a point of things, I don't drink tonight. I don't know if James even notices I haven't poured myself a glass when I pour him and Harper some wine. I like to think he can see I'm trying, even though I don't really feel like I need to try. I know I don't drink too much. I'm also trying to keep things amicable between me and Raven, just for tonight, because James is right. I wouldn't want her ending up in the foster system. The stories Harper's told me about it are horrific, and no child deserves to go through that, not even her, no matter how she torments me. Opening my heart and home to her for a few days is the least I can do, isn't it? Besides, maybe it wasn't her in that massive black car trying to run me off the road. There are enough people with a vendetta against me. It could have easily been someone else. And the coffee spill? Coincidence? Allowing myself to believe that makes me feel better about everything. Lighter. And that is exactly what I need right now. It's funny watching Harper as a parent, delegating tasks between Jake and Luke. As usual, the boys, loud and obnoxious, pay Skyla no attention. But Jake comes to Raven's beck and call when she finds whisking too strenuous. It's impressive the way she operates. Tonight, butter couldn't melt with her. She's so convincing in her sweet-spirited nature that she almost has me. But I know what's beneath the surface, even if everyone else chooses to ignore it. Something upbeat and whimsical is pulsing from the speakers, an enjoyable background noise as we all charge around the kitchen. Alfie is elated, hoovering up every dropped dollop of batter he can find, and there's laughter ringing over the music. With the timer set and a batch of baking in the oven, we all start trying to clear up. James approaches me slyly, a wicked glint in his eyes. Before I can ask what he's doing, he grabs me and smacks my bum. "Oi!" I laugh, twisting to see white handprints on my trousers. He returns the laugh, and a look passes between us, something tender but mischievous, something revived right out of our youth. He bends to kiss me, and I can taste the wine on his stained lips. "Get a room, you two." Harper pretends to gag, but bursts into giggles as James attacks her next, getting flour all over her shoulders and in her hair. It's nice to watch James being so jolly, to be around so much merriment. It's close to a perfect moment. There's a warm, yeasty fragrance in the air, and the mess we're making doesn't even seem to matter. I smile, touching the charm on my bracelet, a little silver R for Robin. She'd have loved this moment. It's close to pure happiness. If only she were here, it would be. "No!" Skyla squeals as James flings flour in her direction. They wrestle playfully, and it makes me smile seeing them like that together. One of those rare moments of uninterrupted joy. My eyes flicker to Raven, a furtive glance. She is deadpan, staring at Skyla and James, the spatula in her hand still. I know she's mentioned her mom dating around a fair bit, and I wonder if James is the first nice man she's ever encountered. Maybe that's why she's warmed to him so much. Her dark eyes sweep up under her long lashes, finding me looking right at her. I quickly turn away, but my thoughts wander. I want to pick this girl apart, to understand her. Another squawk erupts, this time from Raven, who is getting pelted with flour from Jake. Her smile is back, a rare sight to be seen. I'm astounded by her grin, because when it's there, she looks even more like Skyla. I'm back to staring at her now, but I can't help it. The brief window into her darkness is gone once again, replaced with an innocence so very easy to believe. When we follow Harper and the boys to the front door and wave them off, I'm startled by James, who wraps an arm around my waist, his fingers grazing exploratively over my hip bone. Physical touch is my love language, and for the last decade at least, that has been neglected. Every part of me wants to respond to him, to push my body against his, tease him, please him. Harper toots her car horn at us as they leave, and James lowers his face to my ear. "I can't wait to take you upstairs," he whispers, his lips brushing against my earlobe. A fire or something like it stirs inside me, something giddy, effervescent. It has been so long since I heard those words, or words like them, and we have had such a good night, one of the best in years. It's been uncomplicated, lighthearted, and fun. I've missed having fun with my husband. Skyla and Raven are inside rinsing plates and loading the dishwasher. I watch them together, their movements in perfect harmony. The results of the DNA samples are going to rock everything, either way, and I find myself wanting to enjoy this simple moment where all seems well, even if it is just for one night. Raven is unguarded, no nasty snigger behind everything she says to me. She has actually been pleasant tonight, and it does make me wonder if I've been wrong about her. Does it just take a while for her toughened exterior to crack? Have we finally broken through? I've seen a different side to her tonight while she helped me measure out ingredients for our hot chocolate soufflés. I still can't explain all of the things she's done to make me feel uneasy. But for the first time, that feeling is gone. For now, at least. While James heads upstairs, I help the girls clean the kitchen, listening to them talk about the latest episode of some show they're binge-watching. I wipe down the countertops and pour a glass of water before turning to leave. "Night, girls," I say from the doorway. "Turn off the lights on your way up, okay?" Skyla nods, and while she doesn't come up to me the way she used to give me a goodnight kiss, I'm starting to understand that she is growing up. She isn't my little girl anymore, and she doesn't want Raven to see her as one. Maybe she doesn't even want me or James to see her as one anymore. I guess that's something I just have to learn to accept. The important thing is, she's safe, she's home. Right now, that's all I can ask for. We've had a good evening, and for once, I feel like nothing is about to ruin it. Climbing the stairs, a rush of adrenaline courses through me. I'm about to have sex with my husband for the first time in, months? No, years. My heart aches at the realization that it's been so long. For a moment, I stand outside, wondering if I should stretch first. I'm not as limber as I once was. My body aches and creaks in new places, but then so does his. And tonight, we finally get to explore each other again, reacquaint ourselves with one another. I open the bedroom door, finding James standing in front of the wardrobe, a towel tied around his waist. He smells of pomegranate and apple, and as I touch his chest, his skin is still hot from the shower. He towers over me, his large hands on my sides as he pulls me towards him. Instinctively, I unhook his towel so it falls to the floor between us. He pulses in my hands, leaning his head back with a deep exhale. It's been so long that I forgot how big he is. When he lifts up my shirt, I can't help but pause. The urge to wrap my arms around my body, hide myself, is strong. I don't look how I used to, back in my 30s, when things between us had been easier. My skin has lost its elasticity. My breasts have dropped, flat and dismal out of my bra. But he is my husband, and he's here, solid and wanting me. I try to embrace it, to let my insecurities go. He tugs at my trousers, and I sit awkwardly on the bed, peeling them down my legs along with my knickers before standing back up. I wish I'd shaved or moisturized at least, but I allow him to look at me, to take me in even though I'm uncomfortable. "Tell me how much you want me," he mutters, pulling at my hair. I gasp, shocked by how rough he's being, but not hating it either. I have to stroke his hand and remind him to be gentler with me, though. My neck still hurts from whiplash. "Sorry," he breathes into my ear. His lips cover mine before I can speak, and I'm glad for it, unsure what I'd say to him. "I want you so much" sounds forced and unnatural, even though it's true. Having this moment be mechanical isn't what I want. I don't want things between us to be orchestrated. Not now, not in a moment I have craved for so very long. And yet, I'm clumsy, unsure of how to handle him. Even his tongue feels different in my mouth, moving around like it's exploring new, unfamiliar territory. He yanks my hair again, hard enough it actually hurts, sending shooting pains down the side of my neck. I don't remember him ever being this rough before. Is this what he likes now? If so, when did it change, and how? In our early years, James never seemed that interested in sex. It was usually me initiating it, me with the high sex drive. Then things turned more regimented when we were trying to conceive, and I felt like that drove him even further away. So it's a strange sensation for me to feel wanted by him, to have him making the moves, leading the way. I've never experienced him being so dominant or vocal in the bedroom, until now. It's exciting, exhilarating, but unexpected. The change in him perplexes me, but I try to get out of my own head, to just go with it. And while I'm sure I'm going to be left with a fair few marks, we lie back on our bed afterwards, breathless and sated. "That," he sighs sleepily, lacing his fingers through mine, "was incredible." There's no denying it, it was, and I fall into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in years. DNA match. Your DNA match samples have been processed. I get the message that the tests have been processed as I'm taking a sip of my morning coffee. I sputter and cough, thrust back into the real world. Gripping the phone in my hands, I read the message again and again. The results have been processed. The wait is almost over. I stare at the words on the screen until they blur. I message Carol, swaying with anticipation. Her response is almost instant. "Want me to come over?" I'm about to reply, yes, because I don't want to go through this alone. Whatever the outcome, I think I need her here when I open them up. But then I hear it, a sharp yelp, something stomach churning. I drop my phone and race to the French doors, looking out onto the patio and dog kennel. I wish I hadn't left my phone on my sofa the moment I see Alfie, usually pressed up against the gate, waiting for us to let him out for the day, now lying motionless, his golden fur red. "James!" I scream, scrambling to get out of the door. "James, come quick!" I'm already outside, but his feet thunder down the staircase, and he soon finds me, crouched over Alfie. My hands are covered in his blood, warm and sticky, but I keep pressing into his wounds, scared to let go. His breathing is labored, his usually wagging tail still. "What happened?" James asks, bending down beside me. He still smells of pomegranate and apple, but last night feels so far gone from us already. I don't know. I look around the kennel, searching for a hole in the welded wire mesh, but the kennel looks undisturbed. There's no way a fox could have got in here, but even if it could, would a fox attack a golden retriever? I doubt it. Alfie's too big for an animal like that to try and attack him. "We need to get him to the vet's," I say, as Skyla runs out, throwing her hand over her mouth. "Oh my God," she gasps, looking down at Alfie. "Mom?" The way she says Mum, it's like the entire world hangs in the balance of my response. It's shattering, because I don't know what to say. I don't know how to make this better. Oh God, not Alfie. My sweet, daft, lovable Alfie. What happened to him? I risk removing my hand for just a moment, noticing several points of entry into his side. 6 at least. They're too spread out to be teeth marks. I press back down quickly as blood continues to spurt out from the holes in his side. Skyla? Raven appears behind Skyla, but her eyes soon land on Alfie. They grow wide, and I watch as she grabs Skyla's hand. Skyla, get some towels. We need to get Alfie to the vet, James says. Now! James calls the emergency number for the veterinary practice as Skyla collects some towels. I've got him, James tells me, as he carefully pushes me away from Alfie and peels him up off the kennel floor. His body is limp in James's arms, and I just hope it isn't already too late. I'm coming with you, Skyla says willfully as we get to the car. There isn't enough space for all of us in this car, James says. I'll take the girls with me. Bella, you take Alfie. The garage door opens, revealing the Ferrari James likes to work on at the weekends. It has been restored and modified, tinkered with in every possible way. He's already laying down the towels on the back seat. I think it's the first time in my life I'm thankful for that car. A ridiculous, bright yellow thing I chalked up to a midlife crisis when James bought it. Now, though, it's serving its purpose. The engine revs as I start it up, and there's a flicker of nerves as I sit behind the wheel. Alfie is laid across the back seat. I've always hated this car for its lack of spaciousness, but now the compactness acts as a cocoon for Alfie, injured and frightened, as I speed down the driveway. It's then I spot something protruding from the hedges, some sort of gardening tool. As I get closer, I want to stop, inspect it, but I don't have the time. Alfie's life is on a tightrope. However, there is a rake tossed into the shrubbery, and something dark is dripping from its sharp points, pooling in the grass. The vet, Simon, a young man with wiry brown curls, a beard, and kind green eyes, takes Alfie from us the moment we arrive. He picks him up effortlessly despite his whines, and as we all trail behind him, he spins. "Just one of you in the room, please," he says softly. "You'll need to keep him calm." "Me, please." Skyla is fighting back her tears, her face scrunched. She hasn't taken her hand off Alfie since she got out of James's car. Her clothing is ruined, covered in blood, but she doesn't care. Right now, there is nothing more important to Skyla, to any of us, than Alfie. Simon beckons her into the room and shuts the door behind them while the rest of us take a seat out in the waiting area. Years ago, when we'd first met Simon, Skyla had been enamored by him. We'd had to bring Alfie in after he'd gotten to Harper's rubbish bins and had a reaction to something he'd eaten. Cannabis, Simon had guessed, from the way Alfie had frothed at the mouth and seized. Simon had let Skyla stay in the room while he'd examined Alfie. At the time, I'd been in the room too, and had watched her follow his every instruction, how to hold Alfie still, how to keep him calm. Skyla had flushed under Simon's praise. She adored him, and it was the first time I realized that my little girl was growing up. Developing crushes on someone other than Jonathan Rhys-Meyers in The Tudors. Unlike some mums, this new phase wasn't exciting for me. I never dreamed of being the Gilmore Girls, me, Lorelai, Skyla, Rory. I didn't want to cozy up with a hot drink and discuss her love life with her. I just wanted to keep her safe, swathed in my protection. I wanted to protect Alfie too, my whole family to be honest. And yet, here I am, sitting in a veterinary clinic feeling like everything I've built over the years, everything I've had to rebuild from the ground up, is collapsing. Alfie, my sweet, gorgeous boy, who has been my shadow since we arrived in the Cotswolds, is injured, possibly dying. Skyla is so detached from me. And James? Well, we are worlds apart right now. No matter what happened between us last night, it's not enough to fix things between us overnight, and I still need to get to the bottom of what he was arguing with Raven about on the security camera. Our family seems suddenly so full of words unsaid, secrets, and lies, and Raven is at the center of it all. She sparked this all off, this change, this shift in our dynamic. Since she came along, absolutely everything has felt off. Up on the light gray walls of the clinic, a series of photographs are pegged, lit up with the most delicate of fairy lights. Above it are the words, Pet Wall of Fame. I scan through the photos of dogs, cats, rabbits, even some tortoises and guinea pigs, until I land on Alfie, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth, black snout pushed forward, making it look comically oversized. Something squeezes my heart at the sight of him, so energetic and excitable, so alive. Over the years he's aged, started developing hip dysplasia and arthritis, but I'd always assumed we'd have another couple of years with him at least. Waking up this morning, had I known it might be the last day I was going to spend with him, I'd have done things so differently. I'd have been more present on my morning walk with him, taken his photo as the sun was rising, making his golden fur shine a brilliant amber. I'd have tried harder to get out of my own head, to leave behind my anxieties and enjoy my time with him. But my life has become one ginormous what if. What if I had done things differently today? If I hadn't put him in the kennel after the walk, if I'd let him inside like he always whines to do. What if I hadn't gone to that work event all those years ago? Would Robin still be here? Or would there have been another moment where someone seized their chance and took her? And if there had been another moment, would they have taken her or Skyla? Was there a difference to them? Or would either girl have done? My stomach cinches tight at the thought of someone taking Skyla. It makes guilt worm through me because I hate being relieved that Skyla was left untouched, that she is still mine. That isn't fair to Robin. I go down a rabbit hole of imagining what life would be like if it had been Skyla taken instead of Robin. Would I still have a little history nut? A homebody? A girl so wonderfully family-focused, it makes my heart almost full. My head hurts to think about it, but I can't stop. Was everything that has transpired in my life always meant to have happened, or was it all down to circumstances? I wish I knew. I wish I knew how to go back in time and stop all the bad things from ever happening. But that isn't how life works, and all I can do is learn to live with what fate has decided to deal out to me. I don't think life is something you can ever checkmate, sadly. What the hell could have done this? James asks into his hands, his voice stirring me from my thoughts. I shake my head. The rake in the hedge, I think, hoping I'm wrong, but as I look across at Raven, I notice she's picking at her nails. There's something stuck under them, something dry and flaky and dark, something that looks a lot like dried blood. Chapter 20. He's being taken into surgery, Skyla snivels, coming out to see us in the veterinary waiting room after some time. Simon said something about his lung being punctured. He called it pneumothorax. He's in the right hands, James says, keeping his head low as he looks about, useless. We all are. There's nothing we can do now but wait. Did he say how long it'll take? Raven asks, draping an arm around Skyla's shoulder, who shakes her head in response. No, she says, in the most morose tone I've ever heard, heavy and colorless. You two should leave. Go do something to take your mind off things, James suggests. I'm not going anywhere, Skyla says, adamant. Not until I know Alf is okay. My heart swells that she's choosing to stay, inflates at the glimmer of my real daughter, the one before Raven came along and changed her. There's really no point sitting here for hours, James tries, but Skyla's not having it. She takes a seat beside me and stares at the closed door to the surgical room, unblinking. Your dad's right. I'm going to head off. If that's okay with you, Skyla? Raven asks, searching my daughter's face for a reaction. When she doesn't get one, she gives her a small hug, one Skyla doesn't return. Text me. Tell me how he gets on, please. Skyla promises she will, wrapping her arms around herself as Raven clomps out of the vet's in her Dr. Martens. The air feels instantly lighter with her departure, like the frostiness is melting away, the density following along after her. It is only for a brief moment, because seconds later my phone buzzes in my pocket, and I'm gripped with a chilling dread again. I pull out my phone and open up a text message from an unknown number. DNA match. Your DNA match test results have been shipped out. I cannot leave the vets to go home and collect the results. I can't leave Alfie, but I need those results more than I think I've ever needed anything. I need the truth. And knowing that the answers could be sitting on our doorstep within hours sends me into a frenzy. I ball up my fists, fighting the urge to get up and pace. James and Skyla don't seem to notice the change in me. They're too busy fearing the worst, and I don't blame them. Alfie's attack was savage. I can't get the rake out of my head, the way it was just sticking out the hedge like that, as though tossed away. To hide evidence? The worst part is I don't feel like I can confidently go to James, let alone Skyla, with my worries. This is just going to have to be another thing I investigate alone. Did he... James pauses, rubbing at his tired eyes. Did he say what caused this? Not an animal, Skyla says, looking between us, and there's something there in her eyes. James may not notice it, but I do. She's worried too. Those dark black pools stare at me, communicating unspoken concerns. If an animal didn't cause this, what did? Or rather, who? I don't think so, I managed to say. A fox wouldn't attack a dog as big as Alf. You're implying a person did this? James's words are high and sharp. That's exactly what I'm saying, and the only other person on the property besides us was Raven. They're out before I can stop myself. Words I'll never be able to take back. Words that portray how I really feel about our daughter's friend. James lets out a gruff cough, running a hand through his hair. Bella, please, not now. But it's too late. I've let the words slip in front of Skyla. You're blaming Raven? Her chin wobbles. How could you say that, Mom? Baby, how well do you really know this girl? Honestly. I stare wildly between them. Bella, James warns. She's my best friend, my only friend, Skyla sniffs. I want to tell her you can't have a best friend after just a couple of weeks. I want to be back to a time where we'd be snuggled under the blankets, watching the latest episode of Love Island, cackling at these people who cry when others are voted off after knowing them for just a few days, claiming to be their best friends. Can't she see how ludicrous it is to call Raven her best friend? But I press my lips together and stay silent, knowing I've already insulted her enough. Knowing this is going to cause the current rift between us to only grow. The silence between the three of us pulses like a living, breathing, terrible thing, a maggot, something so swollen it could rupture at any moment. I'm sorry, I mutter, casting my eyes down to the vinyl safety flooring. I breathe in the clinical, sterile smell of the veterinary practice and hold the air in my lungs. When she doesn't respond, I look up to see if she heard me. Perhaps I spoke too softly, but she has already turned away from me. I lose track of time. The severity of Alfie's injuries keep him in surgery for a couple of hours, but the longer he's in there, I think, the longer he's alive. The longer I have to hope that he'll make a full recovery. He has to. He just has to. He is just as much a part of this family as Skyla. He is my other child. When Simon does finally appear, peeling off his face mask and gloves, his eyes are heavily shadowed. Blood stains his scrubs, and I stare into the dark red patches as he speaks. The anesthesia is going to take some time to wear off, he says, before anything else, and I guess that's his way of telling us Alfie made it. He pulled through. Everything else he says doesn't really matter in the moment. Now I know he's going to be okay. He'll need to wear a cone, Simon is saying, but I'm only half listening. The tears are falling, thick and fast. He'll want to lick at the wound, don't let him, and restrict his activity, no long walks. Simon's words are music to my ears. I let out a laugh, not dissimilar to the one I let out when I'd heard Robin had gone missing. It is, I've realized, a laugh of disbelief. This one, though, brings about a love that surges through me so quickly I can't contain it. "He's going to be okay?" I ask, just to be sure, and when Simon nods, I cave, crumple into myself. "Baby," James says, and although I glance up, gone are the days he called me that. He's looking over at Skyla, who blinks at him, struggling to hide the relief on her face. "Granddad's coming. He's going to pick you up and take you out, all right?" James says. "What about Alf?" she asks. "Will he need to stay overnight?" I ask Simon, who shakes his head. "Usually I'd say yes, but as long as you keep him in a comfortable, quiet space, he'll be okay. Any problems, give me a call. I'm just down the road." Simon, living a few houses down from us, has always been a comfort, especially after the cannabis incident. We've never needed to rap our knuckles on his front door in the middle of the night, but it's nice to know he wouldn't be against it if we did. "Thank you," I say, hoping he can hear just how grateful I am. Oscar comes to collect Skyla, and we fill him in as best we can, which is hard when we still don't know what really happened. The hug Oscar wraps me into is unexpected, taking the breath from me, but I lean into it, needing the support. I've never been overly close to James's parents. For some reason, there's always seemed to be some sort of a divide. It isn't like how it is with Harper's husband, who they adore and treat like a son, even though he's more in London than he ever is at home, which is why he wasn't at our family bake-off night. He never is. Around me, James's family seem to tread on eggshells, though, and I've no idea why. So the hug, while surprising, is also wonderful, because as soon as his arms are around me, we are united. A family, regardless of blood. "Come on, you. How about you take your granddad for a stroll around the model village, eh?" Oscar throws his arm over Skyla's shoulder, steering her out into the daylight. It is blinding out, humid too, the last of the summer showing off before autumn brings the falling leaves and plummeting temperatures. Any other day, and I'd be dying to head to Burton-on-the-Water, my favorite village in the UK, with my family. It's where James proposed all those years ago, and I guess him buying a house in the heart of the Cotswolds, as close to that area as he could get, was his way of being romantic. He'd knelt down on one knee as I stood on an arched stone bridge above the river running right through the high street and asked me to be his wife. Families and couples picnicking on the grass took photos of us, and I'd secretly loved the attention, being the center of it for once. It was an untarnished time, one I loved to hold close. Every trip to Burton-on-the-Water fills me with a nostalgia, a longing for that time when no one knew us, but, on that day, wanted to. And besides being in love, we didn't have much of a story back then. Nothing out of the ordinary, anyway. I mean, we'd already been trying to conceive for a while, hadn't yet been given my diagnosis. That news came later. But for the most part, it was a time in our lives that seemed, frankly, perfect. I'd said yes on that honey-colored bridge, young and hopeful for the start of our happily ever after. And it was, just not in the way I had imagined. I'd patted James's wet eyes dry, and we'd called our parents over cocktails overlooking the bridge he'd popped the question on, my cubic zirconia flashing in the sunlight. I never did change my ring, even after James started pestering to buy me something finer. I didn't want that, some loud, garish thing weighing down my finger. I liked my flimsy ring and the story it told, even when it started to lose its shine and discolor after a few years. Stones and precious metal didn't mean anything to me, and they still don't. I look at my engagement ring now, glinting in the sun's rays as I wave off Skyla and Oscar before turning back to James and Simon. "Thank you," I say again to Simon, "for saving Alfie and for being so good with Skyla." Simon nods, his expression hardening. "I suggest you check your security cameras, if you have any, determine exactly what happened to Alfie." I gulp, wondering how that hadn't already crossed my mind. Our security system is extensive. Of course we have cameras out on the patio, with one positioned right over the kennel. Skyla mentioned you said it definitely wasn't an animal attack? James frowns. I wouldn't say so, no. The lacerations, they're spread too far apart, and they aren't consistent with teeth marks. With Simon hovering over us, James unlocks his phone and loads up the app. Just waiting for it to refresh, he mutters, not taking his eyes from the screen. I don't either. I need to see what happened to our dog. I need to know just how dangerous Raven really is. A thunder rolls through me as the video clips start to load on the screen. What are we about to witness? Closing my eyes for a brief moment, I count my breaths. Maybe now James will finally see how awful Raven is. I just need him to see it, so that he can start to believe me. Maybe then we can get onto the same side. Bella, James interrupts, reaching out from my leg. I stare down at his hand, so warm against my skin. A hand that used to be such a comfort, one I grabbed when walking down the streets, one I let touch me in all of those intimate places just last night. My body reacts to him, wanting to lean in, but I can see in his expression something has rattled him. His eyes are hard, brows scrunched together, making his forehead a roundabout of wrinkles, deep creases in his skin streaming in every direction. James? Even with all of our tension, our differences, I place my left hand on top of his. The metal of our wedding bands clink together, a reminder of our commitment to one another. I don't understand, he stammers, his finger dragging footage from our security camera back and forth. It's on some sort of static loop. Look. A video plays before my eyes, the time in the top left-hand corner not making any sense. We found Alfie practically bludgeoned in the kennel, but at the time that happened, the camera is showing the kennel was empty. We are nowhere in sight. That's not possible, I whisper, grabbing the phone and flicking through the footage myself, but there's nothing there. Alfie's attack, us finding him, it's not there. I'm calling Gary Quinn, James says, already prizing the phone from my hands. Something's going on, and we need to find out now before something worse happens. As he gets DCI Gary Quinn on speed dial, a buzzing in my pocket makes me jump. I pull out my phone, and suddenly, I find I can't swallow the lump that has formed in my throat. DNA match. Your DNA match test results are out for delivery. Chapter 21. Raven. Using muscles in the throat, ravens can mimic human voices, even laughter. I chose the name Raven, not because it suits me, which it does, intelligent, mysterious, dark, but because in certain folklore, ravens are said to have the power to reveal secrets. Ravens, like most things in life, are viewed differently by different cultures. Some see them as a bad omen, a link to death. Others call them prophets, turn to them for guidance and knowledge. I like that, the contrast, the ambiguity. And I like that no one will ever really know which one is correct, if either are. Are they all just fables? Tales told to children at night before they close their eyes, a way to learn the ways of right and wrong, the consequences of actions. Perhaps I should have been read to more as a young girl. Maybe that would have changed things. But my childhood? It was different from others, marked by struggle, by hidden bruises and loneliness. I lived a life of depravity, of scarcity. Survival was the only thing I really knew how to do, the only thing I was good at. Love and kindness did not feature in an adolescence that shaped me into steel. Raven wasn't the name I was born with, but it was who I became through time. I let myself into the Rushmore home, and why shouldn't I? I am part of the family after all. Even if they don't know it yet, they will, soon. Breathing in the soft, perfumed detergent that seems to forever linger in the hallways, I pocket the keys Skyla told me were hidden under the solar-powered fountain in case of emergencies. Such a sweet girl, but naive, too trusting. The antiqued limestone tiles are warm, and I luxuriate in the underfloor heating for a moment, my toes and the balls of my feet curling with satisfaction. I have to unravel the scarf from around my neck and remove my coat. It's sweltering in here. My fingers touch the radiators, but I draw them away quickly. They're piping hot. It's not even that cold outside yet. In the houses I grew up in, it was always a challenge to see how long we could put off turning the heating on in autumn. We'd make a game of it. It's not even mid-September yet. The mornings aren't even that foggy. What must it be like to keep your heating on all day, even when you're out? To come home to a house that isn't an icebox? To not care about the gas bill at the end of each month? I shake my head in disbelief. This is a different world, and I want to be a part of it. I deserve to be a part of it. It is my right, isn't it? I had to make sure to come today, the only day I knew the Rushmore's cleaner wouldn't be here. James, Bella, and Skyla won't be home anytime soon. According to the stream of updates from Skyla, James had to show face for a few hours at work. She'd said Alfie was out of surgery, telling me he'd pulled through. I had hoped he'd spend longer in recovery. It's what I'd tried to achieve anyway. An injury not enough to kill him, but to incapacitate him. Just to be safe. Dogs are unpredictable after all. I guess I'd always assumed he'd spend the night at the vet's, but a short while later she messaged again. I only opened it up after a few hours, hadn't been worried about what it said. But now, as I stare at the words on the screen of my phone, I still. Hey Raven, he's being discharged. Vet said he'll make a full recovery. Sky, Kicks. You learn quickly to change plans when you're in shoes like mine. You have to. With Skyla spending the day with her granddad and James at work, the only person I don't know the whereabouts of is Bella. But with no cars in the driveway, I was thrown off when I arrived. I thought I was alone, but an angry growl thunders from down the hallway and my stomach tightens. Whipping around, Alfie, their dopey golden retriever, is baring his teeth at me, head enclosed in an amusing cone. When I bare my teeth back, he darts his eyes down, puts his tail between his legs. I'm frozen, assessing the situation. Is he going to attack? He should. But could he even get to me through that stupid cone? Doubtful, I step warily closer. My ears are pricked, though I already know from Alfie's food and water bowls inside rather than out that Bella isn't in. She never leaves his bowls inside if she's here. So the question is, where is she? How long will she be out? This wasn't exactly part of the plan. But plans change, Bella. Plans change. She's kept him indoors, safe, until now. I'll admit my heart flutters as he continues to sniff at me, but instead of safeguarding his home the way he should, the way I'm sure the Rushmores intended for him to do, he moans unhappily. Yielding at my presence, he scratches at the door, wounded, pathetic. Stupid dog, I hiss, letting him out. There's a remote on the wall for the iron gates at the bottom of the drive, and as Alfie limps towards them, I let them open. Good riddance. Closing the front door behind me, I notice a pile of post jammed into the letterbox and pull them through, inspecting each one carefully. I drop each envelope from HMRC and banks with disinterest, but pause at one in particular. It's stamped with the name of a company that sends my eyebrows into my hairline. DNA Match. Bingo. A shiver runs through me, making me tense as it works its way up the back of my neck. My jagged fingernail runs along the seal of the envelope, breaking it open. I hold the paper with trembling hands, skimming over a case number, and then over the 2 columns on the page. My eyes inspect the page until something big stands out to me. Something huge. Sibling A and Sibling B. The bitch has taken our DNA. She's tested my DNA against Skyla's. I don't know how, but she has. This confirms it, and what the results say needs to change before she can get her hands on them. There are so many numbers, calculations, and words like alleles I don't understand. I'm instantly overwhelmed. But down at the bottom is a certified signature and a summary of the findings, and it turns me numb. Numb like how I got after attempting to surf at Fistral Beach that one time, when Vicky was dating that beach bum with a van. I hadn't been able to feel my actual fingertips for days afterwards, even after standing under a scalding hot shower, just to work up the courage to peel the neoprene wetsuit from my body. Staring at the words on the page, I become paralyzed. Stop breathing. The parties tested have adequate DNA markers in common to confirm that they are half-siblings with 25% shared autosomal DNA. Half-siblings, not twins. Well, this won't do. This won't do at all. It's amazing what you can do with AI. All I have to do is ask the app to replicate the letter, but change the results to show a match for fraternal twins. I don't even really need to do any research. AI is that clever. It calculates everything for me, confirming that I, sibling B, am a 50% DNA match with sibling A. I do check these results on Google just to make sure it's accurate, a precautionary step. I'm not taking any chances. It creates a letter with words like dizygotic and adds in some impressive-looking mathematics. It's all very professional. I watched Skyla using her dad's laptop and printer in his office when we had a study session the other evening, so I swagger over to it confidently, touching the screen to wake it up. The little touchscreen is blindingly bright in the darkness of the room. Typing out the letter into a Word document, I read through it a couple of times to make sure I have it all down, word for word. I only have one chance at this, and I'm not about to muck it up now. The page is hot as I retrieve it from the printer. Dr. Jessica Reed's signature is more of a scribble and easy enough to recreate. The last step is to reseal the envelope with some glue and place it back with the other post for Bella to find. As I'm leaving the office with the letter, I catch sight of a car by the gates from the window. The Ferrari. Bella's home again already. Fuck. I race down the hallway, grasping hold of the pile of envelopes, and jam everything into the letterbox as quickly as I can before I slip out the back, through the French doors, and disappear into the tart, sickly sweet apple orchard, out of sight. Chapter 22. Isabella. I don't want to have to go out after getting home with Alfie. He's been heavily sedated and woke, disorientated, uncoordinated on his paws. But James tells me I have to meet him at the police station. "Don't say anything to Skyla," he hisses. "Tell her I had to go to work or something. Just get here. Gary's waiting for us." I try to make it as comfortable for Alf as possible before I leave, top up his bowls with water and food, but for once he shows no sign of an appetite. He flops down on his dog bed, droopy-eyed, shivering. Usually I wouldn't put the heating on until October, but my heart can't cope with looking at him like this, half of his body clean-shaven. It makes him look so much smaller, skinnier. The pipes tick to life, the tiles warming. "I'll be back as soon as I can," I whisper, stroking the tip of his nose as I leave. But he's already asleep. Twice in 1 week, DCI Gary Quinn breathes heavily as he opens the door to his office. "To what do I owe the pleasure of seeing you two again so soon?" He's trying to be funny, but when we don't laugh, his expression shifts. "Sit," he says, gesturing towards 2 black fold-out chairs that have seen better days. I sit across from him, and Quinn listens intently as James tells him what happened to Alfie. "And your security cameras have been tampered with?" he asks thinly, his thumb rubbing at his graying beard. "That's right," James says, and I'm thankful it's him doing the talking because I really don't think I can bring myself to speak right now. I should have told him and James about Raven yesterday when I had the chance. If I had, would it have stopped this from happening? Would Alfie still have been okay? Quinn takes James's phone and scrolls through the security camera app with his large, calloused fingers. "Are you able to recover the footage somehow?" I ask, my words laced with hope. Quinn blows out a breath that wafts towards me, coffee and something else, cigarette smoke perhaps, lingering in the air around us. "It's not an easy process. Digital forensic tools will be needed. It'll take time, if that's the route you want to go down." He looks up at us, eyes heavy above the swollen bags that sag down the skin on his cheekbones. "We do," I say quickly, overriding anything James is going to say first, acting quick the way I somehow know I need to in this moment. "Okay." Quinn places the phone on the table between us. "Has there been any luck on the CCTV from the accident?" James asks. "Not yet. I'm working on it." "Do you think these two things could be related?" I search Quinn's face, hopeful for an answer I know I'm not going to get. "Very possibly," he says, wrenching away any sense of safety I could have felt before. A bit of a strange coincidence having two such unfortunate things happen so close together. He's choosing his words carefully, taking long pauses. "You think someone's targeting us?" James says dryly. "I'm not one to make assumptions, Mr. Rushmore. However, your family is considered to be more vulnerable than others, and we all know why that is." Back outside the police station, James and I stand facing each other. My big, strapping husband. His eyes are tired, sunken into their sockets. "Come here," he says softly, opening his arms for me to walk into. It's a gesture that makes me want to cry, because he is my home, my teammate. We should be in this together, yet I've been feeling so alone. I nuzzle into him right there on the steps of the station, knowing if anyone recognized us in this moment and took a picture, we'd be frontline news within hours. Someone would come up with another fabricated story about us. There's been so many over the years that we've learned to be careful about how we interact with each other out in the open. "Alfie's okay," he whispers into my hair. "Are we?" I ask, a question I'd asked so often in the past, a constant cause of anxiety, but that I stopped asking many moons ago when it became obvious that we weren't. "We will be," he says, and his response makes my heart thud down to the pit of my stomach. He hasn't said we are okay, but then my husband hates to lie, avoids it at all costs if he can. He's terrible at it anyway. I guess I should appreciate his honesty and his optimism. We will be okay. Sometimes those words really are all I need to hear, even when I want to hear more. I touch his wedding band, lacing my fingers through his. We stay there longer than we should, in an embrace I wish I didn't have to break away from. Husband and wife, united again. "I love you, Bella," he says before he lets go. "I'm sorry we haven't been in the best place recently." Now, I think. Tell him now. Tell him Raven has been getting into my head, telling me she's Robin. Tell him about the DNA test, out for delivery right now. Get him to come home. Wait for the results to arrive together. Do it together. But I can't. Why? I don't know. I watch him get into his car and drive away towards the model village to pick Skyla up from her day with Oscar. As soon as the car is out of sight, I pull out my phone. A new message has flashed up on the screen, and I open it up nervously. Denda match. Your DNA match test results have been delivered. There's a pile of post scrunched into the letterbox when I get home, some of the envelopes jammed right into the corners of the stainless steel, so violently the paper rips as I tug them all out. I swallow my unease. Our postie would never handle our letters like this. I know she wouldn't. Maybe she was sick today, someone else covering her round, someone careless. Rifling through the crinkled envelopes, my heart pounds against my sternum when I find what I'm searching for. It's smaller than I imagined it would be, a simple white mailing envelope with a window to the left and on the back a business logo stamp. DNA match. I guess I was expecting something that looks a little more formal, a brown A4 envelope, a thick wad of pages inside. This feels too thin, no more than a couple of pages, if that. It doesn't feel sufficient for what it should contain. Facts, the truth, something official and validated. Already I'm starting to doubt the competence of the company I've chosen. Have I been scammed? The test kit wasn't cheap, but now I'm thinking about it, shouldn't there have been more legal hurdles to overcome to obtain this sort of information? Could it be this easy to find out the truth, even if I can't go to the police with it? Very carefully, I open the envelope and pull out the paper folded inside. For a while, I stand there, motionless, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. Either way, this letter changes everything. If Raven has been lying to me, tormenting me, then I have no choice but to end the friendship between her and Skyla. I have to risk my daughter hating me in order to protect our family. And if Raven's being honest, if she is Robin, well, then what? It doesn't change the torment she's put me through, but I suppose a part of me can try to understand that she's troubled, hurting, that perhaps she's terrified herself to re-enter our lives as Robin. Maybe she's been trying to feel us out. But then, why tell me and not James, not Skyla? Out of all of us, I'd have thought she'd trust Skyla enough to tell her, her own twin. Or James, who she's developed some sort of a connection with. Why tell me and not them? It makes no sense. Absolutely nothing seems to add up. Muddled questions and theories swim chaotically through my head, giving me vertigo. Psyching myself up, I run a finger along the crease in the pages, smoothing them flat in my hand, and start to read. Dear Mrs. Rushmore, kindly see below the analysis and results of the DNA samples sent in concerning sibling A, Skyla Rushmore, and sibling B, Raven Brody. This letter confirms the parties tested have a biological dizygotic relationship, sharing 50% of their genetic markers. Warmly, Dr. Jessica Reed, DNA match. There's only been one other time in my life where it seemed like the world stood still, and that was the night Robin was taken. As I stand in the hallway with the DNA results pinched between my fingers, it's like life is holding its breath, time suspended. I don't know what to do with this information. The truth is right here, printed in black and white, a wet signature at the bottom of the page. Raven is Robin. Raven is Robin. Robin is Raven. She wasn't lying. It wasn't all some sort of sick ruse. All of my foundations come down, the paper in my hand a wrecking ball, and I crumple to the ground. It is all I can do, for now. I have to show James. I know that much, and I know he's going to be furious at me for doing this behind his back. But he's rational. He'll know how to handle this, and right now, that's all I need, because I sure as hell don't. My daughter has finally come home, the way I always knew she would. Tears spring to my eyes, but they aren't of joy. They're of fear, because if I thought our lives were in shambles before, that's nothing compared to how things are about to go. Everything is going to change. The life we rebuilt is over, and while I can't say it was ever truly good, there was always that missing piece. I can't help but be terrified for this new chapter we're going to have to embark on. What should be the greatest gift, the most defining moment since becoming a mom, our daughter coming home after all these years, just doesn't feel right. How can that be? How can finally getting the one thing I've wanted all these years make my stomach twist into such tight knots? A deep sense of unease starts to choke me. As I sob on the warm tiles, I pull out my phone and call Carol. I know I should call James. I know my priorities are skewed, but Carol knows about the DNA test, and I need to tell someone the outcome without having to defend myself. If I call James, he'll want to understand why I took the test in the first place. He won't understand, will he? He didn't believe anything I had to say before, even if he was just trying to protect us. Protect me. I know he didn't want me to go down that rabbit hole again, of thinking someone is Robin when they're not, of being irrevocably crushed by the pain of another day without my little girl. And now, she's back, and I hate myself for not wanting her, my baby, my responsibility, my everything. I grit my teeth together to keep from screaming while I wait for the call to connect. Verdict? Carol asks by way of greeting me when she answers the call. She's always been this way, no nonsense. It's something I've always liked about her. She cuts the fluff, gets straight to the point. I snivel, unable to speak. My eyes don't leave the paper on the floor beside me. Bella? She presses. She was telling the truth, I whimper into the phone. She's Robin. Oh My God. Carol's words drag, laden with disbelief. How are you? I mean, what are you going to do? I shake my head, even though she can't see me. I honestly don't know. When she first arrived, I was so sure it was her. But then I got to know her and I thought, no, it can't be. But it is. It is. You shouldn't be alone right now. I can be there in a couple of hours? You can't drop everything for me, I sigh. Yes, I can. You're my best friend. It's a statement that floods me with warmth, words we've never said aloud before but always knew, an understanding. Our friendship, something sacred to me. Thank you, I whisper. When I end the call, I go through the contacts on my phone, wondering who else I should tell. My mom and dad? James's parents? Harper? Robin was their family too, and they have every right to know that she's back. But just like my hesitation with telling Jane's, something seems to be stopping me from opening the floodgates. I drag the paper back towards me and stare again at the words confirming everything. Raven is Skyla's twin sister. The timer on the heating stops, a gentle tick that echoes down the hallway. Only then do I realize how quiet it is inside. Alfie? I call out, but the house remains silent, as if holding its breath. Chapter 23. Isabella. I search the house up and down, but Alfie is nowhere to be seen. Racking my brain, I try to remember if I'd somehow forgotten to close the front door or left the French doors ajar by mistake. But I know myself. I wouldn't have done that. Would I? I've been so preoccupied lately, so consumed with Raven and the DNA test results. Could I have simply forgotten? Like all those times I'd left the key in the front door, hadn't turned the headlights off after parking, or got to work worrying if I'd remembered to turn the stove off after cooking breakfast. It's easy enough to do, forget some mindless thing you tend to do every day, yet that one moment of absent-mindedness could ruin everything. I set off on foot, calling Alfie's name as I trek around the grounds. Usually he'd come running at the sound of my voice, bound up to me, ready to knock me over for slobbery kisses. But not today. Today, he's injured and vulnerable. Did whoever hurt him come back for him? Finish him off? I gulp, trying to shake off the thought as I venture over to the fountain, terrified of what I'll find. We've always had to pull Alfie out of there. He likes to think it's his own personal paddling pool, a place to cool down, especially in the summer months. I let out a sigh of relief when I get there, grateful he hasn't tried to climb in. The water is still, untouched. Marble sculptures with deep crevices for unseeing eyes follow me as I make my way down the driveway. The rake is still in the hedge, but the sharp points are no longer dripping. There's a rusty brown substance stuck to them that disintegrates as I rub it between my fingertips. Copper and iron fill my nostrils as I breathe in, and that's when I'm certain this is the weapon used on Alfie this morning. Like a game of Cluedo, now all I need to figure out is who used it in the kennel, but not before I find my boy. I'm pretty sure I already know anyway. James chose for us to live in this area because it's secluded, quiet. I'm walking down the road for a good few minutes before a lime green tractor passes me. The driver nods and waves, uninterested, rumbling on. My anxiety stops me from flagging him down, from asking him if he's seen a golden retriever. I don't know how long it is that I'm walking the streets until I get a call.
Isabella Rushmore?
A timid voice squeaks down the other end of the line. Someone female, sounding girlish, too young. That's me.
It's Candace from the RSPCA. Your dog, Alfie? He's just been brought in. We scanned his microchip and got your details,
she explains.
Oh,
my voice shakes.
You found him. Thank you so much. He's not in good shape. He's recently had surgery?
Yes, he was supposed to be home recovering, I say, wishing I hadn't left him, wishing I'd stayed close by.
The stitches have reopened. He's going to need to get back to the vets, she says.
I'll call them now and come get him. Thank you, Candace. Thank you so much. I'm coming. I hang up and dial Simon, who thankfully answers on the second ring. I don't know if there's time to waste. I'll meet you at the RSPCA. We'll need to use their surgery room, he says, and hangs up before I can say anything back. I'm sitting with my arms around my knees on a lumpy chair by reception as Alfie's life hangs in the balance. I'm waiting for him to be out of his second surgery when a notification chimes up on my phone. Motion detected. I open the security app and look down at my daughter. Home. She's alone, completely unaware, and it's a moment I want to savor, watching her just be. Either Raven is in the bathroom or up in the guest room, or with any luck, she's finally gone back home to that strange little caravan in the field. If that's even where she really lives. The DNA results have left me disgruntled. I don't know what I'd been expecting, what I would have preferred, but this outcome? It's left me in denial. Not one part of me believes the results, or wants to at least. But what choice do I have? I have to believe what the evidence is saying. Raven is Robin. She is my daughter. The results are there, in black and white, hidden in the glove box of the Ferrari, so no one else can see them. Raven Brody is Skyla Rushmore's fraternal twin sister, and, therefore, my daughter. My daughter that I loved, cherished, and held to sleep in my arms all those years ago, who I have mourned and cried for all these years. She's back. She's home. And yet, instead of the joy I should feel, there's a certain apprehension in its place. I watch Skyla for a while, putting her feet up on the coffee table, flicking through Netflix as she sinks further into the sofa. It makes me smile, seeing her simply just be. It's the first thing that's had me smiling in days. Perhaps it's because I know where she is. I know she's safe. I click back in the app, bringing up the page with recordings of previous motion-detected alerts. Most of them are of us or Alfie, charging through, his tail going so fast it blurs the footage. But then I see something that makes me stop. It's from earlier today. The timestamp says 12:43, which can't be right. We were all out at that time, still at the veterinary practice with Alfie. No one was home to set off the cameras, or so we thought. Pressing play, the hair on the back of my neck rises as Raven drifts past the camera and sits on the sofa. Raven was there, in our house, while we were all out. How did she even get in? I haven't given her a key, and I wouldn't even if she'd asked, not even under special circumstances. She's not invited in unless Skyla is there, and Skyla was at the model village with her granddad. So what was Raven doing here? Skyla doesn't even have a key of her own, so it's not like she could have lent Raven a set. Had she broken in? For a while, I'm transfixed, but she doesn't come back on camera. She doesn't leave the way she came in. She just disappears, though I know she wasn't there when I got home shortly afterwards. When I'd arrived, the house had been silent and empty. The more I think about it, the harder I bite at my lip. There are only a few things I now know for certain. One is that Raven was at our house when Alfie was initially attacked. The other is that she was there when he disappeared. When other cameras in the house had stopped working, she had walked inside, unaware of the camera hidden in between the books on the bookshelf. I clutch my phone firmly in my hand, knowing that this could be some sort of evidence I'll need in the future. Watching the footage again and again, I try to work out what it is she's doing inside. All I can make out is her sitting on the sofa for some time, on her phone. Alfie's dog bed is empty, so I trail back in time to a few minutes before Raven enters the lounge. 12:40 p.m. I watch Alfie's head snap up, watch him struggle to get on all fours. He leaves his bed and heads in the direction of the front door, but I don't have another camera set up to follow his movements there. Then Raven walks in alone, without Alfie at her heels, which is unusual because Alfie follows everyone around if he's been cooped up alone for a while. That's when I know she must have let him out. That's when my eyes drift down to her hands. She's holding something. I squint, looking closely. A small white envelope is in her hands, an envelope with a little window to the left. Bile rises in my throat. What has she done to the DNA test results? Chapter 24. This time, Alfie doesn't get to come home, and I feel relief that he'll be out of Raven's reach, for now at least. He'll be in recovery under Simon's watch, and that thought eases my anxiety. A portion of my anxiety, anyway. I race home as soon as I'm able to, desperate to get to Skyla, although I feel completely divided. The need to stay with Alfie, the urge to protect Skyla. It's overwhelming, but I can't be in two places at once. After seeing Raven walking through our house when she wasn't supposed to be there, it's left me so uneasy. Something feels off, and I need to get home, now. I want to get in, change the locks, strip the bed. But how can I do that when Raven is in fact Robin? She is my daughter, my parental responsibility. I have to accept her. But I don't want to. I can't. I examine the results again, my eyes roving every inch of the envelope I've stashed in the glove box of my car. Is it possible that she did something to the results? I can't tell. It all looks so professionally done, and the envelope had been sealed when I'd picked it up, hadn't it? I'd been in such a hurry to see the results that my memory is fuzzy. For the second time in my adult life, I feel the need to call my parents, to get them on the phone and tell them, I need you. But I don't have time. Every second that ticks by somehow makes me and my family feel even more in danger. Skyla! My voice rips through the house as I barge through the front door, our autumnal wreath falling from the metal hook. Acorns and pine cones clatter to the floor, but I don't care. I don't care because there is no answer from Skyla. Striding through to the lounge to where I last saw my daughter sinking into the sofa, I can't help but clutch at my throat when I see the room. Maybe to anyone else, the room wouldn't look out of place. But I know my daughter, and I know how she'd leave a room. The first thing I notice is the coffee table, nudged out of its usual position. The sofa has depressions in it, the fabric creased, pillows scattered. A hardcover copy of War and Peace, leather-bound and heavy, is tossed to the floorboards. Open, the edges of the cover crunched. I want to pick it up, but stop myself. Skyla hurled this across the room. She chose the heaviest book she could and used it. My heart slams in my chest. What did she use it against? Or rather, who? I'm about to open up my phone, check the security footage, when it rings in my hand. I'm desperate to see Skyla's name on the screen, but it's not. It's Carol. I'd completely forgotten about her coming to see me, but I can't worry about that right now. I swipe to answer but stay silent. My breathing is heavy down the phone. Bella, where are you? I've just been to the RSPCA and they said you left. I'm home, I say. Carol, I'm so sorry, but something's wrong. I think something's happened to Skyla. Okay, she says slowly. It's okay. I'm coming. The phone disconnects before I can respond. While I wait for Carol to arrive, I open up Life 360, but Skyla has left our circle. I cannot see her location, and that sends a wave of fear through me that has me crashing to the floor. I don't know much, but I know something is wrong. Skyla wouldn't have left like this. The room wouldn't be out of place, and she wouldn't be removed from the Life 360 app. Skyla would never have taken herself off that app, not unless she was pushed into doing it. She knows how much I depend on it to check in on her, to make sure she's okay. Much like the night Robin was taken, I start to search. But besides the obvious, there are no signs of a struggle that I can see. I bend to inspect the book, big and heavy enough to knock someone unconscious, perhaps even kill them given its weight. But no. Besides the leather being crumpled from connecting with the floorboards, the book appears untouched. Whatever Skyla had been aiming for, she'd missed. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I can't decide. Next, I load up the security camera footage, but the camera that is usually positioned on the bookshelf has been dislodged. It always sat on top of the copy of War and Peace, and now that's been pulled out, The camera has fallen. I stride over to the bookshelf and find the camera on the floor. A tiny little thing, no bigger than my thumb. Twisting it in my hands, I wonder what it would have captured if it hadn't been disturbed. I crush it into the palm of my hand, despising how much we rely on technology. It is so delicate it could easily break if I just squeezed a little harder, but that won't solve anything. I drop it back to the floor and try to make out the last footage it was able to record. There's a short clip of Skyla jumping up from the sofa, the back of her knees knocking into the cushions as though she's trying to step back, away from something. But I can't see what she could see. I can't see what frightened her. She's turned towards the arched doorway, speaking to someone, but it's just out of the camera angle. I watch as she goes from standing still to breaking out into a sprint. The last thing I see before she grabs the book from the bookshelf is her face, blurry, pixelated, but terrified. Then the footage turns black as the camera falls to the floor, facing into the carpet. The front door opens, Carol swooping in without knocking. "When did you last see her?" she asks, dumping her handbag down at her feet. "At the vet's. She went off and spent the day with her granddad, and then she came home. She was here. I saw her on the security camera," I babble. "Something's really wrong. Raven, she's dangerous, Carol. She's going to hurt Skyla. I know it." "I thought you said Raven was your daughter." Carol narrows her eyes at me. She is, I say, my entire body shaking with fear. "But she attacked Alfie, and now I think she's taken Skyla." I don't want to sit on the sofa and explain myself right now, but Carol makes me tell her everything. When I'm finished relaying every last strange thing that has happened since Raven arrived, she sighs. "We've got to think rationally about this," she says slowly. "Do we, Carol? Do we?" I pull at my shirt, anything to keep my hands busy. My skin is still tender from the burn, but I pull at that too. I'm furious at myself, knowing I should have told James and DCI Gary Quinn everything sooner, because now it might be too late. "I'm calling the police," I say, and start dialing. "Stop." Carol touches my hand with hers, her skin papery thin and full of bulging blue veins. I yank my hand away, not understanding why she's stopping me. I furrow my eyebrows at her, my thumbs threatening to hit call. "Bella," she says calmly, too calmly, "if you phone the police, you'll be arrested. Don't you see that? You stole someone's DNA." "That honestly doesn't even matter to me, Carol. Right now, my daughter is out there somewhere with a girl who tried to kill my dog, ran me off the road, almost gave Skyla sepsis, stole my lingerie, and has been in my head plaguing me for weeks." I press the green call button, but Carol smacks the phone from my hand. "What the hell are you doing?" I demand, scrambling to pick it up, but she kicks it across the room. "I won't see you get sent to jail for this." She shakes her head, looming over me. "Carol, please, I need to get help for my daughter." I start to cry, the exhaustion from everything that has been going on recently finally catching up to me. "Let me help you," she says. "We can find her together before involving any police." I think if I tried, I could tackle Carol, overpower her. She's older than me, frailer. But perhaps she's right. Calling the police would mean needing to tell them everything if we were to have the best chance of finding Skyla now, and from experience after Robin's disappearance, they were useless. I know where Raven lives. I could go there myself without having to tell the police anything until I need to. "Can we take your car?" I whisper, pushing up from the floor, my phone clutched firmly in my hand. Carol nods, and I follow her, sliding into the passenger seat of her Peugeot. What she doesn't know is that I open up WhatsApp while she walks ahead of me, and I slip the phone back into my pocket after calling James. "Why didn't you want me to call the police?" I ask her as we sail down the driveway. "I told you, I'm not going to have you arrested for stealing DNA." Her hands grip onto the leather of the steering wheel, and it squeaks in her palms. "Bella, You're my best friend. We both know how shocking the justice system is. Even if you were just trying to protect your family, the police won't care about that. You don't think that Quinn guy will throw you behind bars the first chance he gets? That's all they want. I'm sure they have some sort of quota to reach or something. I don't think they do, I say, hoping that James is still listening, that he didn't just assume I pocket-dialed him and hung up. To get to Raven's place, take a left up here. Pointing to the left, I hold my breath, praying James listened when I told him where Raven's caravan was a while back. I try to speak as clearly as possible, worrying about how muffled the conversation might be in my pocket. Carol glances at me as she drives, and I wonder if she's noticed, if it even matters if she has. Is she just protecting me, or is there a reason I feel so edgy around her all of a sudden? I exhale as she turns left, following my directions. Chapter 25. Park here, I say, directing Carol to the gate leading to the field I know Raven's caravan is in. She takes her foot off the pedal and yanks up the handbrake, her hand shaking. It's not much, she says, lifting her handbag and digging around inside it on her lap. But take this. She hands me a small black object, and I turn it over in my hand. It's an alarm. If anything gets out of control, press it. It's loud, she explains. If anything, it'll disorientate Raven for a moment. I'm filled with a rush of love for her, my dearest friend. How could I have doubted her? Why had she made me feel so anxious? She has always had my best interests at heart. She just doesn't want me to be arrested, to spend years in prison for trying to find out the truth. I should never have doubted her. I blink back tears, nodding vigorously. Thank you, I say, scooping the alarm from her hand. And I have this. She pulls out a small pocket knife, something so flimsy-looking it could have come from a Christmas cracker, but it will have to do. But remember, Raven and Skyla might not be here. It isn't what I want to hear. She has to be here. She just has to be. I wouldn't know where else to look. I breathe out, too afraid to look up and spill the tears that have formed. If they aren't here, we'll come up with a plan B, she promises. We'll find her, Bella. Trust me. I nod, keeping my head dipped and my mouth sealed, on the verge of breaking. I'm desperately trying to keep it together. Falling apart now won't help anything. It will only hinder us finding Skyla. Let's go. Carol opens her car door, and I follow suit, the alarm she's given me bulky in my palm. I squeeze it gently, careful not to set it off, but liking the comfort it brings me, this gadget so similar to the hidden camera in my bookshelf. The field is even more overgrown than before, the parched grass rolling like waves around our thighs as we work our way over to the caravan. You're sure she lives here? Carol asks, dodging nettles and stirring up dandelion pappus that parachute into the air, dancing around us. Just up ahead, I huff, indicating in the direction of the trailer. This is where I dropped her off once. I point at the caravan. That? She asks, the skepticism in her voice hard to miss as we get closer to Raven's rusted, derelict home. My answer is a subtle nod. As we get closer, I chance a look back to the direction of the gate, hoping to see James running through the field. I know it's wishful thinking, and I do feel bad for calling him behind Carol's back, for thinking Carol could be wanting to hurt me. I don't even know if he took the call, but if he did, he'll know where we are, and he'll come and help us find Skyla. That's all I can ask for, because I don't know how to do this without him. He is my rock, the protector of our family. Every shred of resentment I've ever harbored against him for not keeping Robin safe all those years ago evaporates. I don't hate him the way I sometimes tell myself I do. I love him, and I appreciate him so much, him and all of his thick-headedness. If only I could tell him that now. Shaking my head, I try to shove these thoughts from my mind. As much as I feel like I need him here, I know I can't wait. Skyla could be in danger, and I have to get to her before something happens. Standing outside, everything seems silent. I think, maybe, that should be a good sign. Unless, of course, it's not. Because it's almost too quiet. It feels wrong. I rap my knuckles on the fiberglass door of the caravan, hard. At first, there's no movement, no sound coming from inside. But I knock again, harder, because the quiet is heavy, unnatural. A creak comes from within, weight tipping the caravan on its frame. I turn and look at Carol, standing guard. My nerves are climbing up and into my throat. "It's okay," she mouths, trying to reassure me with a nod. From behind those fly-infested curtains, a shadow drifts, curling away and out of sight. "Delivery!" I shout in a gruff voice, questioning myself instantly. Do people deliver to caravans? I don't even know if this woman has planning permission, if this field is hers. Is she squatting? The door to the caravan bursts open, and a woman stands in front of me in a stained, baggy tracksuit. She looks from my empty hands to me, and her eyes grow into saucers. At first, I'm stunned it isn't Raven who answers the door. Every way I'd played this scene out in my head started with me confronting Raven about who she is and why she's taken Skyla. I never pictured I'd come face to face with her mother, or the woman pretending to be her mother, I should say. The woman who took my little girl from her cot 14 years ago. It takes me a while to place her, and perhaps it's because she's not in heels, dressed to the nines. Her hair is static. Whatever color she usually dyes it has faded to a patchy shade of orange. "Gabby?" I splutter, still unsure. "Hello, Bella," she says, her eyes squinting in the daylight. She leans on the doorframe, the caravan rocking precariously to one side. Blowing out a puff of smoke, she flicks cigarette ash to my feet. It's Gabby, the admin assistant from my old office in Bristol, the one who sent me lilies when Robin disappeared. I don't understand. I step back, stumbling in the uneven earth. Carol catches me before I fall, lifting me back up. "Who is that?" she asks softly, but I can't answer her because I don't know what to say. I don't know who the woman in front of me really is. Not anymore. Raven appears behind Gabby, and the reality of seeing them together makes me flinch. What the hell is happening here? How are they together? "This is why you didn't want me here that day, isn't it? Because you knew I'd recognize Gabby if I saw her." I wrinkle my nose at Raven, feeling every muscle in my face quiver in anger. The look Gabby gives me is hard, a smirk splashed with hate. I ignore it because I don't care if she's Vicky or Gabby or someone else entirely at the moment. I don't care that Raven is somehow here, with her. All I care about is finding my daughter and making sure that she is safe. She is my priority. All of my unanswered questions can wait. "Where is Skyla?" I snarl. "She's where she belongs." Gabby folds her arms across her chest. The grass is restless, scratching at my legs. A crow lands on a fence post close by, watching us closely, a bystander assessing the situation. All the while, Carol stands behind me, motionless, the pocket knife slipped up her sleeve, waiting. "Tell me where my daughter—" My demand peters out as a scream, unmistakably Skyla's, explodes from inside the caravan. "Mom!" A chill ripples down my spine. Raven and Gabby both jump, twirling back inside the caravan. I take my chance, running at full force, slamming the side of my body into Gabby as I break my way through the door. She crashes to the floor, the cupboards on either side of us rattling as I pin her down. "Skyla!" I cry out, searching the area, so small the walls seem to be pressing in on us, but I can't see her. It's smoky inside, the caravan's wallboard faded from sunlight, the laminate flooring bubbling and curling from water damage. There is stuff everywhere. Stacks of boxes piled high, some toppled over, spilled open. Hundreds of old, yellowed newspapers scatter every available surface. I squint at one of the headlines, the ink bleeding into the fibers of the paper, making it hard to read. But there it is. Isabella Rushmore, grieving mother or killer. My eyes dart to another tea-stained newspaper. What are the Rushmores hiding? Every single article scattered around the caravan is about me, my family, and the disappearance of Robin. Why does Gabby have all these here? I look around some more, trying to find my daughter. We need to leave this place, now. I heard her scream from somewhere inside here. Where is she? Tell me where my daughter is before I crack your skull open, I shout, threatening Gabby by pushing her face down into the warped, musty floor. She moves jerkily beneath me, struggling to breathe. Bella, stop! Carol gasps from outside. But I don't stop. Nothing can stop me now until I know my daughter is safe, and if I have to kill Gabby for that to happen, then I will. God help whoever stands in my way. Mom, over here! Skyla's voice comes from the other end of the caravan, where bunk beds have been crammed into the corner almost as an afterthought. I have no choice but to let Gabby go. As I do, I give her a firm kick to the ribs. She curls into a tight ball, choking back pain. Taking the 3 strides needed to get to the bunk beds, I find Skyla bound in a corner, a big mottled bruise starting to appear on her forehead. What have they done to you? I ask, clawing at the rope around her ankles and wrists. I hate myself for somehow allowing this to happen, for not being able to keep my daughter safe. It's a feeling that greets me like an old friend, one no longer welcome. But I am here now. I've got Skyla in my arms, and she isn't badly hurt. She's okay. She's going to be okay. I touch her every limb just to be sure, and sigh with relief. This time, I can be the mother I should have been all those years ago. It's okay, baby. I'm here, I say, working her hands free. I pull her to my chest and hold her close, let her warm tears dampen my skin. Carol peers through the front door. The pocket knife is out, glinting in her hand. I can tell from the horrified look on her face she doesn't want to have to use it. I should have killed you when I had the chance, Raven speaks, and I turn to find her sitting at a tiny table, almost invisible behind the piles of junk around her. Her inky black eyes shine on me, narrowing with contempt. You've ruined everything. Ruined what? I ask, keeping Skyla close, shielding her as best I can. The plan, Gabby rasps, clutching hold of her side as she steps towards me. I wonder if I've broken a rib. I hope I have. As I reel back on the mattress with Skyla in my arms, Gabby starts to laugh bitterly. What plan? I look at them, Gabby in her dirty tracksuit, hair unkempt, and Raven, tiny and delicate, yet vicious. She looks so small behind the boxes surrounding her, not just angry, but sad too. I don't think she wants me to see it, but her misery stands out on her features, blindingly obvious. I can't stop the questions, my own curiosity. Why is she sad? And what plan have I ruined? Oh, come on, Gabby says, slapping her hands to her thighs. I'm surprised you haven't worked it out already. Worked what out? My head starts to pound. There's too many unanswered questions. Bella, Gabby's words are cut short. A loud, booming voice echoes through the mist. James's voice. Thank God. Gabby turns in the direction it came from. It's too late, she sighs, her confidence crumbling as her smile shakes. Too late for what? I wonder. What am I supposed to have worked out by now? That Gabby is Vicky? That Gabby and Raven live together? That they're somehow in this together? Whatever this is, I still don't know. I don't know what they want. My hands grasp a pile of newspaper clippings, each one another report on Robin's case. Raven must be Robin. Why else would they be this invested in our story? And the DNA test results confirmed it, unless Raven did something. She was in the house with the envelope in her hands. It was the DNA match envelope, wasn't it? There wasn't another envelope like it, and it's not like we get any mail addressed to her. What could she have been doing with an envelope in her hands, besides snooping into things? I need to figure out what the hell is going on. Hello, James, Gabby says, enigmatic. I whip round, coming face to face with my husband. Carol has stepped to the side, letting James inside the caravan. Is she still holding the pocket knife? I search her hands, but they're empty. My eyes drop, and there on the floor is the knife, the only protection we had until now. James is strong. He can overpower Gabby if needed. "James!" I breathe, clutching Skyla close, but knowing we're okay now. He won't let anything happen to us. "Bella, has she—" Whatever he's about to say falls away, evaporating on his lips. I scan his face, distressed, panic-stricken. I want to reach out, to ask him what's wrong, but there's a heaviness in the air between us holding me still. "No, James, I haven't told her." Gabby spits, and that's when I look up at her. Eyes the color of a winter sky, glistening with tears, stay fixed on my husband. "But if you don't, I will." Chapter 26. "Haven't told me what?" I ask, watching as he starts to sob, a violent, racking sob. It makes Skyla start to cry too, whether it be from confusion or fear or both, I don't know. It's hard enough as a parent seeing your child cry, but for her to see her father so upset, I can't even imagine what must be going through her head. "I'm so sorry," he chokes out between sharp intakes of breath. "I'm so sorry." Sorry for what, I want to ask, but I don't get the chance. Gabby interrupts his blubbering. "Sorry for cheating? For lying?" she screams. "For choosing her over me and Raven?" The look she gives me could slice right through glass. "Cheating and lying?" I repeat her words questioningly. What is she talking about? How did James cheat and lie? I have always trusted my husband implicitly, even after we stopped being intimate. I've always been sure the only thing he'd ever do is watch a bit of pornography, and I've never been someone that has cared too much about that. Gabby limps over to Raven, putting a hand on her shoulder, and Raven, so frangible, seems to sag with the extra weight. She surveys a moldy cardboard box, refusing to look up. "My daughter and I deserved the life James gave you," Gabby growls, her fingernails digging into Raven's neck. "You aren't Raven's mother." "You can't be," I say, my head spinning, thinking about the DNA results, the letter confirming that Skyla and Raven share 50% of their genetic markers. There's no way Raven forged that document. There could be a million reasons she had an envelope in her hands when she was inside our house. It can't have been the one from DNA match. I'm being paranoid, jumping to conclusions. No, if that letter is true, Gabby cannot be Raven's mother, because that would mean she's Skyla's too. "Are you?" I frown, wondering if it is somehow possible, if I had adopted my colleague's babies 15 years ago. I grip onto Skyla just that little bit tighter, scared to let her go, knowing she's hearing things that will make no sense to her. Perhaps they never will. "I think," Gabby says slowly, "the question you should be asking is if James is Raven's father." James swears under his breath, raking his hands through his hair the way I know he does when he's stressed. A nervous tic he doesn't know he has, but I know it. I know it well. "James?" I ask, incredulous, standing to make myself feel braver than I am. What is she talking about? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. It can't. "Dad?" Skyla trembles in my arms. I wish I could protect her from this, but I can't, and it feels as though my entire world has just splintered apart. "You're Raven's dad? What is she talking about?" She shakes her head, then turns to Raven, and I have never seen her look so wounded. "You knew?" Raven looks down at her hands on the table, her mouth parting, but she doesn't speak. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, like she's about to crack. Skyla's disbelief roots as she gives James a look so hollow and broken. I can't cope. There have been so many lies lately, so many secrets. "Just tell us the truth," I whisper, stroking Skyla's curls from her face. I know now, whatever the truth is, it's going to hurt, and I don't want to hear it, but I know that I need to. It's the only way forward, now with us all in this compact mobile home. The truth has crawled from dark corners, chasing us here, cornering us here, unrelenting, harsh, but vital. Things were tough. We've been struggling to fall pregnant for a while, James mumbles, and I blink reality into existence. James had an affair. He just confirmed it. My ears ring with the painstaking truth of his confession. He fathered a child, Gabby's child, Raven. My weight is too much for my knees, and I reach out for the caravan to steady myself. "So you fucked my colleague?" I seethe, my confusion already starting to be replaced with fury. "I didn't know she got pregnant," James sobs. "Not at first." Those last 3 words drive the sword between my ribcage. "Not at first?" I repeat slowly. "How could I? Before you got your PCOS diagnosis, I'd always assumed I was the problem," he says quietly. "I didn't think I could have children." He glances at Raven, his daughter. His daughter? Has he known she's his all this time, while she's been living under our roof? The thought sickens me. We'd had the twins less than a month, Bella. I was overwhelmed with it all, how sudden it had all been. They just arrived. There was hardly any warning. I know we used to say how ready we were to start a family, but that was too quick. Overnight we became parents. That's what it felt like to me, anyway. I tried so hard to be strong for you, to not show you how much I was struggling with it. But I was. I went out drinking a lot, and one night, I met Gabby. "But she was my colleague," I cry, unsure if I matter at the affair or that it was with her. Someone I know, someone close enough to me to make this feel very, very personal. "I didn't know she was your colleague that night," he says, as though that helps in his defense in any way. I wish it did, but it doesn't. He still cheated. He cheated! My frown deepens. "Wait," I say slowly. "You said we had the twins less than a month." He nods, shamefaced. "I don't understand." I pull at a clump of my hair in frustration. "This doesn't make any sense." "I know, and I'm so sorry, Bella. I really am," he blubbers. There's no time for his self-pity, and I don't care about his apology. It's not his infidelity I don't understand. It's how we had the twins when he had the affair and got Gabby pregnant. That is impossible, because I know that Raven is Skyla's twin sister from the DNA test results. Is he lying to me, or is Gabby lying to him? It's not unheard of for a woman to have an affair and trick the man into believing he got her pregnant. Is that what she's done? I look at him and wonder if the DNA test results is a card I need to hold close to my chest, and for now, I can't decide. "You." I twist towards Gabby, feeling more and more claustrophobic in this space as each second passes. "Did you know?" Gabby bubbles with laughter. "Know that James was your husband? Bella, of course I did." James thrashes his head left to right, sobbing into his chest. "She tricked me," he mumbles into his chest, not to me, not to anyone, to himself, as though he's only just realizing it. "Why?" I ask her, refusing to listen to my body that somehow still feels the urge to comfort James, even after what he's done. "He cheated," I remind myself, incensed. "You took my daughters," she says, as though she's explaining something to a child, her words slow, dripping in satire. "What?" I search her face, trying to understand. "I'll admit I gave them up after they were born. Didn't think I was ready to be a parent. By the time I realized I'd made a mistake, it was too late. They were already yours. Yours! Suppose I have Harper to thank for that." Gabby tosses her head in James's direction. "Harper? What does she have to do with any of this?" And then it clicks. She's a family support worker. Could she have somehow arranged this? But if she did, why? Why give us Gabby's twins? I signed the consent forms after 6 weeks the way I was told to do, But when I went back and said I'd made a mistake, I was told the adoption order had already been granted, that it was too late. Skyla and Robin were yours? I ask, pressing my fingertips into the corners of my eyes. Gabby nods, her mouth starting to quiver. Do you know how hard it was, being around you every day at work, knowing you had my little girls? I hated you. I wrap my arms around myself, shivering. The grass outside the caravan sways in the September breeze, a sharp wind screaming inside, so strong it could have stolen my breath if it hadn't been taken already. There should have been some sort of legalities in place for something like this, a way to make sure the twins' birth mother didn't cross paths with us, letting us take on twins from a colleague. Either someone hadn't done their job properly, or someone was heavily involved in making this happen. Harper. Why would she do this? I grind my teeth together, working my jaw, enamel grating. And you only slept with Gabby after we had the twins? I turned to James. Yes. Bella, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Raven can't be Robin. Relief and confusion crash together inside me. If Raven is James's child, and he had her from an affair after the twins were in our care, that means Raven isn't Skyla's twin. The DNA results are wrong. Somehow, they're wrong. I look down at Skyla, rigid in my arms, then up to Raven, trying to catch a glimpse of the age gap that must be between them. But it's so hard. She meets my gaze, her face darkening. There is an unkindness in Raven's eyes as she juts her chin forward, something ugly crossing over her features. And that's when I know. She tricked me, like a raven is known to do in Native American and even Slavic mythology. She's lived up to her name, tampered with the results. I know she has. It's written all over her twisted little face. I want to ask her why. Ask her what she gained from doing something so awful, and why she would want to make me believe she was Robin, but Gabby continues speaking before I get the chance. Obviously, after giving the twins up, I wasn't breastfeeding. My breasts got all hard, dried up, excruciating to the touch. Not that you'd know anything about how that feels, Bella. I started ovulating pretty quickly after that. Meeting James in the pub wasn't difficult. People are creatures of habit after all. Creatures of habit? But James hardly drinks. I think back, my head starting to throb. We both drank to numb our pain back in our 30s, when infertility could have broken us, should have broken us. I must have been so consumed in my own mental turmoil that I hadn't noticed James was struggling too. The twins had enveloped me. I went from one extreme to the other. My insatiable need to be pregnant was silenced by the girls, who in a single moment became my entire universe. It had been hard, so hard I barely had time to breathe, and I guess that I dived headfirst into mothering these two tiny babies so completely that I didn't even think about how James was handling everything. He did go out a lot, but I had been so busy that at the time I hadn't even noticed he was gone sometimes. I was pregnant again less than 2 months after the birth of the twins, Gabby says, and the words add insult to injury. She looks at me, smugly, her fertility the catalyst for whatever I might do next. Despite Skyla's world unraveling right in front of her, she rubs my arm, her turn to cradle me. It calms me when I need it most, because every cell in my body is fighting the urge to fling myself at Gabby and grab her by the throat. Rage, jealousy, betrayal. It's all coursing through me, and I don't know what to do. So I stay mute, taking it all in, letting it sink deeper into my consciousness. Please, Gabby, just stop, James begs. She's heard enough. She's been through enough. He reaches out for me, but I pull away. And it isn't James's pain I care about from how I just retracted. It's Skyla's. We are meant to be Skyla's safety net, and not only has that net just been torn wide open, she's also just come face to face with her birth mother for the first time. I know she's wondered who her birth mother is over the years. She's always told me it wouldn't change anything, but I've always been terrified of her birth mother coming back into the picture. wanting a relationship with her, demanding answers I can't answer about Robin. Where is she? And now she's here, I'm starting to wonder, does she even care? I glance up at Raven again. You aren't Robin, I say. Not a question, not really, though my words are laced with uncertainty. Gabby shakes her head. Raven was born 10 months later, she says, staring as I do the maths myself. I try to make sense of all this, but it's making my brain ache. Raven isn't Robin. Raven is just Raven, a little girl 10 months younger than the twins, their sister and James's biological daughter. There's a burning in my chest, bile working its way up into my throat. 10 months. There's no wonder I didn't notice an age gap. As much as I want to confront the topic of the affair, and I do, my focus shifts to something else, something much more important. If Raven isn't Robin, then where is my daughter? As the words leave me, I'm surprised by the strength in them. They are solid, fully formed. I will not cry. I will not crumble. I will remain strong for Robin. I owe it to her to find her. She was my daughter, not yours, Gabby barks, spittle flying from her mouth in her rage. Out of the corner of my eye, James claws at his face. He's hysterical, falling out of the caravan, drool dripping from his mouth onto the parched earth. Why is he crying? What does he know? And why did Gabby refer to Robin in the past tense? Was. She said Robin was her daughter. Where is my sister? Skyla bellows. And I must remember that this is about her, too. I cannot be selfish right now, as much as I'd love to be. Her world is reshaping as these revelations come, and that can't be easy for her. And yet, there is no way I can protect her from this. The truth is coming out, whether we like it or not. Chapter 27. Let me show you, Gabby says, stepping out of the caravan. As she holds her hand out for mine, James's cry is loud, piercing. Please, stop! His distress is rattling. It makes my heart land somewhere deep in the pit of my stomach, because whatever Gabby is about to reveal, he already knows. And why would he keep something as important as what happened to Robin from me unless... Gabby, I'm begging you to stop. Leave us alone, he says beseechingly. We ignore him, and I allow her to lead me around the back of the caravan, where the field stretches, untamed, the grass dry as brittle bones. Right out in the center of the field, nestled between thistles and brambles, is a cross. It sticks out of the soil, leaning sadly to one side, weather-worn and rot-softened. If I drop Skyla's hand, or her mine, I can't tell. I fall to the ground and touch the split wood, not wanting to believe it. Robin, my little songbird. She's here. The man I always thought him to be fades away right before my eyes. Pathetic. He's pathetic. Hatred pulses through me. They were our responsibility. All this time I'd thought I'd failed her, but it was James, the man I trusted. This brings the saying, always the husband, into a whole new light. He took our little girl from her cot late at night when he was supposed to be keeping her safe and gave her up to protect himself, to cover up his lie. What happened to her? I ask again, turning back to my daughter's grave, my eyes seeing but still not registering. Not really. She choked, Gabby says. 2 words said so simply for something so crushing. I'd only gone for a shower, left her and Raven watching something on telly with a bowl of grapes. I hadn't sliced them up. I always slice them up. But that day, I didn't. I don't know why. She kneels down beside me and touches the earth, the place where Robin is buried. I want to push her away, to scream at her, to get away from my daughter. I can't bring myself to accept that Robin was her daughter too. I look up, wishing the tears in her eyes made me feel any better, but it doesn't. It only angers me more. Looking at her, Only one word enters my head: murderer. I tried, tried to save her. Her little body was so tiny in my arms, I didn't know what I was doing. I tried to remember the first aid training. We did that together for work, remember, Bella? I jammed my fist into her abdomen, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get it out. She went blue, then floppy, and then she just stopped breathing, stopped fighting. For the longest time, I'd tried to pretend that Robin and Raven were twins. There was such a tiny age gap, you couldn't even really notice a difference between them, she sniffs. I told James I needed Skyla back after what happened to Robin, told him that she was mine, not yours, Gabby continues. But he threatened to go to the police, tell them what happened to Robin, said he'd tell them I killed her if I came anywhere near your family again. James drags himself over to the grave, reaching out and rubbing his thumb over the cross. It was too late to save Robin, but I did what I could to save Skyla, he says. I wouldn't let Gabby near her, or you. I felt like I finally had some sort of leverage, and I used it. He grimaces as though he absolutely hates himself, and that's when I see that he does. He hates what he's done just as much as I do, and he's had to live with himself all these years, harboring a secret so awful it must have destroyed him. His distance suddenly makes sense. He withdrew from me because he couldn't handle what he'd done, and he had to watch silently as I crumbled apart, going slowly mad from the disappearance of our daughter, from having no answers for so many broken years. I watched Skyla grow up with you, even after we moved away to Liverpool. I kept my eye on you. I couldn't not. Gabby gestures back to the caravan, where all of those newspapers litter the countertops. All I wanted to do was take her back, but I couldn't. Raven realized I had this sort of unhealthy obsession when she was old enough, and that's when she started digging into things herself. She realized who you were, who James was to her. I guess she's been coming to see you, has she? Raven stands mutely at the end of the grave. You didn't know she was staying with us? I ask, batting a fly from my face. Staying with you? No, of course not. She turns to Raven. How dare you? I just wanted to be a part of a real family. She looks up brokenly. Knowing I had a dad and a sister, I wanted to be part of that world. That was never the plan, Gabby yells, grabbing Raven's shirt and shaking her. Get your hands off her, James says. He pulls her away, protecting his daughter. What was the plan then? I ask, unable to watch the moment James and Raven share. To make your life a living hell, the way you made mine. I blink in shock. I made her life hell? How? I didn't intentionally take her babies. They were legally put into my care. I didn't choose them, but I loved them with my whole heart. I think of all the torment I've endured over these last few weeks. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Everything had been real, not in my head. Raven went off-piste. Gabby throws her head in Raven's direction. If looks could kill. I deserve to get to know my father, she screams, then flickers her eyes to me. You have this perfect life, the big house, the family. You took my dad and my sister from me. I hated you, but I thought, if I could have you believe I was Robin, maybe you'd accept me into your home. But you didn't. You didn't want anything to do with me from the very start, did you? Her nostrils flare as she fights back tears. I know Gabby wished it had been me that had choked on that grape, me who had died, she mutters darkly. My whole life I've never felt good enough. Do you know what it was like growing up with her, desperate to pretend she had the twins back? She never realized how that made me feel. I was constantly living in the twins' shadows. Oh, Raven, I say, wishing there was something I could do or say to make her feel better. I feel awful for the way I've treated her, even though there's no way I could have known why she was being so hard to me all the time. Gabriella Crisel, a voice booms from across the field. You are under arrest for the abduction of Robin Rushmore, for perverting the course of justice, and for preventing a lawful and decent burial. DCI Gary Quinn descends on Gabby, pushing her roughly to the ground, her face forced into the dirt that has settled over Robin's place of rest. You have the right to remain silent, but know it could hurt your defense if you don't mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you say may be given in evidence in a court of law. Have I made myself clear? Gabby nods as she's effortlessly lifted to her feet. A team of police storm in around us from every direction. I whip round, turning towards my husband. He's holding his phone out in front of him. I called the police, he says quietly. They heard the entire story. I swallow, hard. James has managed to eke a confession out of Gabby, and in so doing, he's handed himself in too. I watch as he's pinioned to the ground, his arms placed behind his back and his wrists cuffed. He's read his rights, and he's gone, whisked away from me without so much as a goodbye. The scene unfolds in front of me, and I stay still, unsure what to do with myself. Part of me wants to lie down over Robin's grave, press myself as close to her remains as I can. I'm finally reunited with her, and I don't want to leave her here, out in an overgrown field. I know she will be exhumed, that she can't stay here, but for now it feels the closest I can ever come to holding her again is by digging myself into this earth right here, right now. Tears come as the realization hits me how long she's been out here, all alone. My heart breaks in a way it has never broken before. The final shard of glass keeping me together has come away, and I shatter right there. Eventually, a police officer, a woman, crouches down beside me. Her perfume is sweet, pulling me from the depths of my despair. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Rushmore," she sighs at the sight of my daughter's grave. Somewhere close by, someone has lit a fire, charred oak drifting up with the wind. I gasp in breaths between sobs, inhaling wood smoke, sharp and acrid, and I wonder if I'll ever be able to enjoy that perfectly cozy autumnal scent ever again. Or will I always associate it with this day, the day I found out my daughter is dead, and has been this entire time? Is there anything I can do? Someone I can call? "Skyla, I need to see Skyla," I murmur, knowing the only person who can come close to healing me now is the one person who has kept me strong through this entire nightmare. This nightmare that is finally over. "We've got her. She's okay," the officer whispers, before her attention turns to Raven, a girl even younger and more fragile than Skyla in so many ways. She's just witnessed her mother get taken away, her father too, and her life is about to be turned upside down. Social services will swoop in on her, and from the naked fear I see in her now, I know she's stripped of all her defenses. Being 10 months younger than Skyla, she's still very much a child in the eyes of the law. Will she go to a foster family? A children's home? A thought flickers through my mind before I can stop it. Should I offer to take her? She is family, after all, whether I want her to be or not. It isn't just James she shares a connection with, it's Skyla, too. She is Skyla's little sister. Despite everything she did to me, I want to reach out and comfort her, to protect her from the things I know I can't control. This girl, who I have wanted nothing to do with for weeks, who I wished would disappear, suddenly, I can't seem to fathom what she's about to go through. This is only going to wreck her more than she already is, and there's nothing I can do about it. Even if there was, would I open my home up to her? She's a young girl in need, and I'm not awful, but could I look at her every day knowing she is James's daughter, the produce of an affair, and Skyla's sister? Would the system even let me help her if I asked? The questions mount, and as they do, Raven rises, wandering off into the sea of blue and red police lights. Watching her walk away, Carol steps close to me and puts an arm on my shoulder. Spiky green conker casings litter the ground, tiered fungi creeping up onto logs. I walk through the park into town, instantly unraveling my scarf as I step into the warmth of the cafe. The Rushmores were just another family on the news to me at first, another missing persons case getting a ridiculous amount of media attention, year after year. It was Vicky who got me interested in the case, not because I cared about it, but because of the way she seemed magnetically pulled towards anything to do with it. The newspaper articles that cluttered the caravan were my first indication that there was something different about this family. I didn't understand at first why Vicky would keep so much information about one family in particular, and so I knew something wasn't right. I only noticed it as I got older and more in tune with what was going on around me. I'd always known pretty much everything was more important than me when it came to her, but there seemed to be something about the Rushmore's story that bewitched her. If a story came up on the radio about them, the volume would go up. I'd be shushed no matter what we were doing. If they appeared on television, she'd lean forward, abandoning her phone. I didn't understand her fascination with them in the beginning. All I knew is that she was giving them and their story a lot more attention than she ever gave me. To her, I was just a means to her child benefit income. The money that should have gone towards caring for me went solely to her hedonistic lifestyle. I received the bare minimum to keep living and breathing, and yet I was way too scared to ever tell on her. If I did, someone far worse could get their hands on me. I was lucky in that, for the most part, Vicky left me alone. I guess you can say that me trying to uncover the truth behind Vicky's obsession sparked one of my own. Without meaning to, the Rushmores became enchanting to me. This family that had endured such evil. I realized the girl I'd seen in photos, the one that clearly came to stay with us for a short time when I was little, was the girl on the news, their daughter. The revelation sent my jaw to the floor. I started printing out photographs of the Rushmores, sticking them in my journal, which became more of an album, a time capsule of watching Skyla grow up without her twin sister, and I always wondered if they knew Robin was buried in our back garden. I didn't understand why they wouldn't visit her if they did know. That's when I started suspecting maybe Robin was hidden there, in secret. I guess I should have gone to the police when I figured that part out, but I had this burning desire to be a part of the Rushmore's life. At first, it started with trying to mimic Skyla's smile, the way she moved and used her eyes. It helped that our eye color is almost identical, and it was easy enough to stay out of the sun, get paler to match her skin tone. I studied her photographs for hours, the laptop screen glaring in front of me, a stainless steel swivel mirror right by its side. I would work on the expressions she'd pull, practice them until my facial muscles hurt. It was a delicious secret, the only one that was mine. Impersonating her gave me something to do. In a world with no friends, no family that cared, and nothing else to do, becoming similar to Skyla became therapeutic. I took a knife to my face when I saw Robin had a beauty spot above her lip, gave myself an impressive-looking scar. It was easier to do that, I thought, than to draw on a mole every day. People get moles removed all the time, so I decided that was my best option. I kind of liked the look it gave me too. Edgy, formidable. In doing so, I became the twin Vicky always wanted me to be, and yet it still was never enough for her, for anyone. I knew all along that I couldn't have myself too similar to Skyla. I wanted to leave room for doubt. Am I Robin? Am I not? That was the fun of it. So I dyed my hair to keep some sort of a question mark in the air before I stepped foot into the Rushmore's world. I don't think I ever meant for it to go as far as it did, but by the time it had, it was too late. So why did you hate me so much? Isabella asks, and it hits me that I've been so enthralled in explaining the bones of the story, where it all started, that I've left out the best part, the meat. We're sitting at a quaint Italian restaurant, and when I first got here, I really didn't think she was going to come. But she's here, sipping her San Pellegrino at the red and white checkered table. In the background, an accordion plays as freshly baked focaccia has roasted garlic filling the air. I pick at the bowl of olives between us, leaving only the black ones untouched. I look at her and smile, a sympathetic smile. I tilt my head to the side, give her a moment to acknowledge it, but she doesn't get the hint. She doesn't seem to see that the question shouldn't be why I did hate her so much. It's, why do I? Chapter 29. Isabella, 2 years later. At home, there are reminders of James at every corner. The bouquet we'd preserved from our wedding day, the sunny yellow and blush pink petals of the gerbera daisies framed on the wall gather dust I don't remove. His clothing stays hanging in the wardrobe, his hot sauce and mayonnaise left untouched in the fridge, ticking slowly over to their expiry date. Our photos don't go either, but every time I look their way, the bitterness inside me grows. The affair has left me disgruntled, and yet I cannot bring myself to remove the traces of James from this house. If it's for Skyla's sake or mine, I'll never know. James is in jail, serving a 10-year prison sentence. I miss him, of course I do. Love isn't a tap that can just be switched off. But I'm angry, so angry that I have yet to visit him. He's been getting the silent treatment, and considering where he is, I know that must be tough. But he dug the grave himself, and now he must lie in it. Skyla and I continue, the way we have to. We go to the range, buy ourselves some £2.99 seasonal mugs to mark the change of season. For the first year ever, I pour some Baileys in her hot chocolate. She's old enough now for a splash of it, though I think she pretends to like it more than she does. So much about her is still my little girl. We sip our drinks in front of the fireplace after Robin's funeral. I hadn't been able to put one together before now. It had seemed too much to bear. I think we both need it to take the edge off. I can't even begin to imagine Skyla's grief, knowing her twin sister will never come home the way we'd always hoped. I'd always hoped. It was me keeping that longing alive for so long, and it's me that has to wrap up Skyla's new seasonal mug after the new year and place it into a box of things she's taking to her halls of residence. Despite her worries, Skyla got into not only the University of Oxford, but Cambridge too, and she's chosen Oxford, studying medieval and Tudor history, following in her literary idol's footsteps, Alison Weir. She dreams of penning Tudor novels just like her, and I have no doubt I'll be seeing Skyla's name splashed all over the history section at Waterstones, and in all of those lovely little independent bookshops in the not-too-distant future. She's already started writing one, a story on Mary I, and what led to her imprisoning her half-sister Elizabeth. The premise strikes a little close to home, but I suppose Skyla feels a connection to Mary I because she had a half-sister too. So Skyla will be studying at Oxford, and as for me, I have Alfie and my infertility support group to keep me busy. The company I interviewed for reached back out to me once the news came out that Robin was found and that I had nothing to do with her death. They apologized, offered me a second interview, a chance to redeem myself, said they'd be lucky to have me. I turned them down. A company with people like that behind them isn't one I want to be associated with at the end of the day, so I've strung together a CV and scour the internet for jobs a couple of hours each day. I'm sure I'll find something soon, something fulfilling, and have it help me start this new chapter of my life. In the meantime, I've started a course, the Early Years Foundation Stage Training. I'd like to do something with children, I've realized. Childminding, perhaps. I don't think there's anything else that will make me quite as happy as working with little people, helping them to become the best possible version of themselves. And there's always a desperate need for childminders here. A lot of my love has been bottled up, and I think it's time I shared it with children who need someone to watch over them, keep them safe. If anyone will have me remains the question, but once I'm qualified, I'm going to try. Life, for the most part, continues as it always has done, minus the scrutiny of the outside world, because our story is over. Robin's body was found, and the world simply stopped caring about us. For the first time in years, I am able to walk down the street without the fear of being photographed or worrying about a new story being leaked to the media. That part of our life faded as quickly as it began, and perhaps it's that I find most jarring. Because how can you go back to normalcy after years of scrutiny? Life and the way I deal with it has forever changed. The night before Skyla leaves for Oxford University, I leave Alfie sleeping at the foot of my bed and make my way across to the guest room, a room I'll always now associate with Raven. She's here despite my better judgment, because who am I to keep the girls apart? They are family after all, and Skyla had practically begged me to let her have a relationship with Raven. "You can't stop me," she'd said when she'd seen my hesitancy after she'd asked if she could reach out to Raven. That's what really made me say yes, because at least this way I can keep a close eye on her rather than things going on behind my back. For now, at least. When Skyla goes to university, I don't really know how I'll cope without this current sense of control. Even after DCI Gary Quinn told me the incident on the road had nothing to do with Raven, that the black car that tried to run me off the road was registered to a Mr. Joe Ford, a man well known for road rage in the area, I'm still uneasy around her. Our security footage could never be recovered, so what happened to Alfie never came to light. I won't say anything to Skyla for fear of upsetting her, but I do believe Raven did something. Alfie won't go near Raven now, and for such an affectionate-natured, friendly dog, that speaks volumes to me. I didn't really think she'd be allowed here for sleepovers, but the system is more lenient than I'd anticipated. It's late, and they should both be asleep, but I know they're not. I'm about to open the door when I pause. There's a faint light spilling onto the landing. I shuffle my feet back into the shadows, but lean forward, putting my ear to the door. It creaks beneath my weight, though the gentle purr of a girl's voice continues. I edge closer, slowly, carefully, trying to make out any words, but I can't, and I take it as my sign to walk away, to start to let go of this craving my mind has for control. I can't steer the outcome anymore. In fact, I don't think I ever could. I still tiptoe around Raven, still wonder what secrets she keeps close to her chest. We aren't on good terms exactly, probably never will be, but for Skyla, I try. The next morning, I make the girls dippy eggs, a favorite of Skyla's no matter her age. She's in a flap about what to wear on her first day, and Raven is in the shower. She's left her phone on the kitchen table, and when it lights up with a message, I stop buttering toast and stare at it for a moment. The shower is still running upstairs, so I take a subtle step towards it, then another. By now, the phone has gone back to a dark screen. I stretch an arm out and tap it, retracting my hand again like it's hot, not wanting to get caught. At first, I don't believe what I see. I have to rub at my eyes, blink the notification into my head. There on the screen is DCI, Gary Quinn's name. DCI Gary Quinn, who still checks in with me today, even though the case is closed. Gary, who asks after Skyla whenever we speak. Gary, who cares about us like no one else. What is he doing messaging Raven? I pick up the phone, desperate to read what it says, but facial recognition rejects me from unlocking the phone. Blood pulses to my head. This is a man I have trusted with our lives for well over a decade, and yet even I have never received text messages from him. It's always phone calls, emails, professional. A text seems somehow more personal. DCI Gary Quinn enforces the law. He's senior in his role, was responsible for leading the teams of detectives in Robin's disappearance. He managed her entire case, and yet she was never found until I went to confront Raven, even when all along Robin was buried less than 5 miles from our very home. A home we didn't move into until after Robin was dead and buried. My mind reels. Why did we move here, so close to where she was buried? That can't have been a coincidence. The eggs on the stove overcook, any water in the pan boiling away as I look up the visiting hours at James's prison. It's time to find out the whole truth. Chapter 30. Hi, James says, wearing an awful yellow and green uniform with HM Prison printed across the back. He looks terrible. Hi, I respond, looking at his hands laid out in front of him on the cold metal table. He's still wearing his wedding ring, and that surprises me. I look down at it, glinting under the harsh light. Shouldn't he have been asked to remove that when he arrived? I wouldn't know. I notice him glancing down at my own wedding finger, where my bands still sit too. Is that going to give him the wrong idea? Make him think everything is going to be okay? Is it? The hall we're in is being supervised, guards watching us closely as we speak. He's in a Category A prison at the moment for concealing Robin's disappearance. The security is top-notch. You'd think he'd committed murder for the lengths they'd gone through to search me before getting to sit down across from him today. And the way they look at us while we're talking, I'd be surprised if you got away with anything in here. "Skyla," he asks, our one-word dialogue new and jarring to me. I lick my lips, wanting to change it. "Dropped her off at uni yesterday." I try to hide the wobble in my voice as I respond. "Which one?" His eyes gleam proudly, though the sadness in them hits me too. He's had no information given to him about us for a while. He has no idea what is happening in the life of the girl he raised as his own, or the life of his wife. Future ex-wife, probably. "Oxford," I say, a smile escaping before I can stop it. But I'm proud, so why hide it? His grin splits. "Amazing," he says. And I wish, in an alternate universe or timeline, that this happiness, this pride in our daughter, is something we could share together. I think about how differently the first night without Skyla would have gone had James been there, had he not done what he'd done. "And you?" he asks, leaning forward as though he wants to touch me, but we both know he can't. "Me what?" I scoff. "How are you?" I stare back at him, at the way his mouth hangs in a way it never used to. He's miserable, but I wasn't the one to cause this, and I can't fix this for him. He's asked a stupid question, and we both know it. "I'm fine," I sigh, as if my husband isn't in prison serving a sentence that seems never-ending, as though I didn't just lay our daughter to rest after all these years. "I just can't believe you knew this whole time, and you never told me." I huff, turning to go. I can't be around him anymore. It's too hard. "Please, Bella, wait." "What?" I snap. "I know you don't understand, but I did everything I possibly could to keep you and Skyla safe." "And what about Robin? Where was her safety?" I hiss. "That isn't fair." "Don't talk to me about fair, James. You took her from her cot in the middle of the night while I was at a work function. You gave her up." "To her birth mother," he cries. "And she ended up dead," I yell, turning heads in every direction. "I don't care if you gave her up to the fucking Pope, James. You took her from me." I glare at him. What I think he's struggling to understand is that the second Robin came into our care, I became her mother for all intents and purposes. It didn't matter that we weren't tied by blood. When she was taken, it hit me just as hard as if she was my own. I don't think any part of me will ever be able to forgive James for what he's done. The more I think about it, the angrier I seem to become. "I'm sorry," he says. 2 words he said more than I can count by now, and at some point in time, they lost their meaning. I don't acknowledge his apology. I've been swept up, and I need to come back down to earth. There's a ticking clock, and our time is almost up. I still need to understand why Gary Quinn is messaging Raven, and why we moved to the Cotswolds, to a house so close to where Robin's remains were buried. That is what is most important. Everything else can wait. We have 8 years to sit across from each other here in this hall and talk about how sorry he is. All around us, there's a low hum of conversation between other inmates and their visitors. The guards shift, not taking their eyes off us. "There's something else I don't understand," I say, glancing at the clock. "Yesterday, I noticed something on Raven's phone." "Raven's phone? She's still hanging around?" He looks shocked. I don't answer him, Don't feel the need to justify myself. James looks up at the clock too, watching the hand tick our time away. Is she okay? He asks, grimacing with the question. Fury breathes down my neck. I straighten in my seat, drawing out a long breath. Bella, I know you're upset, but she is my daughter, and now she's in the foster system, right? He pauses, eyebrows furrowing. Or has she been placed with you? I shake my head. No, she hasn't. She and Skyla are building a relationship, though. Is she being nice to you now? He leans back in his seat, stretching his legs. Not really, I admit, but she's Skyla's sister. I can't really keep them apart. That's really good of you. He smiles sadly, his eyes wet as he looks at me from across the table. I don't think she's a bad kid, you know. Sure, I cross my arms, wishing I could believe him, but I don't. I don't think I ever will. Not everyone is out to get you, Bella. That does it. I rise from the chair, glaring down at him, and as I do, the siren sounds, ending the visitation hour. So why the hell is DCI Gary Quinn messaging her, I ask, but there's no time for him to respond. He's cuffed and pushed back through the door separating guests from prisoners, gone before he could even say goodbye. I set up a fake Facebook account. It can't be too random. It needs to be for someone Gary Quinn knows. He's not stupid enough to accept a friend request from just anyone, not even me. It takes a bit of digging through old paperwork from Robin's case, but eventually I find a signature from someone other than Gary, someone who worked on the investigation alongside him. Daphne Higgins. My only hope is that they're not already friends on Facebook. I can only find one photo of her from a Google search. It's blurry and she's in uniform, but it'll have to do. I spend a few hours plumping up her profile, nothing too extravagant, just enough to make it look authentic. I only need him to press accept so I can trawl through his page a bit until he cottons on and deletes me. I set my phone to loud after hitting Add Friend. His profile is locked. The words, Add Gary as a friend, to see the details that they share on their profile below the details section. There's nothing I can do but wait. He's either going to reject the request, think it's spam or an old colleague he doesn't want to connect with, or he'll accept. I can only hope he'll choose the latter. Pushing in my AirPods, I take Alfie for a walk through the meadow to kill some time. It's just gone 4 o'clock, and it's already getting dark, the clouds forming above in deep, dark swirls. I look back towards home, wishing I'd left a light on, wishing I wasn't going back to a quiet, empty house. I have the infertility support group tomorrow night and dinner with Carol the night after, but tonight I'm alone. It isn't something I'm used to yet, though I don't think I ever will be. Watching Alfie with his nose pressed to the earth, his fur covered in burrs and thorns, I allow a despondent smile. At least I have him. If I didn't, I don't think I could cope. I'm learning to be alone for the first time in my life. I've always been something to someone, a wife, a mother. I've never not had someone relying on me, so Alfie is my rock now more than ever, and I am so grateful he's made a full recovery. He's definitely slower and more wary of people, but he's his old silly self, and as he pants at me out in the long grass, my heart warms. A notification chimes in my ears, and in my haste, I pull out my phone, opening the message before I can stop myself. Gary Quinn. Daphne, long time. How have you been? I squeeze my eyes shut, wishing I hadn't clicked on it. Gary will be able to see I've read his message now. Is he sitting there with our new message box open in front of him, waiting for me to respond? If I don't, will that seem suspicious? Is he checking out my flimsy profile now? What if he realizes it's a fake account? Nervously, I start to type, but questioning myself, I delete every word. Facebook is over 20 years old, so there's a lot of stuff to sift through, photos he's been tagged in mainly. Gary himself has only a handful of albums, but back at home, I open up each one as a new window on my laptop, ready to comb through every detail of his life. I don't know what it is I'm looking for exactly, but I know somewhere there has to be something. Something incriminating, something linking him to Raven. I start with all of the most recent posts, scrolling through mindless updates, football score predictions, movie trailers he's shared, the odd photo he's uploaded. He's a simple man. Everything he's written on his page is so stripped back, unvarnished. There's no fluff to his updates, and there's a certain refreshing honesty about that. He's not trying to impress anyone. I scroll back. Going back so many years, I start to lose hope, because Raven wouldn't have had Facebook all these years ago. But then, just as my eyes are starting to burn from staring at the screen for so long, I spot something. There's a photo of him sitting on a lumpy sky blue sofa, and beside him is a very heavily pregnant Gabby. Holy shit. I read the caption, my mouth dropping open. Tomorrow, these two become parents. How exciting! I don't know if it's the caption that astounds me more, or who posted it. A face I know well is grinning at me on the screen. Harper's face. Chapter 31. For a while, all I can do is sit there, staring at the picture of my sister-in-law, as I try to work out what the hell is going on. What I know, what I have just discovered, is that Harper has known Gary and Gabby for years. Gary and Gabby were together. They were pregnant, and from the date, it's safe to say they were pregnant with Skyla and Robin. Which means Gary is Skyla and Robin's father. All those years he's been hanging around our family, protecting us, shielding us, fighting our corner. Was it all for show? Did he ever actually care? Why didn't he tell us? He must know, surely. It's too much of a coincidence not to know. I take out my phone and pull up his number on speed dial, my thumb hovering over the call button. I feel very close to something I don't think I should know. Something charged with danger. My gut instinct is screaming at me, warning me against calling him. He is the law, and that instills a deep fear in me. What could he do to me? What could he get away with if he finds out I know the truth about who he is? I have to be careful. That I know for sure. Swiping his contact away, I draft a message to Harper and hit send before I can stop myself. One word. Coffee? Her response is almost instant, a simple thumbs up. Letting out a shaky breath, I tell her to come over whenever she's ready. I can wait. Waiting is what I've been doing for years. What's a little longer? I lay out some coffee and walnut cake from Waitrose, 2 spoons, some plates. When she arrives, I don't want her to suspect a thing. Blindsiding her is the best option, I decide. Corner her in person and eke out the truth. For all of my preparation, my confidence falters as soon as she's sitting down across from me. She picks up the cake fork and drives it beneath chopped walnuts and buttercream. As she brings the fork to her lips, I clear my throat. I know, I say, clenching my jaw. Don't show fear. Be strong. If it's possible to intimidate someone as hardy as Harper, I don't know, but I have to try. Know what? She asks, her hand pausing midair. Giving me an amused half-smile, she eyes me quizzically. I've thought about how to handle this, about what to say, and yet every practiced word evaporates on my tongue as I open my mouth. Know what? She asks again, harder this time, more demanding. She knows something is wrong. The energy in the room is thick and heavy. Things haven't felt right between us since James got arrested, but it's never felt this hostile before. Those hazel eyes of hers pin me down, seeming to dare me to look away first. I swallow, settling on revealing 2 words I know will put everything into perspective. Gary and Gabby. Harper's brows lift, her mouth parting, but no words come out. She abandons the fork, still loaded with cake. We stare at each other in some sort of standoff. And, she asks, wrapping her arms around herself, you knew Gary and Gabby when they were pregnant with Skyla and Robin. I know you did. I produce my phone and bring up the post I'd found online, watching as Harper's face drains of color. So what if I did? She leans back in her seat, looking left to right. She's making sure we're alone, that no one can hear her. I inhale and attempt to still my hammering heart. You had something to do with the adoption, didn't you? She freezes, unblinking. Didn't you? I demand loudly, so loudly I think I startle us both. Yes, all right, yes I did, she cries, shrinking into herself like she's terrified someone is about to step out of the shadows and arrest her there and then. When she realizes that isn't going to happen, she continues. My intentions were good, she says, lips trembling. I want you to know that. I never meant for things to end up the way they did. A vein bulges at her temple as she fights against the tears threatening to spill. Tell me everything, I say, refusing to let her emotions get to me. I deserve the truth. She nods once. Her mouth is a thin, quivering line. I knew Gabby wanted to give the babies up. I knew you and James wanted to adopt. I thought, how amazing would it be if you got not one, but 2 babies? She barks out a laugh that is more of a sob, wiping her cheeks. If my job ever found out I tampered with things, Bella, I'd be in huge trouble. It's the way she looks at me that throws me. Harper is not someone to let her walls down. She oozes confidence, and yet I have never seen her more terrified than now. You did it for us? I whisper, wanting to make sense of it all, wanting to make sure I have it right. I wanted to make you and James happy. It was heartbreaking watching you suffer with infertility. I made sure you were bumped up in the adoption process, made sure your profiles were under the noses of the right people when they needed somewhere to place the twins. And that's your only role in any of this, I ask? No. Bella, I'm so sorry. I promised Gabby I'd find somewhere amazing for the twins. And I did. You guys. She sniffs. But when she changed her mind, when she wanted the twins back, she went crazy. She started blackmailing me. She knew so much about me that could wreck me, Bella. I grab her by the wrist, which I think frightens us both. What did you do? I spit. I had to tell her where the twins had gone. She didn't care about anything other than getting one of them back at least. You led her straight to us, I whisper, thinking of how she found James and the pug the night of their affair. I hadn't even questioned how she'd known we had the twins until now. Harper gave her our details. I blink furiously, trying to rid the tears in my eyes. If Harper hadn't disclosed our information, the affair would never have happened. Gabby would never have threatened James, made him give up Robin. Robin might still be alive. What could possibly have been so awful that you trade the twins' safety, our safety, for yours? I was growing my brand, Bella. She had so much dirt on me, on my past. It could have shattered my career and my image. I scoff. Your YouTube channel? Are you serious? I know how it sounds, she mumbles, looking down, and I think, at least she has the decency to look ashamed. Robin was never meant to die. She's crying now, holding on to herself. Alfie lets out a sigh at our feet, and I bend to pull my fingers through his long, shaggy hair, needing his comfort. You knew what happened to Robin all along, too? My words come out cracked, broken, and the nod of her head is enough to cause hatred to seep out of my every pore. I should hand her in for what she's done. Gary, too. They should be with James and Gabby behind bars. But I find myself hesitating. Harper gave us Skyla and Robin, and for that, I can never punish her. Without her, I wouldn't have the memories I have with Robin, and I wouldn't have Skyla today. But God, I hate her for everything she's made us endure. I guess I always will, but I'll always appreciate her too. It was Harper who waved the wand and made me a mother, so I don't care what it is in her own life she's trying to cover up. I'm just grateful for getting the chance to have a family, and Harper is part of that family, so I guess now I have to protect her too. Epilogue. December. Raven. Ravens have an episodic memory. They remember faces and can hold grudges. I'm sitting inside an old red brick coffee shop, watching firelight pirouette on the stone floor, when he takes a seat opposite me. He's early, but then so am I. "How's your mom doing?" he asks, dropping his wallet and keys to the scarred oak table. "Fine," I shrug at DCI Gary Quinn. I mean, as good as she can be behind bars, I guess. He sighs into the palm of his hand, squeezing his mouth between his thumb and forefinger. It makes him look even older than he is. "You know I had to do my job, Raven. James called into the station. There was nothing I could do," Gary says. I know he's right, and to be honest, I'm not even that angry. I'm better off without her anyway, but watching people squirm is so fun. "I had to do my job," he says, to fill the silence. I've started to learn he doesn't like the quiet. It's too still for him, too dormant. "You know I've done everything your mother has asked of me over the years," he mutters into the menu. "She says jump, I say how high." "What do you mean?" "She asked me to convince James to move closer to her, said if I didn't make it happen, she'd ruin me, my career. She backed me into a corner. I had to do it, and when you're as high up in the law as I am, it's pretty easy to scare anyone into doing anything, as long as they don't have dirt on you," he says, finally meeting my eye. "That's why they moved to the Cotswolds?" I ask, the truth a jolt running through me. I'd always wondered. "That's why," he nods. "Your mom has always had me under her thumb, even after we split up." Gary, of course, can't visit my mum, even if he wanted to. Can't be seen to have any sort of connection to her. If it ever came out, I'm pretty sure his career would be over. And anyway, it's actually quite fun having this information in my back pocket, a sort of smoking gun. Maybe that's why he's always been nice to me, because I know his secret. Vicky does too, of course, and even I'm surprised she hasn't spoken out about her connection to Gary, considering where he put her. We order drinks, a caramel brulee latte for me, an Americano for him. The lit, open fireplace crackles beside us, the brickwork glowing amber, coffee and sugar thick in the air. He smiles at me from across the table, a nervous half-smile. It's awkward between us, always has been, and probably always will be. "They treatin' you well over there at your new place?" he asks. I'd love to pretend Gary actually cares about the answer to that question, but I know he doesn't. It's small talk, something to fill that silence he hates so much. "Oh yeah, great, 5-star, I drawl, licking the whipped cream and caramel sauce spilling over the edges of my mug. I feel no need to be particularly pleasant to Gary. He's here to cover his own ass, I know that. He just wants to make sure I'm not going to tell the world his big, dark secrets now Vicky's in prison. And yet, a vow of silence is something I'm not sure I can take. Gary knows that. I see it in the fear he's secreting around me. He knows he's treading dangerously close to the edge, to a place where the truth comes out, and the world discovers he isn't the man that manages investigations, helping people find their loved ones. He's a slippery, self-preserving officer, corrupt to the core when it comes to the Rushmore's case, that is. Are there others? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I don't put anything past anyone anymore. Gary and Vicky have known each other for years, 20 years, give or take. They dated for a while, and in my opinion, back then he was one of the only truly nice guys she ever gave her time to. Nice to me, anyway. There are photos of him holding me in his arms, smiling. I was too young to remember, but when I found those photos, they made me smile. But for all the photos there were of me and Gary, they were multiplied by photos of him with Robin. They had the same smile, their faces pressed together, grinning into the camera. Even though Robin was dead, those photos had me smoldering with jealousy. I knew he was connected to Robin in a different way to me, a stronger way. Like everyone does, Gary left Vicky eventually, had enough of her crazy, her cheating, just like all her friends and even family did. He stuck around longer than any other man ever had, but I can't say I blame him for eventually throwing in the towel, to be honest. I don't think he ever truly forgave her for giving up the twins after they were born. He'd been excited about being a dad, and I guess that's why they came up with a plan to get one of them back. However, Gary had the choice to escape from Vicky when things didn't work out. I, unfortunately, didn't. I only realized his leaving coincided with Robin's death when I really started investigating things. Gary wasn't bound to me like he was to Robin, so I guess he felt no shame in walking away from me when Robin was gone. I was very much still a baby when he'd been around, and so naturally, I forgot all about him being in our lives. It was only much later, when I saw all those articles on the Rushmore case Vicky kept stashed away, that I realized I knew his face. At first, I assumed that was why she had all those articles, some sort of obsession with an ex. I could kind of relate to it. Pete in sixth form kept me up at night, scrolling through his social media platforms, zooming in on his photos, wanting to know every tiny part of his life, just to feel included. But this thing with Vicky, it was different. The first time I went to see Gary, I don't think he recognized me. How could he? I wasn't a baby anymore. It was only when I'd slapped down some of those photographs of him holding me that his eyes grew wide, and not in a good way. It wasn't a happy reunion. He was terrified and quickly gathered up the pictures, flipping them face down, as though looking at them was too much for him, or too risky. Realizing he was Robin and Skyla's father, not just Vicky's ex-boyfriend, astounded me at first. It was only later, when I'd managed to let it sink in, that I learned I could use this information to my advantage. "I want to find my birth dad," I'd told him, eyeing him up, wanting to make sure he wasn't my father too. "Tell me what I can do to help," he'd said, and I'll admit, it crushed me. His response made it clear he wasn't my dad too. I didn't let him see that it hurt me, refused to let him get that close. Instead, I looked at him unflinching. "You're high up in the law, right? You can find out things like this, can't you?" I'd hiked an eyebrow up, challenging him to say no. He didn't. Couldn't. I had him firmly by the balls. "I'll look into it," he'd promised me, and that's how, after months of waiting, I discovered James Rushmore was my birth dad, the man who had adopted the twins. The news had my head roiling. I extracted all the information I could from Gary about the Rushmores, their address, what kind of cars they drove, the kind of things he thought Skyla liked from what he'd seen being around her all these years. I took what I could and infiltrated myself into her life first, became her friend, started trying to get her to trust me. To me, history is the biggest bore, but one thing Gary was certain that she liked was history, so I bought a copy of some crappy history book from Oxfam and pretended to trip right in front of her outside school. The book landed at her feet, and she jumped to help me up, scraping the book off the ground for me too. "You like Philippa Gregory?" she'd asked hopefully as I dusted myself down. She absolutely stank of loneliness and a desperation to be liked. Pathetic, really. "Sure," I nodded, afraid to say more about an author I knew nothing about. I gave her a Cheshire grin as I hugged the book to my chest. Conversation flowed after that. I had her believe I had no idea who she was. I feigned ignorance, told her I avoid the news. Too depressing, I'd said, and it wasn't a lie. Skyla, thinking I didn't know she was Skyla Rushmore from the big Robin Rushmore disappearance case, made her warm to me quickly. She thought I genuinely just wanted to be her friend, no ulterior motives. Bless her. James recognized me the moment he saw me. He'd kept tabs on Vicky and me over the years. After Vicky had told him about me, I was sure. For a horrifying moment, I thought he might break, tell Bella exactly who I was and ruin the plan completely. But he kept his mouth shut, and sometimes it felt like he was actually enjoying getting to know me, his real daughter at last. But who am I kidding? He knew about me all along and still chose to stay with Isabella. Skyla. They were his priority, not me. It was glaringly obvious. And so my hatred grew. The need to make Isabella's life a living hell consumed me. This woman pining after Robin, just the way Vicky was. I hate her even more than my dad, though he has proven time and time again just how pathetic he is. It must run in the family. Harper's no different. She and Vicky have been friends for decades. When Vicky decided she couldn't handle being a parent, Harper helped her. She worked high up in the adoption industry, said she knew people who would be great parents, somehow got the twins to go to James and Isabella, and when Vicky decided she wanted them back, she played a part in that too. Vicky forced her into telling her who had the twins, even though it was supposed to be strictly confidential. Vicky knew too much about Harper, and that's the trouble when people think they're famous. They'll do just about anything to protect their reputation. Perhaps I should feel sorry for Isabella. Practically everyone in her life is against her. Her husband, her sister-in-law, her colleague, even the man in charge of Robin's case. Most not by choice, but still, they were all so desperate to cover up their own wrongdoings. They chose themselves over her, and that, right there, is the sad truth of human nature. Even the nicest of people bend when it comes to the basic instinct of survival. Saints turn to sinners. I watch Gary, notice his edginess, peering around the room, making sure he's not recognized. No one wants to be associated with me. Not Gary, not Harper, or Isabella. Not even James, my own father. And why? Because I'm Vicky's daughter. I guess it makes them uncomfortable. But I'm more than that. I'm Skyla and Robin's little sister, and I know everything. I know Robin wasn't the perfect little girl everyone seems to think she was. Smiling darkly at Gary, I see the limp tinsel strung over the mantelpiece glint in his eyes. It's amazing just how wrong people are about robins, thinking they're these sweet, innocent little birds that sing and remind people of Christmas, of cheer and jolly good times. It's laughable. Robins are aggressive. Some even say the souls of the dead are in robins. Yet it's ravens that tend to get the bad rap. Robin was a horrible child. She never settled into living with us, whinged and begged for her mummy, for Bella, constantly. They were my earliest memories. The fact I have memories from such a young age, memories of her pinching and shoving me over, making me cry, should speak for itself. And my mom went mad with jealousy over Robin's hysteria for Isabella. I swear she did. Because Robin was hers. Robin just wouldn't believe it. She didn't want anything to do with me either, even though I was her little sister. She always cried out in the night for Skyla. And yet, I was a much better sister than Skyla ever was. I hated that she couldn't accept that either. That we were her family, not the Rushmores. After the day she choked on that grape, I tried to help. I was so young, I didn't truly understand how serious it was. But even I could see the panic in her eyes as she clutched her hands around her throat and started to struggle. I knocked and knocked on the bathroom door, but Gabby, never came out. She was ignoring us, the way she always did, trying to steal some time for herself, sitting in there on her phone, taking no notice of our cries. You'd think she'd hear the difference, the hysteria and panic compared to our usual shrieking squabbles. But she stayed shut away in there. I knocked and knocked frantically at the door, not knowing what else to do, but knowing I had to do something. Gabby had barged out, already red-faced with anger. "What have you done?" she'd spat at me. I'd pointed to my sister Robin, already turning blue on the floor. "She's choking!" I cried, my tiny, underdeveloped brain struggling to understand the gravity of the situation. I thought she was going to break Robin's back the way she started thrusting her about. She tried and tried, but eventually she had no choice but to give up. Robin's body fell to the floor with a heavy thunk. I'd always wanted to be a twin, or to have a sister at least. I hadn't really known where Robin had come from in the beginning. To me, it was as though Christmas had come early. I was too young to remember Robin appearing in our lives, but I like to think even back then I'd have loved a twin or a sister at least. Someone to be there so I didn't have to be alone with Gabby anymore. I hoped we'd be close, but she never settled. And then, Just as quickly as she'd arrived, she was gone. Gabby was sure I'd done something, like I'd physically jammed that grape into her throat and deliberately made her choke. And maybe, because my memory is fuzzy, I did. Anyway, the resentment she already harbored for me only grew. With my confidence shattered by Gabby's rejection over the years, I tried my best to be invisible. My body, so brittle and bony, allowed me to slip through the smallest of cracks. My skin so sallow I was close to transparent. I wanted nothing more than to blend in, become one with my surroundings. It went well for a while. Home life was easy. Vicky left me alone, focusing on men and the contents of bottles of whiskey rather than on me. She was too bitter, too angry with the outcome of her life to pay me any attention. I glided by, unnoticed, hidden behind dog-eared, spine-broken books that smelled musty, with a slight hint of decay woven into the pages. It got harder at school. I didn't even do anything to attract attention, but somehow, constantly reading my chunky Harry Potter book, I became a target. I'd be poked at, prodded, laughed at in front of teachers who either ignored it like I really was invisible, or who seemed to take enjoyment from it too. Simple tasks like leaving class to go to the bathroom became something to dread. Boys in my year group seemed to congregate outside the weathered stone walls, making hissing noises as I locked the cubicle. They would chant and cheer, taunting me until I flushed and left, my face volcanic. Even when I kept my eyes cast down to the ground, avoiding them, they'd force themselves on me. Climbing up the trees at lunch became an escape, the only way to get away from them. If I didn't, they'd find me at their level, wrap their arms around my waist, and dump me in the bins around the back of the school building. Their laughter rang on long after it had finished, stopping me from sleeping, from living a semblance of a normal life. And then, as time went on, their focus changed. Instead of tormenting me, they became interested in me, as though they'd forgotten the hell they'd previously put me through. Years had passed, and yet not a day had gone by that I didn't remember the turmoil. They'd stare now, not into my eyes, but down to my budding breasts as they'd ask me out, nervous and dallying. Now it was my turn to laugh. Did they really think I'd be interested in them after what they'd done? The most surprising of all was how it appeared they didn't even remember the torture they'd made me endure, and that, while they stared hungrily at my body, only seemed to make me and my feelings more invisible. That was the worst kind of invisibility, being so seen, so apparent physically yet so shadowed, so unacknowledged mentally. I wish I knew why I had been the target of bullying, the bullseye to a dart. They'd hit me, right in the center, sharp, piercing, and it's a good thing I never faltered in my inner strength, because I'm okay. Even though the men Vicky dated started noticing me too, some even trying things if ever they were alone with me. The treatment I received from those around me hardened me, and through time I have grown far from invisible. I'm shining, and no one can touch me. Not Bella or James, Skyla, Harper, or even DCI Gary Quinn, because each one of them have secrets, and I know at least some of them that they wouldn't want to get out. I am the Raven, the dark omen, as some might say, with a hunger for chaos, and it's going to erupt all around me. Just wait and see. I smile maliciously at Gary now, my teeth knives that could so easily penetrate. He's staring down into his empty coffee cup, saying nothing. There's not much left to say for either of us, except maybe this. I'll always be part of your life now, you know, and you'll do what you can to keep me safe, Gary. I wait for his eyes to come up and meet mine. When they do, I can see the fear shimmering inside them. If you don't, the world will find out the kind of man you really are. He nods, a silent promise. Gary Quinn has no choice but to protect me, no matter what. And so now I know I can get away with anything. The end.